Go
Stick
live.
the link to the
Okay,
second
so everyone that's watching the stream right now, please click on the link in the chat to watch part 2. I'm gonna send it right now.
Okay, link in the chat is going to be for part 2. I'm taking over the streaming duties for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
So guys, please press the link and then you will be able to see part 2. Nicholas will take over the stream, so yeah, press the link.
Well, I guess we're live on the other thing now. I'm watching that.
Yep. Looks like it's been an interesting race so far. There's been a few incidents, as I can see from the very long Steward Report channel.
Oh, trust me, it has. The race has slowed down now, 1/3 of the way in, but it was very interesting at the beginning. Especially, I love the other classes, like DPI. Everyone was thinking Darius Andre could potentially do something good, unless James Juba gets a penalty.
Yeah. As I'm a semi-picks team boss, I got kind of a front row seat to see the problems with Darius Andre's DPI car, and it wasn't a pretty sight at the start. I think he got into an incident, and then he got a few penalties. His car clipped through the floor. Yeah, all in all, a pretty bad day for the Sim-Apex DPI.
And there's been some other controversy as well. There's supposed to be 8 Scott tracks before you get a drive through, it's now 5. As we just see James Juba get a penalty for cuts again. And a lot of people haven't been very happy about that.
Yeah.
There isn't much you can do, really.
No, it was just an honest mistake. I think, it's an oversight anyone could have made, and I know Le Mans is a tough track. I mean, I don't think I could even complete a lap at Le Mans without losing the car, so I completely understand the frustration, but yeah, you just gotta crack on with it at that point. It's kind of a given that, everyone will be hurt by it, so it kind of balances out in a way.
Exactly, it's the same for everyone, yeah.
Yeah, and that's just kind of how you have to go about things. Well,
exactly.
we got
to make things interesting though, because in LMP2, Engqvist, I don't think he's pitted yet. But what that means is, once he does pit, the gap before was around 25 seconds between him and Juba. And the time to complete a drive-through with Juba does have is around 25 seconds, so they'll come around evenly.
Very interesting. Could
finally a battle.
Yeah, it could be an LMP2 battle hotting up. I'm going to switch over now to Santu. And we see...
Anyway, I'll be off for a bit. I'll be sure to join you later on. Good luck and everything. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks a lot for your great commentary, Antoni. We really appreciate you being here. Enjoy your little break.
Thank you, Nick. Good luck.
Alright, well, I'm going to be with you for the next 3 or so hours, continuing this coverage of the SimplyMod 12 Hours Le Mans, the season finale, for what's been a very good endurance season. Jan Katau and Ben Gielzinski doing what they do best and just running away with this 12 Hours Le Mans. They're 99 seconds up in first place in the DPI class. Like we were talking about earlier, Darius Andre did have a claim. He was right there in qualifying, but unfortunately just wasn't to be today. Really bad luck, and that's just how it goes sometimes, although that DPI car seems to have been cursed over the course of this season. The LMP2 class, of course, could be getting interesting later with the penalty for Juba and Engqvist still to pit. And the Sim-Apex GTE car seems to have no intention of letting the championship slip out of their hands. Premislav Majdica is carrying on from Max Jensen's stellar work in his first stint, and it looks like, without any complications, they'll be holding the trophy 2 hours from now when the first round of points are assigned. Then it's 80 seconds back to Jones in that class. So that's where we're at with about 8 hours to go now. Could be some interesting championship. Well, there isn't really anything, is there? Most of the championships are all decided unless something tragic happens to the Seawolf number 46 or the Sim Apex 68. But those titles appear to be decided. Good fight for P2, possibly in the LMP2 class. That Valence Racing number 28 car is in P2 at the moment, but they're not in the top 5. And the Royal Blue number 13, which is currently sitting 6th, is 3rd in the LMP2 fight. So they could be taking 2nd today after the first round of points. We'll see. Then the Valence number 27, which is also not in the top 5, is right in behind, and the Sim Apex 66, which is currently ahead of the 13 Royal Blue, sits in 5th, only 11 points behind. So the battle for P2 in the LMP2 class is very much on. Then in the GTE class, the Seawolf 74 isn't currently in 2nd, but 6th in the race, and a long way off 2nd, a long way off the next car even. It's 35 seconds to Martin in the 12 car. The 71 Speedy Might, though, in P2, could be a candidate for taking P2 in this race. Only behind by 13 points. Sorry, not in this race. In the championship standings, only 13 points behind the Seawolf number 74. I will be checking the chat periodically, but keep in mind there's a delay, so if you're asking me to switch to a car at any point, I might not see it for about 30 seconds or so. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream so far. It's been an interesting one. Glad we have such a good group of commentators today. I know Ross was starting it off. He did pretty good on the introduction stages. I really like his style. Not really any close battles we can observe at the moment. The closest would probably be Jack Smith, about 3 seconds behind Laszlo Santo. I'll switch over to them now. But yeah, it will probably be a while before Jack can make any kind of a move there, and he seems to be losing a bit of time to Laszlo. And then we have Vladislav Mochilenko, the Sim Apex driver in the LMP2. Really like that livery. Apparently some of the Sim Apex drivers aren't a big fan of the beehive livery on the front there, the honeycomb, but I quite like it. And he's trying to chase down Nils Fischer. The gap has gone down a little bit by about a 1/10 since I looked down at the timing sheet. So we could be seeing a move by Mochilenko on Nils Fischer for P20 overall in the next few minutes. Apologies if the stream lags once in a while. I am in Canada, and the server is in, I don't know actually where the server is hosted from, but I know it's not close to me, so apologies if you get stream lag every once in a while. I hope it's looking okay right now. No recent penalties given out, not in the last 3 minutes anyways. There was a 20-second stop-and-go penalty given to the 420 car a few minutes ago by Stuart Tom Chasing. Closed the door completely and created a collision, giving bad damage to car number 15 on a straight. And he said that a DSQ could be in order for the next car that causes an incident like that. So a very stern warning for the number 420. Apologies while I find the team's chat. That's the Pride Racing team of Luca Manghini and Peter Lattis. If I'm not mistaken, Luca Manghini's in the car right now. No, it actually is Peter Lattis, or he is in the car as of right now. The DPI all the way down in 27th overall, just ahead of the GTE cars. Let's come on now to Jack Smith, who has closed up considerably to Laszlo Santos since we last checked. And there you can see the Brit, I believe Jack Smith is closing down on Laszlo, who is just a few tenths behind now. We could be seeing a move sooner rather than later. That very pretty Nova livery chases down the Vibrant livery of, I believe that's Seawolf, if I'm not mistaken, the 50 car of Jack Smith. Apologies, I have so many windows open because there's so much info that I'm having to switch between them like some kind of air traffic controller. The 50 car. Let me see. The 50 car is the Nova Finlandia, apologies, Nova Finlandia Seawolf. Kind of similar color schemes, apologies to both of those teams, yeah. And it's a pretty poor exit from the Nova Finlandia. Jack Smith is closing up considerably, and now through the tight right-hander there, it's going to be Jack Smith who's in the slipstream of Laszlo Santo. Now, I believe Jack Smith's already made the move. Looks like I missed it while I was messing around with the timing. Silly me, sorry about that, everyone. But yeah, Jack Smith looks like he got by pretty smoothly there, considering that I didn't see or hear the overtake happen. And as an alarm on my phone goes off, reminding me to wake up for the commentating session, I'm going to have to go turn off all my alarms now because I am awake. Hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Again, nobody's talking to me in chat. That's okay. Bit sad, but anyways, no worries. So yeah, there isn't too much action going on right now. Could be some interesting strategy choices in the LMP2 field, but otherwise there isn't too much. Robert Pawn, we're gonna cut on board with him because he took over last minute as Pascal Eggert gets a penalty. Robert Pawn took over last minute for a teammate who, according to them, wasn't ready to race really. So Robert Pawn, who is a consistent endurance driver to say the least, hops in the LMP2 for Sim Apex, and he's going to try to, the DPI for Sim Apex, which was unfortunately the victim of just some terrible luck and some mistakes earlier in the race. He's going to try to close out the race for them. He's about 40 seconds behind the next closest car of Andy Tomlinson. It's a lot of work to do. So far it's P11 and only a few points for being, I think that's 7th or 8th in class. So not the day they were looking for, especially considering the poor results they've had throughout the rest of the season. But that's how it goes sometimes. Unfortunately, not a great day for the Sim Apex team, although it is a good day for one member of them. The GTE car of Przemysław Majdyga is currently leading as they enter the pit lane. It'll be interesting to see how close Alex Jones gets. Not that Alex Jones, that's a completely different Alex Jones. At least I'm thinking it is. He's going to close up, should be somewhat close between them after the pit stop. Although, if I'm not mistaken, the driver swaps were switched to 0 seconds for this race. So yeah, Przemysław is going to be out pretty quickly after just a short pit stop. Probably just took fuel. I don't know if he took tires. It looked like a short one, although I didn't see the full pit stop. But yeah, I would assume he probably did take tires because you don't want to be driving around on very worn sops for too long. And I think tires only takes about 30 seconds, so it could be worth it over the course of about a 30-45 minute stint. I'm not entirely sure how long the GTEs go for, but I think in the last race it was about 45 minutes. Jack Smith has pulled away from Laszlo Santos since last we checked. It's now 1.4 second gap between those two. So it looks like Jack Smith is on a bit of a tear at the moment, 13th in class for the number 50 Nova Finlandia. Apologies if I pause once in a while. I'm going to have to make sure to be drinking lots of water so my throat is not stripped bare by the end of this race. They always these races are always a test of your vocal fortitude, and by the end mine is always just ragged. I think I drink more water during these races than I drink in the rest of the year combined. So at this point, there's about 2 hours left until the next round of points get out. If you're wondering, they have double points for the final round at Le Mans. It's tradition now. It happened in the first season. It'll happen in the second. Will probably happen in the third. I just realized I'm sitting a bit too close. Sorry for blowing your ears out if I've done that. So yeah, there's 25 points going all the way down to 1 for the top 10. It's the F1 point system essentially given out at the 6-hour mark, and then more will be distributed after the race is complete. I'm not sure if the points are handed out automatically after 6 hours, or if it's a case of, they have to check the stewards' reports, perhaps perhaps they'll need to assign some penalties. I think they try to do all penalties during the race so they don't have to mess about with, changing results, but I think there may be some penalties given out after the race. Not entirely sure on that. I'm sure we'll find out later as we check the Discord channel. Let's go for a lap on board with Jan Katau. It's really amazing how fast these deep guys can take the corners. The LMP2s are impressive in themselves, but just going through the Corsa curves, it's so cool to watch the DPI just slide around, but keep the traction anyways. And you just watch zoom by that Porsche as looks like Kieran. Apologies, gotta maximize my screen for that. Kieran Milnes gets a penalty. I believe that's the LMP2 class, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, in Katau, as you can see, he doesn't really, he doesn't do anything wrong. Hitting mostly every apex, takes a great racing line through here, and takes about as much curb and bumpy curb as you're allowed to do. I don't know what those are called, the little yellow strips on the inside, so I'll just call them the bumpy curves. And he goes through the double chicane to start his flying lap. Pretty long lap here at Le Mans in 3 minutes, almost basically one of the two long tracks that are famous, other one being of course Nürburgring, which has about I think it's a 7-minute lap time around there if you're in an LP2. Don't know why my alarms are still going off considering I turned them all off, but that's good. My phone wants to be known on stream, it looks like. Something I find funny is that we have two number 999 cars and they're both right next to each other. Yeah, so the story behind that is we had two cars, but the second one, I believe, I actually don't know which car it was, but one of the cars, I think the livery wasn't working or something like that, so they had to go to, someone else's livery, and they chose the number 999. So now we have two number 999s. Max number for some reason. Ferros and Sonneville in P2 and P3 in the TPI class. Quite a gap between them though, about 50 seconds. The class leaders pop up there. Katau. Dzuba is now leading for the 99 car in the LMP2 class. Missed that. Apologies. Let's switch on to him. I believe Engqvist must have taken his pit stop, and now Dzuba's in, I believe, to serve his drive-through. It'll be close between them. Let's go on board with Santu Engqvist as he tries to make up a gap with Dzuba in the pits. You won't see the pit stop timer increase, I believe. I believe that was a drive-through penalty, so Dzuba is moving the whole time, but Engqvist, of course, moving a whole lot faster as he approaches the pit straight now. They might come out right next to each other, and we could see something fascinating for the first time since I've been on stream. A nice little battle between these two, and Dzuba is out of the pits now, so it looks like Engqvist won't catch fast enough to have any kind of battling. No, it's a clear lead for James Dzuba in the 99 car. He's 11 seconds clear of Santu Engqvist for the championship leading 46 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. The outboard shot of James Dzuba in the very sleek white livery. I believe the 99 is F1RO. Apologies if I'm getting that wrong. Let's check. We can go up to about 50 for GTE double points. Okay. Cameron Hawes is in the stream interview. Apologies. Let me pull him in here if I can do that. Nope, I can't. I'll just join the stream interview channel. Just a second. I really need to remember to keep the teams channel open because I keep losing the teams. Yes, the 99 is Racing OPP, sorry. I always get them confused. F1 or OPP. They don't really sound the same. I don't know what I'm on about it, actually. Cam Hawes is in the 88 car. Well, he's not in it right now. The number 88 RH Motorsport is who he's driving for in the LMP2 class, I believe. They're currently 26th Overall, Kieran Milnes is driving. I believe they're around 10th or so in class. 14th, so I'm very bad at counting. Let's go now to Cameron Hawes. This channel requires push to talk. Well, I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna have to turn that on real quick. Cameron can't hear me right now, I don't think, because I don't have a push to talk button on. Apologies, little technical difficulty now as I try to turn on my push to talk.
Hello.
Hi, Cam. Is this working? Am I on? Hello, Cam. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello? I feel really unprofessional right now. For some reason, I can't get the push to talk function to work. And I really don't know why it doesn't want to. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Okay. This channel requires push to talk, and for the life of me, I couldn't get it to work. How's it going, Cam?
It's alright. It's going alright. I only just got out of the car, but we were running last, I think, at some point, and we've slowly made up some positions. We're trying to catch Gurgle Clearlisbus at the moment. Yeah, we're struggling to catch him. Kieran's in the car.
Yeah, looks like Kieran's in the car right now. Lap down on Gurgly Kispus. What's your strategy to make up some places?
Drive fast. Pretty much just
Makes
plod on
sense.
the lap. There's 6 hours to go, probably more. So pretty much 8 hours to go. So we're just gonna keep going. We're just gonna. When I'm in the car, I catch Kisper. So Kieran's gonna be in the car for about an hour and a half, or about an hour, or maybe even half an hour. Somebody's just gone around apparently.
Oh, interesting. That's probably on delay, so I won't have seen that. And if I'm not mistaken, Cam has just unlapped himself. Oh, sorry, Kieran has just unlapped himself. Kieran's now two.
No, just give me a second, Nick.
Sorry. While we're waiting for Cam, I'm just gonna look for any brewing battles. Doesn't look like there's much at the moment. I think there's about a 3-second gap now. Laszlo Santo between Jack Smith. Looks like Jack Smith is probably going to continue to pull away for now. And that's about it. The field's pretty spread out. We've got some 6-second gaps. John Bennett 6 seconds behind Fennert's Kristen Kabai between 34th and 35th overall. 9 seconds back from John Bennett to Damien DeGrasse in the 72 GT car. But otherwise, yeah, the cars are all spread out. It's now down to the strategy calls to determine who's gonna do better. Strategy calls, of course, and just keeping it clean. You know. You got.
Sorry about that. There was a to explain. Number 108 Kispus spun at Arnage on lap 62, and he made a 90-degree rejoin.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. You could look at it in the replay if you want, if you've got it. But yeah, that happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, the stream doesn't allow us to do a replay, which is unfortunate. Hopefully, they'll fix that soon. But anyways, that helps, I guess.
Yeah, it's helped us get past him, I guess, and I'm guessing he hit a wall. So yeah, it's gonna help us out a little bit. Kispus is slowly bringing his lap times down, but the cars in front of him are about on pace, if not slower than Kieran. So with the practice that me and Kieran did a couple of days ago, he's on track to catch 19th. So I'm just going to leave him in the car and let him do his thing.
Now that would be an interesting plot line. 26th to 19th, pretty good day out if I do say so myself.
Yeah, well, as I explained in the last, I had a really good start. I started the race and I was up 6 positions on the first lap, and then 2 more on the second one. And I was really pushing, and then stupid little mistakes from lack of practice put us into the walls and stuff like that. So we're at the back now, and we're just trying to gain some more positions.
What do you think? What do you think Kieran can do? But well, I know you said he's on track to catch 19th, but I'm sure you know him better than I do. So, tell me a little bit about his driving style, maybe.
You say I know him a bit better. This is our first race together. We've known each other for a while now. We started on Forza on Xbox, and then we moved to PC about a week ago. So this is our first race on rFactor 2 and our first race in this car. So he's really consistent. He just doesn't push the car enough, so he's always underperforming. But at the moment, he is pushing it quite hard because we had less time to set up the car, so it basically didn't work to our advantage. So Linus, who is he was one of the other P2s. He helped us out with tunes and things like that, and slowly got us up to speed. We've been trying different strategies. Kieran's faster than pretty much anybody else on the mediums. Yeah, we're doing all right, but it can definitely be better.
Okay, first race together. That's an interesting little tidbit. Sorry I didn't know that. It's always a little bit embarrassing as a commentator when you say something and then it's immediately wrong. But yeah, good luck, guys. I hope you have a decent rest of the race. Sorry it's not been so great for you. But yeah, it'd be cool if you guys can make up a few more places and give me something to commentate about anyways.
Yeah, well, as I said, I'm getting back in the car in a bit, and I will be pushing. I'll have new softs, I'll have a full tank, and pretty much everything will be new. So I'll be able to push that car to the limit.
Fun.
So yeah, hopefully I can get some more positions.
All right, thanks for talking to me. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thanks, man. See you in a bit.
Bye. Cameron Hawes for the number 26 LMP2 car, and with Kieran Milnes. Unfortunately, I closed my other Discord tab now because the push to talk button was not working. They aren't on the list actually of LMP2 entrants, so it must have been perhaps a last minute entry or change of number or something. But yeah, they're in the 26 car, LMP2. Good luck to them on the rest of the race. Jack Coven says he can do an interview. Jack, if you're listening, you can hop in the stream interview channel, and I'd be happy to talk to you. Gotta break it up a little bit with some nice interviews in this. Yeah, you can join. He's just typing in the stream chat right now. Hi, Jack. Oh. Hi, Jack. How's it going? We can't hear you at the moment. I think you have to turn on push.
Hey.
Oh, okay. How's it
going? Good. Yeah. How are you doing, mate?
I'm alright at the moment. Just looking for something to commentate over, but yeah, the field's pretty strung out right now.
It's a bit tricky right now to try and find interesting battles, but no, it's been a pretty decent race so far for us. We started P9. We're in P9. We fell back a little bit after one of our teammates got hit by an LMP2, but now we're back in here. Damien's doing a pretty good job. He's much faster than me or Tim, but yeah, so no, it's good to have him in the car, and yeah, so it's gone pretty well.
yeah, Damien's a good driver. I raced against him in Trout, and he was up in the top 3 fighting about in that league. So yeah, I can imagine he'd be making up a few places during this stint.
Well, he's certainly he's had definitely a few, just a few to say the least, good laps. But no, he's done a pretty good job. I don't want to say carrying us, but no, he's job, and he'll finish the stint, and I'll be in the car then.
Only 11 seconds behind John Bennett in 35th overall. What are your hopes for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I mean, we hope we can catch John Bennett. He's a quick driver in the Seawolf there, but we know we have the pace to catch some guys in front. We just gotta, stay as consistent as we can. Obviously, like I said, Tim and I, the other 2 drivers, we're not as fast as Damien, but if we can just be consistent, I would be happy with the top 10.
Now, Damien's actually not on the entry list. Was he a last-minute substitution?
Yeah, funny you'd say that. So we've had a little bit of a time trying to get cars on the grid. It seems to just kind of a little bit come apart, but no, I think Nova's doing a good job at finding drivers and stuff. So he was originally in the 70 car, but the 70 car had to pull out, so he's driving with us in the 72.
How would you say?
Yeah.
How would you say the day's going overall for the Nova team?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Obviously, Jack Smith up in 6th place, right up there, and obviously David and Niels have been doing a good job as well. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, we can get a little bit of luck on our side and have a good race.
Yeah. Good luck for the rest of the race. Is there anything else you want to say?
No. Great commentary, and let's keep this up, guys. Go Nova.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Have a good rest of your
Cheers.
race.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. That was Jack Coven for the number 72 GT Nova Finlandia, currently P9 in class. They've got a little bit of work to do to catch John Bennett, but as that interview was going on, Damien made up a whole second on John. John, of course, the pro, not necessarily pro technically by the definition of the word, but basically pro, real life racing driver John Bennett, who I believe finished 2nd at Silverstone in his GT5 Ginetta a few weeks ago. So congrats to him. Right now, though, he's being reeled in by Damien DeGrasse in the GTE class. John Bennett himself is only 3.5 seconds behind Fenritz Christian Kabai, who is P7 in the GTE class. So could be an interesting midfield battle brewing here. We'll have to wait and see. Speaking of battles, earlier we were on board with Laszlo Santo and Jack Smith. Laszlo is actually regaining on Jack Smith, so we could see another overtake somewhat soon. You see the cars very close together now. It's only a 7/10 gap, so I think Jack Smith might have made a mistake somewhere on this lap because it was 1.5 seconds a few minutes ago. Alex Jones has just pitted in the GT class. I think he was P3. He's got a pretty big gap to Martin, so I don't think you have to worry about him losing his spot on the podium so far. Kiss is pitted from P3 in the LMP2 class as well, and Mihai Belascu is in with the number 95 F1 RO. He's got a big gap to Tomlinson, so no worries for him either. He can go as long as he needs, as I believe that's David Petrie takes over the number 95 F1 RO. P5 currently in the DPI class. Pretty good P5 at Le Mans. That's a nice little thing to add to your resume, although I'm sure they'll be looking for a little bit more in this race. Janis Orzechowski, he was a race winner in the GT3 championship that ARL held a few months ago. If I'm not mistaken, he won the Misano race. I could be wrong though, as we see, oh my gosh, I forgot his name already. As we see Laszlo get lapped, he's now 2.4 seconds behind Jack Smith, so not a great lap from Laszlo. He's been doing an okay job though for the number 7 LMP2. The Ballas HVML team racing of Adam Zagaiva, Laszlo Santo, and Timia Benchik. got a couple cars now getting up on their warnings. It's warnings 203 to cars 878, 46. That's the leading DPI car, or I believe he's in second now. Yeah, the second place DPI car of Santu. I think he was in the commentary box earlier, so a multi-talented guy. Commentary, running a league, and he's currently in second in the race, so pretty good day overhaul for him. I think the race has gone well. A few little hiccups with the server that crashed immediately after it started, but it's rolling right along now like a well-oiled machine, so they got that fixed. And I was mistaken, Santu is actually leading the LMP2 class. I believe the number 99 car had a pit stop. The 999, sorry, had a pit stop. Switched to Ernest Lepens, who's now in. He's a pretty quick guy. Raced for Sim Apex a few times. For those of you who don't know, I'm a Sim Apex team boss, so I know quite a bit about Sim Apex, and I believe that both cars, both Smith and Santo, going into the pits, and they're right behind each other. So this will be interesting as they both rejoin the track. I'm sure it'll be no holds barred going into the first few corners. Although we will see if either of them has to make a damage repair or perhaps add a little more fuel. Although they'll probably be both adding a full tank. Maybe one will take tires, one won't. I'm hoping for the sake of the viewers that they both decide to go for exactly the same length pit stops. It should be over in a few seconds. Battle of the pit crews to see who's going to come out ahead in these two. Laszlo is technically in front, but that could all change with the pit stops. I think it's just because Laszlo has a pit box a bit higher up. Now we see Vladislav Mochilienko closing up on Maciej Kasprix. I'm sure I destroyed that name, but sorry, Maciej, if I got that wrong. A GTE, almost making contact with Vladislav Mochilienko's LMP2 car. Very close between them, although good on both of them to not make contact there. The Porsche yielded the position by going off the track. Gotta give kudos for avoiding a wreck there. Maciej and Vladislav. Now, I think Jack Smith has rejoined the track. He's right behind Pascal Eggert now. I think Pascal Eggert is racing the LMP2 for Sim Apex. He is, and the Nova Finlandia of Jack Smith is right behind him. I don't know what happened. Laszlo Santo came out well ahead, it looks like. So I believe Jack Smith had a very long pit stop indeed. Laszlo Santo is now 36 seconds up the grid for that number 7 car. And now Jack Smith is looking to get past Pascal Eggert on fresh tires, although he will be heavier on fuel. So an interesting dynamic there. I'm way overusing the word interesting today. Sorry about that. As I take a swig of water. And we watch Jack Smith try to put the pressure on Pascal Eggert. A pretty consistent driver, I think, for the Sim Apex team. I don't think the number 66 is actually 5th in the championship. Only 13 points off P2. No, P1 looks pretty much unattainable today, as Santu Engqvist and Jan Katau are doing a job out in first place in that number 46 car. We have Stein Prinz in the chat. What's going on, Stein? And Max Janssen wants me to say Frikendel Broche. I'm sure I got that wrong, and I'm sure they're going to tell me. Hi, Stein, and he's cheering for the Sim Apex cars, Vladislav Mochilienko and Pascal Eggert. Stein Prinz not driving today. I don't know if he wants me to say why he's not driving, so I'll just say he's not driving and leave it at that. Big absence, though, for Sim Apex, one of their best drivers, Stein Prinz, ARL champion. And we have Battle Benche in the chat saying, "Go Santo, go." Stein wants me to say his real name. I don't remember what his real name's supposed to be. So, oh wait, Stein Pins, isn't it? Stitchin' Pigeons, is that what he wants me to say? Good lapping there from the Nova car. Done well today, of course. I think that's Laszlo we're riding on board with right now, the 7 car. I gotta check. No, that's Jack Smith. Let's cut on board with Laszlo Santo now. We had some cheers for him in the chat from Balak Benche. I believe that's his teammate. Gonna have to check the team's chat for that. Stein got it. Levente says go Ballas and HVML team. Okay. Glad to see some representatives of the team in the chat. We've got the whole Sim Apex squad. Connor Pelkmans, David Leltz, Max Janssen, Cameron Hawes is now in the chat saying Kispus has a penalty. I thought it would take a few hours personally for Cam's team to make up some time on Kispus, but a few mistakes and looks like he's right on the back of him. I saw a mistake there for Peter. I don't know which Peter that was. Could have been Pascal. I don't think there's any Peters in it. Oh, Peter Ladas, it must be, in the 27 DPI car. Rough day for them behind all the LMP2 cars. 6 laps off the lead now. Max says Darius got 9 million drive-thrus as usual. Seems like Max is not happy about that. Max and Premislav Maitika, name a better dream team. I'll wait. You can't. They've been so good this season. Jan Katau and apologies. Katau's not Engqvist's teammate. Katau is Ben Gilsinski's teammate. Now that's the dream team. They're in the pits right now, but it's not really gonna matter. They've got a huge gap to Dionysus Pharos, which I must say is an incredible name, in second place, and then Geiss Sonneveld is quite a bit behind that, and then it's Janis Orzakowski in P5 overall. P4, Santu is actually ahead of him. Santu's in the LMP2 car. We might as well go for a lap on board with Santu. He's driving very consistently, as always, pretty much. One of the best drivers in this series. Very consistent guy, very fast guy. And also manages the series. He's right behind the Sim Apex car. It looks like he's coming up to lap him. Don't know if that's Pascal Eggert or if that's Vladislav Mochilenko. Can't really differentiate between those two cars. They pretty much look the same. I think that's Pascal Eggert, but don't hold me to it. Don't send me to the gulag if I'm wrong. Antoni said better duo is Lepens and Mika Hakimi. Shout out to them, I guess. Vladispin McCoy and Spin Prince is better, says Spin Prince himself in the chat. They're a dream team in ARLF 3, but I think there are a few better dream teams in ARL. That was Vlad. Santu was lapping. Now he's gone into the pits. So another pit stop for the 46 Seawolf. Another one maybe to repair damage. I didn't see anything happen, but they had a pit stop not that long ago, so I don't know what's gone on there. Lapins now will try to take advantage of that to close him down. Maybe he got a stop-go penalty. I'm going to check the stewards chat. I don't see anything for number 46, although he was on 2 warnings a little while ago. And he's been passed by Janis Orzakowski now. Janis now joins the vanguard of DPIs. And Ernest Lepens tries to close down Santu Engqvist, who should be leaving the pit shortly. He's done his stop, and now he's on the way out of the pits. Ernest Lepens, this is going to be closer than it was before. Ernest now 4 seconds down. Watch the relative tumble. 2 seconds, 1 second, and Ernest Lepens takes the lead of the LMP2 class. You see Santu there coming out of the pits just in behind him. It's not a huge gap, though. It's going to only be a few seconds when it's all said and done. Maybe about 4 seconds once Santu gets up to speed. Looks like it'll be only 3 seconds, so close battle, although Santu's going to be on fresh tires, although heavier fuel. So again, will that offset? I don't know. I think the better tires will help around Le Mans, especially during the Porsche curves, tough sections like that. But down the straights, the heavier fuel will hurt the top speed, and it looks like he's fallen back by just a few tenths to Ernest Lepens in the Abestinio Force Polonia car. That's a mouthful. Those guys, I think, had a good day in some other open wheel series a few days ago. I saw in their Discord. So congratulations to them on that. I think they won. I believe Mika Hakimi won that race. Now they're trying to win the LMP2 class in the ARL 12 Hours Le Mans. Not seeing any close battles on the monitor just yet. Not much to talk about. Although I will remind you all that Tottenham Hotspur are currently in first place in the Premier League. They play Chelsea tomorrow morning or afternoon, depends on where you are. Just a shout out. I know Daniel Merchant is an Arsenal fan, so I thought I'd bring that up. Don't know if he's in the chat at all, but yeah, I thought I'd just bug him. This has been an interesting championship, although it kind of was decided last month at Algarve. Seawolf became uncatchable. Both Seawolves in the DPI and LMP2 classes became uncatchable. However, the Sim Apex number 68 pulled away just enough to make it look like that a clean sweep won't be possible for that Seawolf team. They were so close to winning all three classes. It would have been the 42 in the DPI class, the 46 in the LMP2, and the 74 in the GTE class, but it looks like the 74 won't be contesting for the win today in the GTE, so I think Premislav Majda's and Max Jansson's championship is just about secure there. We're also ticking down, crucially, to the 6 hour mark where half points will be given out. David Lutz says, what's up? What's up with you, David? I'm doing pretty good. Still in lockdown here in Ontario as cases spike of COVID-19. That kind of sucks. Everything's shut down. Can't really go to a bar and watch the Spurs Arsenal game that's coming up with my friend Ben. That's a shame. But anyways, I digress. What's up in the Netherlands and with you, David Lutz? See, chat interaction. This is what ARL's all. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm doing a shameless plug for the league that you're already watching. But yeah, it's nice to have a little fan interaction. Sometimes they don't. Nobody really comments, and I get lonely, especially with no battles to keep me company in these long stints of commentary. I've almost got an hour done, which is wow. It's really flown by. It might be nice to take a look now at the running order. I'm gonna switch the overlays to check out all the individual classes. So in the DPI class, it switches over now. Jan Katau, of course, leads the way. He's in the pits now. He's been in there for almost 2 minutes, it looks like. I don't think that can be right. That would be either a lot of damage and tires and fuel, or something weird happened. I think that's a glitch. I'm actually going to refresh the race timing, because that definitely can't be right. Apparently he's been in the pits for 2 minutes. That makes no sense to me. But anyways, Dionysus Pharos is 132 seconds back of Jan Katau. Doesn't look like there's much of hope of catching him in this race. No, there's definitely something wrong with the standings there. Yes, now he's out of the pit lane. Pharos, I'm sure I'm getting that name wrong. If his teammate wants to comment in the chat how to fix it. David Lutz says, unfortunately, I'm not winning the race. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, David. Hopefully you can gain a few positions. Kispus is in the pits again. Why? That's something I don't have the answer to. Even if I were to switch to him, I wouldn't be able to tell you why he's in the pits. I can only tell you that he is in the pits. So it's Jan Katau, Dionysus Pharos, Gijs Sonnevald in the number 999 car in third. Then Janis Orzakowski in the number 99. So lots of nines in the top four. That number 99 is the Racing OPP car. Jonas Kaufmann, Janis Orzakowski, Anis Koyunzic. And then it's actually Santo Inquist LMP2 car that comes next. You have to go down 3 positions to that cursed car of Darius Andre, who actually is now beating the number 95 F1 RO driven by Ionid Busila, sorry, not Basilia. So Darius Andre actually made up a position. He's trying to correct for past mistakes. It's a very long way back from Janis Orzakowski now, though. So I think it's all about consolidating some solid points for that 64 car. Lattice and Milnes are catching. Click on Milnes and I'll see. Okay. Give the people what they want. I'll click on Kieran Milnes. In the LMP2 car. Peter Lattice is actually ahead in the DPI. It's only 122 seconds now from Kieran Milnes to Gergely Kispos, so it's almost a 100-second gain since I talked to Cameron Hawes just a few minutes ago. And we'll look at the LMP2 standings now. And give you a little rundown. Ernest Lepens leads for Agostinho Force Polonia. Then Santa Enquist only a few seconds behind. There's been the soup's been brewing. Not brewing, but the soup's been cooking between them all day. And I'm sure it's going to come to a boil at some point. Not just yet, though. They keep barely missing each other in the pit stop phase. I'm sure at some point they'll be coming together. Hopefully not in the literal sense. Then it's Gabor Hevesi, a long way back. He's in a good spot for a podium at the moment, but I think he's only 20 seconds ahead of Merguli. Gabor Hevesi for the number 22. The number 22 Mutant Sim Racing, and then it's Martin Merguli for the 95 DEAC Mugen. So I don't know if those are technically teammates because they're both Mugen cars, but I think one might be a combined team, or I don't know if it's a junior team. Then it's Jurika Slovanac. He's raced in I think every race so far this season, so a good mainstay in Jurika. He always produces some solid performances. Don't know if I've spoken to him yet in my commentary. That's the Royal Blue number 13. I think they've been. I think they're pretty competitive. Yeah, they're currently third in the championships, but not a perfect day for them. Not the one they would have wanted at Le Mans, that's for sure. Lattice just pitted, says Cameron Hawes. And his boy Kieran Milnes eats up the time. Ah, that's why he's behind. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cameron. So back to checking the running order. Jurka Slovanac, then Laszlo Santo. He's 3 seconds ahead of Jack Smith. Now they can't separate. They're like two magnets. You can pull them apart as much as you want, but Jack Smith is only 3 seconds behind Laszlo Santo yet again, despite a very long pit stop. I'm not sure if Santo also made a pit stop. I'm guessing he did for that gap to come down so quickly. Then it's Grzesiek Lutzak in 15th place overall. I think that's about... sorry, I can check on the left there. That's 8th in class. Then it's Gergo Kovac in 17th overall, the last points paying position. If he can hold on to that for another hour and 13 minutes, he'll be picking up a point in this race. Harm Kirsten in 11th for the number 24. That's Team KBR. Then you have Pascal Eggert in the Sim Apex car. Not a great day for them. Pascal Eggert certainly has seen better days. Fisher then Nils Fischer. I think that's a Nova car. You have number 52, the number 52 Nova with David Tepper and Yannick Muller. Then Vladislav Mochilienko's Sim Apex car, the LMP2s for the green and yellow. Not having the best of days, I must say. The only saving grace is Max Janssen and Premislav Majdica giving their typical performance. Up at the top of the GT class, and then Maciej Kasprzyk a little further down, 10 seconds only behind Vladislav Mochilenko now. Then it's a long way back to Robert Dobai, 77 seconds behind them. He's racing for the 23 MPL team, Kamil Jablonski, Gregory Kispos, and now he's only 116 seconds ahead of Kieran Milnes, who's closing in at a right rate of knots. A few mistakes from, I think, Gregory Kispos, and a few maybe penalties. That's it for the LMP2 class. Then the GTEs. We have Premislav Majdica leading the way. Then it is the 51 Speedy Might of Greg Hall. Speedy Might, of course, doing very well in the GTE Championship. They've had a few good performances this season. I think they had a few podiums at one of the races. Then it's Lazaros Filipakos for the 71 Speedy Might, so double podium for them. Pretty good day, I think, if you're Speedy Might, but you still will want to contend for a win, even if you won't take the championship. Daniel Kratsnai in the Omicron Sim Racing number 80. Then John Bennett, as I spoke about before, racing for Seawolf today. David Martin in the 12 Solo Sport. Joseph Fogg in the 75 GT. That's Seawolf. Seawolf again. Then Jack Coven, who we spoke to earlier, in the 72 GTE. He's back in the car now. Good luck to him. He's racing for Nova Finlandia. Michel Arujo, I should say, in the 18 Brazil race team. We had some Brazilian fans earlier. Not the best day for Romildo Jr. and company, but they still do have a chance of making up some solid points in this race. Just a few positions to gain. Then Johan Van Doren in the 335 DC Racing. They've slogged it out for the entire season so far, and it's another good performance from Johan, I must say, in today's race. Then Edgar de Rijk. I think actually those are DNF cars. Yeah, those are DNF cars. So not a great performance, I suppose, for the 335 DC Racing. Apologies. My Discord was blocking the DNF symbol. Pascal Eggert is now 2.8 seconds behind, but more importantly, Gergo Kovac is now only... Oh, looks like he's made a mistake. Oh, he's gone into the pit lane. So he was a few tenths behind Niels Fischer, and I was getting excited, but nope, into the pit lane. Don't have anything to bring you at the moment in terms of good driving. Instead, what we're going to do is have a word from our sponsors while I take a drink of water and rest my throat. Enjoy these advertisements as the race goes on. Hope you're enjoying the 12 Hours Le Mans.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours Le Mans. I'm Nick Barnsdale, still with you, probably for the next few hours. It's the finale, and as you see there, it's round 6 of the 6-round championship. Let's maybe go over the event one more time. Gonna take a look at the track map. It's a very long one, 29 degrees today, fairly warm on track, although I don't think the virtual drivers care too much. Back to the timing page and back to the race now. No development since you were away. It's just been about the status quo. Ernest Lepin still leading the LMP2 class. Jan Katzau still leading the DPI class, and Premislav Majtika still leading in the GTE class. Ibrahim Khan is in the pits for that 74 Seawolf car. Not looking great for them today to win the championship, but yeah, it would have been tough. They would have required pretty much two straight wins over the course of both 6-hour events. Not really 2 events, but both 6-hour sessions. So I think if they could come away with a podium today, maybe catch Lazaros Filipakos, I think they would be pretty happy with that. As they'll be collecting 2 championship trophies today, with the 42 winning the DPI class and Ernest's taking the LMP2 class, along with. Am I going crazy? No, sorry. It'd be Santu Enqvist taking the number 40, taking the LMP2 class, number 46 car. When Ross was making a few mistakes, he blamed being hungover. I can't blame that. I'll just have to blame it on being silly. We're about to have an on-track battle, it looks like. Pascal Eggert's closing in on Harm Kirsten in that very pretty pink livery. That's the number 24 car. I definitely knew what it was before, but my short-term memory is getting to me. I just realized the game sounds very low. That's the Team KBR car, and Pascal Eggert is right in the slipstream down this very long hilly straight, going into the fast right-hander, and now the slower right-hander. This is the death curve, as I call it, because that right there happens. That's a spin from, I don't know who that is, but it is a big spin, and that's what I think is like the YouTube corner of the Nürburgring. And now they're going side by side through the fast right-hander. Pascal Eggert on the outside, Harm Kirsten on the inside, and through the fast right-hander, it's going to be Pascal Eggert coming out in front. A little defensive move from Eggert, or maybe just a little weave to show that he's come out on top, and a nice move from the LMP2 Sim Apex car, and now the gap is growing already. So just very nice racing. Perfect racecraft from Pascal Eggert, I must say. And the gap has increased almost to a second already, as a bunch of, I believe those are DPIs, look to lap Harm Kirsten. They could be other LMP2s, I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, it looks like Pascal Eggert is going to get away at the moment, unless this Porsche does something silly, which I don't think he will do. We've had some good racing today. I don't think we've had too many instances with back markers, although that very long Stewart's Report channel may say otherwise. I don't think the back markers have been a huge issue today. I'm sure someone in the stream who's been hurt by a back marker will correct me. And he's going to have to go around the outside of this Porsche, and yeah, Harm Kirsten has actually gained a little bit of time. It's only a few tenths gap now. Harm definitely got around the car better than faster than Pascal did. But I think Pascal's just got a bit better pace than Harm at the moment. And breaking news, Ben Gilzinski is into the pits from the lead of the DPI class. Dionysus Faros is quite a bit of ways behind in that class, so I don't think we'll be seeing any overtakes from him. And Ben Gilzinski's already out of the pit lane, so not much hope for a battle there. Ben Gilzinski is probably going to run away with this race. No reason for me to assume he's going to make any kind of a mistake. He hasn't all season, at least that I've seen, so very consistent driving from him. A battle that's been developing all race long. Jack Smith and Laszlo Santo are about to meet again. Jack Smith is only 1.8 seconds down on that number 7 car now. that Ballast HVML team racing car. I think we had a Ballast person in chat earlier. Root on your man if you wish to. Laszlo Santo trying to defend from Jack Smith, who's only 6/10 behind now. Looks like Laszlo's caught behind. Laszlo's caught behind that Porsche, and now Jack Smith is swerving around to look for a way past Laszlo. It's the Nova car on the HBML Ballast car, as we've seen before, and look at him just bear down. It's going to happen sooner rather than later, it looks like. And these two are very close now. Jack Smith only 5/10 behind. Laszlo's driven well since getting caught behind that back marker. Wonderful to see a steward's report on that, because if I were in the cockpit of that HBML car right now, I would be fuming as Jack Smith dances around in my mirrors. Not really an overtaking zone this, so a little reprieve for Laszlo Santo, but he has to keep the pace up, and it looks like Jack Smith is now right on his tail. Good driving from Jack, a good consistent driver, and he's going to be looking for the overtake right now. Down the straight, he's going to have a nice boost from the slipstream, and you can see the gap now less than 1/10 of a second. Here comes Jack Smith down the inside on Laszlo Santo. He's taking the lead provisionally prior to the braking zone. Laszlo Santo gets right in his slipstream. He's going to look to come back at him. 7 hours to go, and Jack Smith commemorates that with a very nice overtake. About as smooth as you can get if you're Jack Smith looking to pick up some places in this race. Just take it down the straight. Don't lose any time in the corner. Maximize the exit, and he's through. Jack Smith is now on the leaderboard on the left-hand side. That was the battle. That was the battle for the TV money. Jack Smith is now in 6th place in the LMP2 class, and it'll be interesting to see if he can pull away from Laszlo Santo. We'll keep an eye on that, but yeah, not much else going on right now. Something to also watch out for is when you see the penalty pop up, drivers are only allowed 5 track cuts for this race before they get a drive-through penalty. Normally it's a lot longer. Normally it's 8. Apologies. Shouldn't have had coffee earlier. Normally it's 8 cuts before a drive-through, which allows you to make a few more mistakes. It's not really about punishing corner cutting. It's more about, you know, lenient about mistakes, because I don't think any of these drivers are purposely corner cutting, and it looks like now Santos is going to come back at Jack Smith. He just doesn't seem to have that extra oomph to close down the gap enough to get in range for an overtake, although we have some slow corners coming up, I believe. And he's going to get alongside, thinks better of it, back into the slipstream, through the fast right-hander, now into the slow left. Jack Smith keeps the position for now. He's got to keep up the pace because Laszlo Santos keeping him honest. That sight in the rearview mirror is not welcome as that LMP2 is spinning in the grass. I think that's actually a DPI. He's missing his rear wing, if I'm not mistaken. Not what you want around Le Mans, especially. Looks like that's going to be another pit stop. Not entirely sure who that was. Might have been Peter Lattis. I don't actually know who that livery belongs to. I think it was Sim Apex colors, but I'm not sure if it was a Sim Apex car. Yanis Rosakowski's into the pits from P4 and LMP2. Ernest Lepens enters the pits, and it looks like Santu Engqvist is now going to take the lead of the LMP2 class. Santu Engqvist takes the lead of the LMP2. I've been asked to tab to Kieran Milnes. I can get that for you in just a second. Kieran Milnes. Let's get a look at Kieran. Maybe right on board. Ah, that's who it was. Kieran Milnes makes a huge mistake, and he is without a rear wing. He's going to have to drive very slowly back to the pit lane. He was trying to catch Gergely Kispos, but he's going to be losing a lot of time for the rest of this lap, especially if he doesn't keep it in a straight line, which I know is almost impossible with these LMP2s without rear wings. Luckily, the pit lane is right here. Got to be very careful in the entry without the downforce. I gotta say, well done to Kieran to keep it in a straight line with no rear wing. I broke my rear wing at, I believe, the first ever ARL, an ARL test event, and it wasn't fun, let me tell you. Lost his rear wing. It was Kieran, says Cameron Haas. Yeah. Unfortunate for Kieran. He's gonna lose some time to Gergely now. It's not over yet though, and Santu Engqvist just received a penalty. More developments in this dramatic LMP2 class. It's a penalty for Santo Enquist just as he strikes the lead again. On board with Santo now. He's taking the lead. He's got 77 seconds to Ernest Lepens, but now he's got to make an extra pit lane entry to serve a drive-through, presumably for too many track guys. Jeremy Talbot's also got a penalty. Haven't heard too much from him today. I think he might have just got in the car because when I ran down the order earlier, I didn't see him. I can't find him in the list either. Yeah, there is in the 51 GT, 29th overall. Crucially, he's second in class, and he is only 50 seconds off. I say only. In endurance racing, that's not that much at all. One pit stop can be that much. So Jeremy Talbot could be losing out to Filipakos here, and I'm sure he's trying to make some moves on Premislav Majtica, and that penalty is certainly not going to help matters. Looks like we have a driver change in the 22 LMP2. Can't find it, but I think there's a driver change. Yes, Zoltan Boda is in for the 22 LMP2 car. That was Mutant Sim Racing. I believe Gabor Hevesi was the last driver. He's handed the reins to Zoltan Boda, who's going to try to chase down Martin Marguli, who is 18 seconds up the road now for P3 in class in the LMP2s. Ernest Lepens, 74 seconds behind Santo Enquist. Hopefully we'll get to see them together on track soon. Hopefully more metaphorically than physically. But endurance races are tough. These corners are tough, especially the more tight, twisty ones. Sometimes when you're the car behind, you make a rash decision and it hurts. I'm sure Ernest Lepens will keep a cool head though if he does end up battling with Santo Enquist. I think I need to refresh the stream overlays. Someone stopped at the pit exit. Nova was stopped at the pit. A Nova car was stopped at the pit exit. Not what you want to see. Yeah, I saw that as I followed one of the cars through onto the first sector. I wondered what that was, and I think we'll probably see a penalty for that. I would expect one to be given out. There was a report a few minutes ago asking for code 60, but I don't think there will be one for the rear wing loss. A few disagreements, it looks like, in the chat about corner cutting, I think. Not entirely sure what's going on there. Looks like one of the Seawolf cars is under investigation of some kind, but I don't have any more info for you on that. Jack Smith is closing down again on Laszlo Santo. Oh no, he's not closing down. They're in the pit lane together. These guys stuck together like glue for the whole race. Chris Gitzoff is going to get involved now. He's only a few seconds behind, and I think he's going to overtake them both in the pit stops. Yeah, he will. Chris Gitzoff is in the pits as well. He's overtaking them both, but now Laszlo Santo and Jack Smith are going to be coming out of the pits. Looks like Laszlo's left his pit box first. Nope, nobody's left their pit box. So it's very close. For I believe that's P9 in class for the LMP2s. No, that's P6. P6 is what's up for grabs between Gitzoff, Smith, and Santo. They're going to leave their pit box before Gitzoff does, so he's just a bit behind this pairing. Jack Smith and Laszlo have been going at it all race. Appreciate them for giving me a little action. Harm Kirsten and Christian Malkarak, sorry if I get that name wrong, are pretty close on track. 1.8 seconds separate them. And I think Kirsten's gone into the pit lane. That would make sense. Nope, just in behind. Yeah, Kirsten has gone into the pit lane. The gap suddenly increased. I was concerned that there might have been a spin, but yeah, it looks like just a bit of a pit stop for Harm Kirsten. Maybe a driver switch. Let's see. Not yet. Not sure whether we'll see a driver swap from them. Harm Kirsten is driving. I can't get back to my Teams chat. Yes, there it is. Kirsten is driving the number 24 Team KBR with Joachim Lovison and Jack Jordmana. Jordmana. Am I getting that right? Someone tell me. Harm Kirsten pulls away from the pit lane, 5 seconds clear of Nils Fischer, who I believe pitted in behind them. So far, the gaps are getting spread out. Now he tries to chase down Peter Nagy, who's ahead in I believe the Huskenveld car. I didn't know Huskenveld was running a team. I must be mistaken. It must be a different car. It's called the Gen team of Gerko Kovac, Peter Nagy. Two-man team there. Interesting to see, especially when you have cars with 4 guys in it, like the Ground Effect AM car number 108. That's the car Gerkely Kissbus has been driving. 6 hours and 50 minutes to go. I'll be with you for the next 50 minutes, I think, before I go for a break. Then we'll take a look at how the points will affect the standings. I believe Violet Pelletier will be joining us at some point soon. I think you heard from her earlier. But we could see her again in the commentary booth. She's also racing today. I think she was in the car just a little while ago. Antony's comment in the chat. Not gonna repeat that because Santu can easily fire me. How's everyone's day going? I think we have about 50 people watching right now. I'd like to just ask how everyone's day is going. Hopefully you're all enjoying the stream. I know my commentary isn't groundbreaking or anything, but I hope you've all been enjoying, and I hope all your drivers are doing well if you're racing today. I'd like to mention a little banter that went on before the race started. Darius Andre, who's now quite a bit down the order in the DPI class. Another penalty for Santu Engqvist. I don't know if that was imposed by the stewards, but because that's a very quick... So it was the 3rd warning for the number 46 Seawolf car, resulting in a drive-through for reaching the maximum amount of warnings. Aggressively turned in, apparently, while lapping, resulting in a contact with the number 88, and another warning to be careful when turning in and lapping cars. Max Janssen comes in with a rebuttal to Antony's earlier comment. And Santu's going to get another penalty, and so more time lost to Ernest Lepens. The gap has come down about 30 seconds since Ernest pitted and Santu took the lead. Santu's going to have to take another drive-through, which will take away probably another 20 seconds or so. And then assuming he still has to make one extra pit stop, although the strategy is still a bit of a mystery to me at this point. It would be cool to see a stops counter. Max, thanks for that in the chat. He sent some Mandarin characters. That's interesting. Martin Mergeli is closing in on Zoltan Boda in the LMP2s. This battle is for 3rd in the LMP2 class. It's just 8/10 separating them. Martin Merguli, he was a few seconds behind earlier, I believe, when we last checked. Now he's less than a second behind in TRS range. Not really, because there's no DRS in these cars. Another battle to look out for. Pascal Eggert is only 3/10 ahead of Laszlo Santo in the further down in the LMP2 class. But right now we're taking a look on board with Zoltan Boda and Martin Merguli coming down this straight. and it looks like Zoltan got a bit of a better run. Maybe he's running lower downforce. So it looks like Zoltan's got his position safe for the time being. We're gonna hop on now with Laszlo Santo, who's trying to chase down Pascal Eggert. Pascal's got to lap a car now. No, he's got to B laps, I think. It's now 1.2 seconds the gap, although it's coming down significantly. And it looks like Santo's been lapped now. And he's now under threat from Christian Malkarek. I think it's Malkarek. 1.3 seconds behind in the LMP2 class. Laszlo seems to be slipping away from Pascal Eggert, and eighth in the LMP2s. No battles among the GTEs to show you this month. Kieran and Kispu's battle is brewing, says Cameron Hawes. I'll check that out. Well, it doesn't look like there's a battle yet, so to speak. It's about a 64-second gap between the two, but Kieran has definitely brought the gap down a lot. The gap is actually closing. I'm assuming Maciej Kasprzyk is in the pit lane. He's retired. Yeah, Maciej Kasprzyk has retired from the race. He's DNF'd now. Jeremy Talbot has pitted from P2 in the GTE class. Now he's back out onto the track. 36 seconds behind Primislav Majdica in the 68 Sim Apex. Then Lazaris Filipakos has gained some time from that pit stop. He's 23 seconds behind now. Jeremy Talbot, those are your podium sitters. So Kieran Milnes has gained a position with the DNF from Maciej Kasprzyk once he passes the pit lane, of course. And Kieran Milnes is up into 25th overall. I think that's about 13th in class, I want to say. 12th or 13th, around there. A few positions off the points. I think that would be a good achievement. Watch Kieran, it's spicy. Okay, I am watching Kieran, I think. And it looks like a very angry LMP2 car is coming up to lap Kieran. Moving around a little bit in the rearview mirrors. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some flashing lights soon. And Kieran is not relenting at the moment. He's going to make the LMP2 that's wanting to lap go the long way around the outside. We see a Sim Apex closing up in the background. So a good little recovery. Picked up another position despite losing his rear wing earlier. He's still a bit behind any points paying positions, and it's 181 seconds back to Gergely Kispus after I'm guessing Kieran made a pit stop. Almost a lap gap. Christian Malkarek and Laszlo Santo are coming back together again. It's only a second though, so just not close enough for any side-by-side action. Maybe these lapped cars will pose a challenge to both of them. Santo appears to be dealing with a little bit worse, maybe a bit worse luck getting them in corners. 1.3 seconds is the gap now, so nothing to show you there. Pascal Eggert is only 2 seconds behind Peter Nagy. He's not given up that battle yet. I'm going to go for a short break. I'll leave you with Martin Merguli and Zoltan Boda and their possibly future battle. We'll have to see. I'll be back in just a few minutes. I have returned from my short break, and I must bring you big news. It looks like a glitch has foiled the plans of the 46 Seawolf, previously driven by Santo Enquist. They recently switched to Thomas Andrea Miharisoa. However, it looks like a bug has put them 20 laps behind now. I don't know what the problem is with the game, why this keeps happening. Unfortunately, it looks like the Seawolf number 46 car, which I believe still has the championship locked down. Actually, no, it doesn't technically have it locked down. It's only a 27-point gap. So if the Royal Blue 13 or the Valencia Racing or even the Sim Apex 66 or the Blue Steel number 10 even could possibly make them enough points now. I thought it was impossible earlier due to the position of the 46 car, but the LMP2 championship is now up for grabs. Suddenly, it's the number 99 Abbastanio Force Polonia leading, though. The number 22 car of Boda and the Musen Sim Racing team, they're not in the championship fight at all. Then you've got Martin Marguli in the 95. I believe that's F1RO. The 95 DEAC Musen Sim Racing. Sorry, 95 is the F1RO car in the DPI class. The number 95 DESA Mugen car is also not in the championship fight. Then you go back to the 99 Abbastanio Force Polonia of David. Sorry, that's apologies for that. Then the 13 Eureka Slovanac, who I believe is now 4th in class. Yes, that is the championship scenario. So it's 4th in class for Eureka Slovanac. That would net him 12 points. In order to win the championship and steal it away from Santo Enquist and the Seawolf team, he would need to pick up a total of 29. So if he picked up 12, that would bring the gap down to 17. He would need to finish 2nd overall. If he finishes 4th in the first 6 hours, he would need to make up 2 more positions to win the championship from Seawolf, who was unfortunately stricken by the bug that put them 20 laps behind the leader and pretty much put them out of contention for this race. Ernest Lepens now and the number 99 Abbastanio Force Polonia appear to have been gifted a win in the LP2 class if they don't throw it away, or if the bug doesn't strike them too. We'll have to wait and see, as you know, it's a bit of a cliche to say anything can happen in endurance, but well, we've just seen anything happen. It's a glitch that takes 20 laps away from you and puts you pretty much last in class. Pretty tragic to see that happen during the biggest race of the season. Very unfortunate. I don't think there's anything anyone can do about it. It's just a glitch with the game, with the simulator. Apologies to the Seawolf team that have worked so hard this season. I mean, their championship is still well and truly alive. If Eureka Slovanac doesn't do something crazy in the rest of this race, you have to make up 100 seconds to catch Boda in 2nd. But it does open the door for some possible championship-changing implications if Slovanac were to pull something out. That number 13 car has Eureka Slovanac driving right now. He's got Patrick Silvazzi and Riccardo Pellegrini for company. I'm assuming we saw one of them at the start, probably Patrick Silvazzi. I believe he usually does the first stint for that team, and then I think Riccardo Pellegrini will probably see in some form later. Darius Andre has worked his way up to 5th in the DPI class. He's in the pits now, though. David Petrie is in 6th. Petrie or Petrie, hopefully someone from his team can let me know. Kieran is now down to 50 seconds. Yeah, Kieran Milnes has now a 50-second gap to Kispus in the GT class. Could be another place made up. Now we follow Zoltan Boda into the pit lane. Laszlo Santo is almost back up on the rear of Christian Malkarek. These two, I believe we're in code 80. That makes sense. They've all slowed down. Pretty sure we're in code 80, and I'm gonna put up the graphic. I think we're in code 80 right now. Yep, the cars are going very slowly over the rise. And we're in Code 80 territory now. Cameron Haas. Watch Kieran. He's going to pass Kispos. Okay, I will do that. I'm assuming he'll do that after. Oh, wow. And he has passed Kispos. Sorry, I saw your message so late. Kieran Milnes has passed Gergely Kispos. So, a place made up for that number 88 car. Good on them. RH Motorsport takes over 24th overall from Gergely Kispos. That 108 car not having the best of days, of course. A few crashes, a few penalties. Unfortunate for them. Under Code 80 now, not entirely sure what the incident was. Going to check the stewards chat to see if I can get a read. No announcement on what the reasoning is for the Code 80. I'm assuming we had a car go off somewhere and cause an incident. Attila Lukac, I think it's Lukac, I think that's how you say that, took the opportunity to pit the number 95 LMP2 car. And they're going to get what's effectively a free pit stop because they're all going the speed limit. So you only really lose the time that you're pitting, and you gain a lot of time because everyone else has to make their pit stops as well. And they'll be losing time down the pit straight, whereas Attila Lukac is not losing any time at all. That's the number 95 car in the LMP2 class. The DAC Mugen Sim Racing team, Lukac, Patrick Attila. We saw Murguli Marson in as the last driver. There's also Zoltan Varkonyi. Well, this is peaceful. You can hear the low drum of the LMP2 engine. And not much else. The roar has gone down to a murmur. Just for the time being, I'm sure we'll be going green soon. You'll know because the cars will accelerate. There's not going to be any green going on. That happens in the TeamSpeak server. And now we're going to see two more opportunistic drivers enter the pit lane. Looks like there's been a lot of those. Makes sense. We have 2-3 cars in the pits right now. Can't say I blame them. It's just a perfect strategy call to take this opportunity and save some time, although I'm assuming the Code 80 is going to end soon. It is a little bit of time gained. Let's go and visit Laszlo Santo. I'm sure he's going to be looking to absolutely mince Christian Malkarek, who he's been chasing all race. These two, like glue and paper, stuck together. Christian Malkarek and Laszlo Santo, and we're green. Laszlo Santo roars away, trying to chase down Christian Malkarek. Looks like Malkarek got a bit of a better launch. Off the Code 80. And he's going to keep the lead going to this corner. The gap is now 0.6. Laszlo Santo looks a little bit flat-footed on the getaway. And now Malkarek is going to try to speed off into the distance. Unlikely, though, if the pass is any indication of the future, because there's just been no separating these two all race long. And the P6, the battle for P6 is getting interesting. The two single-digit teams, Laszlo Santo in the 7 car, Christian Malkarek in the 4 car. That's Ballas HVML Racing and Royal Blue Racing. The number 13 Royal Blue, of course, is in the title fight now in the LMP2 car. In the LMP2 class, the number 4 Royal Blue is not. They're just racing for pride, but it would be nice, I think, for them to win this moral victory and the on-track victory, of course, over Christian Malkarek. Now 1.9 seconds away. They're actually ahead. Christian Malkarek is in the number 4 car, leading by 1 second over Laszlo Santo. It's not a massive gap to Jack Smith. It's only about 16 seconds now, but 16 seconds, nothing to sneeze at. It gives you a cushion enough to be able to not worry about the guy behind and start pushing. Just worry about that and let your teammates worry about the strategy. Do what you got to do to take 5th place. Would be good points for Jack Smith and the number 50 car. But who we've really got to watch out for, as I said before, is Jurgi Slovanac. He's 10th in class. He's 10th overall, but 4th in class. Would be nice for him to make up another position before the 6-hour mark. Not looking likely, though. A penalty assigned to Pascal Eggert, as you see on the top of your screen there. Would be nice for him to make up another position. Would take the edge off for the extra 6 hours. However, he knows, I'm assuming by now, that if he finishes 4th now and 12th, and sorry, wow, I'm really losing it as I come to the end of my announcing stint. If he takes 4th now and 2nd at the end of the race, he will win the championship for Royal Blue. I think they were just barely denied last season as well. I think they were in the title fight. Coming down to the wire, but I think Seawolf eventually won it in the end. I don't know if I have. I know I don't have Season 1's standings, but I don't believe it was won by Royal Blue. If I can get some clarification on that, actually, it would be interesting to see. It would be interesting to know who won that battle last year. Looks like no battle for the time being between Christian Malkarek and Laszlo Santo. Unfortunately, Christian has just a bit too much pace at the moment. Won't be a move from Laszlo Santo anytime in the foreseeable future unless any mistakes are made. But you know, these endurance guys, they thrive on being consistent. And I wouldn't expect to see any mistakes from either of them. Ben Gilsinski is 166 seconds ahead of Dionysus Pharos. It's unlikely to change from what I've seen so far. Ben Gilsinski is just too consistent. Jan Katau, very good as well. No reason to believe this 42 DPI will cede the top spot. Pascal Eggert is once again closing in on Ham Kirsten. Unfortunately, he's got that drive-through penalty, so I wouldn't expect to see a move anytime soon. He's going to have to serve that penalty eventually. He might want to get something done on track just for a moral victory before heading in to serve his penalty for being a very naughty boy and cutting some corners. Harm Kirsten now getting smaller and smaller through his windshield, although he's gaining time now. Very nice run out of that corner. He's going to bring it to within a second as they head down this back straight. It is going to come down to just about less than a second. And Eggert is gaining time all the way down the straight. I think at this point it's got to be a better aero package. I don't think it's really down to the run, and I think he's gained a lot of time into that braking zone. Pascal braked a lot later, and he's gaining time on the exit too. Pascal now only 4/10 behind. A great corner from him. Sees him rocket into striking range for an overtake coming down into the next corner. He's got slipstream. He's got better pace down the straight. Does he have enough to go for the overtake? That Harm Kirsten number 24 car getting very big in his sights, and won't be enough to make an overtake into this corner. But can he get a better run? He does. Pascal Eggert has the absolute run on Harm Kirsten now. Blue flags. This GT is going to get right in the way of their battle. Steps to the side and allows them to pass on the straight. The roar of the LMP2 engines. Pascal Eggert is going to fly right by Harm Kirsten into 9th in class. Great driving from Pascal Eggert, and Harm Kirsten is well and truly out of the battle. I don't know what happened to him. I think he's just slowed down. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe he made a mistake. But yeah, Pascal Eggert wins a very scintillating battle. I don't know what happened on the straight there. Maybe Harm Kirsten just let Pascal Eggert by. Pascal Eggert still has to serve his drive-through penalty, of course, for cutting the track so many times. And now Malkarek has just been overtaken by Laszlo Santo as he goes into the pit lane. Ibrahim Khan is chasing down Lazaros Filipakos for P3 in the GTE class. I believe Ibrahim Khan had a penalty earlier, and now he's going to go right by Lazaros. Ibrahim's been great all season for the Seawolf team. Looking unlikely to take the championship today unless something tragic would happen to Przemysław Majtka. But he's got at least a podium for Le Mans at the time being. I don't think Lazaros will be letting him go with any delight. He's right on the back, and look at how close he gets to the rear diffuser of Ibrahim Khan. They're side by side, down the straight, down the hill. Lazarus is back in front. He sticks a nose ahead of Ibrahim Khan, down into the braking zone. Ibrahim turns in better, and Lazarus turns in better. He's gonna take the position back from Ibrahim Khan. And now they head on to this twisty little straight here as Ibrahim in the Porsche looks to make another move. Ibrahim now lost a bit of time onto the straight, but he's gaining it all back now. I think he's got a lower downforce setup coming into this next corner. Lazarus still ahead for P3. Ibrahim dancing around in the mirrors into the slow right-hander, the corner of death as I like to call it. Nobody dies, but a little slide from Ibrahim Khan, dancing around on the limit. Lazarus Filipakos in the pink Speedy Might livery. Ibrahim Khan in the very powerful Seawolf car. 3/10 between them. It's been an exciting battle so far. Gonna interrupt your battle to say Dionysius Pharos is pitted from P2 in the LP2 class. Shouldn't affect the standings at all. But here comes Ibrahim Khan. He slingshots past on the straight. He's taking the lead. Nose out in front. And the headlights of the Seawolf car emerge in front. But they're still side by side through the left-hander. Lazarus not letting him by. Great driving. He found the grip around the outside, and now down the inside, a bit of contact, a little bit of rubbing. Lazarus spits out Ibrahim Khan, and Ibrahim Khan has to settle for P4 at the moment, but a great battle between these two. And it's not over yet as the LMP2 laps them. Here comes two angry prototypes in the background. Lazarus, though, still leading. Great racecraft from both of these to avoid a collision and remain close together. Lazarus holding the position for now into this twisty section. I believe this is the Porsche curves now under the Michelin sign, and it's a better run from Lazarus Filipakos now. Ibrahim Khan still just in behind, a stream favorite now through this tight left-hander. Ibrahim appears to have a better run. Here comes the DPI flashing his lights, looking to overtake. He shoves Ibrahim Khan a little bit, and now he's going to overtake Lazarus Filipakos. A bit of time lost now by Ibrahim Khan as we head through the final two chicanes. And Lazarus gets a bit of a worse line, although he's got a better exit onto the home straight. 6 hours, 20 minutes to go, and it's all boiling over. Here comes this LMP2, I believe. That's Cam Hawes' teammate that we spoke to earlier. Not his teammate that we spoke to, but his teammate. Lazarus, though, leading as they head into the first curves, and a big mistake from Ibrahim Khan. And he's a second behind now. Ibrahim just got the racing line all wrong, and Lazarus now has a bit of a cushion to work with. It's down to one. It's now 1 second, and Lazarus can try to pull away with that Speedy Might car without the blowtorch coming in from behind. A great battle between these two, and just what you want to see as they head towards the halfway mark, where points will be assigned based on race position. I'll keep those two in the back of my mind. No other battles going on right now, so we might as well stick with them. Ibrahim Khan slowly chipping away. It looks like he's got just slightly better pace at the moment, maybe about 0.2 a lap better. And Ibrahim Khan's been given a penalty for Ibrahim Khan. Disappointing to say the least. This could be the end of their battle. I'm going to check the steward's chat to see if there's any explanation. Nope, looks like it was just a corner cutting, too many corner cuts. Oh wait, I was in the wrong channel. Let's take a look at the steward's announcement. No penalty for number 74 listed, so it must have just been too many corner cuts. Disappointing way to see this battle end. Although I wouldn't rule out Lazarus getting one either. It's just so easy to cut at Le Mans. You make a mistake, or maybe you just get the line a little bit wrong, and bam, that's a cut. And you only get 5 of those, despite the fact that your car is going for 12 straight hours. That's 12 hours for the entire car, not just the driver. So you get 5 warnings, then a drive-through, and then 5 more warnings, and then a drive-through, and so on. Gap is only 0.8 now. I'm assuming with the penalty Ibrahim will want to make it over, take on Lazarus, or maybe he'll be a bit more prudent and try to just keep his pace at the max to not lose any time to the car ahead, which he will be chasing for position for most of the rest of this race. I think. I'm not sure how the pit stops shake out in the current order, but I'm sure Ibrahim will want to take the podium. And a penalty for Robert Dobai now in the LMP2 class. Robert Dobai, where is Robert Dobai? Where is Robert Dobai? He is some ways down the order. I think he might be around 10th or so in the LMP2 class. Robert Dobai, driving for the 23 MPL racing team, piloted by Marcin Novak, Thomas Riesten himself. As we near the 6-minute mark, might be a good time to review the order of the present field. Ben Gilzinski still way out in front for the DPI class. It's been a great race from him. Just the standard you'd really expect from the team of Gilzinski and Katau. Lake Checket's having a great race in P2 for the number 999 car. Not sure which one that is. I think that's not the Force Polonia. No, it is the Force Polonia. The 999 Abyssinia Force Polonia in P2. Then the 999 of Sean Jones in third. Could be a nice podium for them. Then Ernest Lepens in fourth. He's in the LP2. Darius Andre worked his way back up into fourth in class, so a nice recovery drive from Darius Andre after some big problems earlier. I don't think he'll be done. I think he'll be looking to make up some more time and maybe take a step on the podium. That could be a bit audacious. Still half the race to go though. He's lost 2 laps in the first 6 hours. Nothing to say he can't gain 2 laps in the final 6 hours. Then it's Zoltan Boda. Apologies. Then it's Anis Kuyunzic, who is 5th in class. David Petrie, 6th in class. Then Williamson is in 7th. And Ladas in 8th place. He's struggling quite a bit in this race so far. Newcomb, David Newcomb, I believe is his name, has already retired. Nick Newcomb, sorry, retired a long time ago. What's going on in the LMP2s, you ask? This has been a bit of fireworks so far. We've had a few close battles, a few big glitches, which saw unfortunately Santu Engqvist fall all the way down the order in his 42 car. 20 laps down now. You see Andrea Miharisoa is 20th behind the DNF's Kasperik's car. It's Ernest Lepens now leading for the LMP2 class. Attila Lukac in 2nd, 42 seconds behind. Then Zoltan Boda, followed by a driver switch now to Riccardo Pellegrini in the 13 Royal Blue. Then Laszlo Santo, he's emerged in front of Christian Malkarek, who's in the 4 Royal Blue. It's a pretty big gap now. I'm guessing they're a bit out of order with the pit stops at this point. Chris Gitsov is 16 seconds behind Malkarek in the 15th place, number 7 LMP2. I just noticed there are also 2 number 7s. Harm Kirsten is then back in 9th in class, and the final points paying position belongs to Pascal Eggert in 10th. Yannick Muller, he's driving the number 52 Nova Finlandia in 11th place. At the outside, looking in for the points paying positions, Peter Benedict Nagy, a lap behind the leader, 21 seconds gap to Yannick Muller. Then it's Vladislav Moshchenko in 13th. Not the best day for him. I think he knows he can do better. I'm sure they've had some unfortunate incidents so far because their pace is a lot better than this. Robert Dobai, who we saw just got the penalty in 21st overall. He's 14th in class. Then it's then it's Daniel Birol in 15th. Kieran Milnes in 16th. Takac Mate in the LMP2 then. and then we're back to the GTE class. Then you have unfortunately the LMP2 of can't find it. The LMP2 of Andrea Miharisoa. Sorry, I couldn't find that. Oh, Thomas Andrea Miharisoa in 20th overall, 20th in class, sorry, and 40th overall. Now let's take a look at the GTE class as we see Smith and Zagaiva have both pitted from 5th and 6th. Nice little side-by-side here between these two prototypes. The GTEs now. Premislav Majtica leads for the number 68 Sim Apex car. Then it's Jeremy Talbot having a nice day in second. That's the number 51 Speedy Might Racing, who I believe are behind in the championship to the Sim Apex car. Then Lazaros Filipakos, who we saw earlier fighting with Ibrahim Khan. They're only a second away now, I think. So Ibrahim Khan has been making a few gains. Now down to a second, so let's cut trackside with them as we continue running down the GTE field. I will watch them go. It's Daniel Krasny for the number 80 car. That's Omicron Sim Racing. I think they've been just about there all race long. Solid points for 5th. And Varga Mate in the 878 car. I don't know where that number comes from, but yes, the 878 car not listed in the entry list. Then Michael Wozniak, the number 15 in 32nd overall. He's driving for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. Having now I would say it was a good day before. Now it's somewhat of a bad day after Santo Enquist glitch. They are still winning the DPI class, but I think anything less than that would have been a disappointment. Pretty bad day for them. The Seawolf car is not really getting their way at all, except for the men out in front. Then it's Joseph Fogg in P7 in class. He's racing the 75 DDoS racing car, followed by Billy Iceman in the solo sport racing. Then Jack Coven, who we spoke to earlier, in the number 72 Nova Finlandia. Michael Arujo in the 18 car 4. I believe that's Brazil Racing. Yes, it is Brazil Race Team, followed by Peter Schooneman. He's a good driver. Former Sim Apex driver in the 444 Fine Avon Motorsport car. Maciej Kasperik is in the middle of some GTs with his LMP2. I don't know if he's DNF'd or not. Yes, he has. He's just waiting for the GTs to come around and lap him. I wish my WhatsApp was not making sound right now. That would be fantastic. Gonna turn that down. I thought I did it earlier before stream. Apologies for that. Lucas Klazar is in 12th in class, and the rest are DNFs, Van Doren, De Rijk, Enrique Vikers, and Van der Sterren. So that's the way the field looks as we approach the 6-hour mark. After that, I'll be signing off. I'll be hopefully handing it off to one of my fellow commentators. I think I'll have to check the schedule again, actually. I have found my commentary sheet. I was scheduled to go for 3 hours. I think I've done that. Can't remember. The time really flies by when you're commentating. Oh my gosh. I'm getting a lot of messages in the chat. Sorry for not reading them. Looks like we're having a battle now. No, Ibrahim has dropped back from Lazaros Filipakos. He's gone into the pits, that's why. I think I just missed a battle. Sorry, guys. Let's cut on now to another battle, one we haven't seen before. Yannick Muller closes down on Joachim Lovesen. These two getting pretty close now. I think the headlights have come on as the sun starts to set in virtual France. Joachim Lovesen in 11th in class. Then it's Yannick Muller behind him. He's gaining all the way down the straight. Must have a lower downforce setup. I don't think the run would factor in this far down the straight. Maybe it's the slipstream helping out a bit. Joachim Lovesen half in, half out, considering a move into the next corner. 5/10 back. Yannick Muller just in behind, and they go into this slow left-hander, not close enough to make a move, but Muller gains some big time through that corner, and he's going to lose it on the exit, so he's going to stay about the status quo, gains time into the braking zone, and then loses time. No, he's going to gain time on the exit here. Actually, it's going to stay about the same. 5/10 is the gap between Lovesen and Muller. It's going to be close between them over the next few minutes. Lovesen and Muller very close. Muller racing for Nova Finlandia, as you can see, displayed prominently on their shark fin. Joachim Lovesen racing the number 24 car for Team KBR. We saw Harm Kirsten was in earlier. Member of their team not yet to go in, I don't think, is Jack Georgina. Definitely saying that name wrong, Jack. If you're in chat and want to correct me, please go ahead. 6/10 now. Joachim Lovesen looks to be gaining a little bit of time through this third sector. It's gone now down. Joachim Lovesen has got a bit of a worse run through the chicane. Yannick Muller got off a bit better. Now only 3/10 behind. Can't do a move through here. Of course, you just got to make sure you can set it up for the more technical sector too. Oh, looks like a big bit of a mistake from Muller. He went down to 8/10 there. Maybe looks like different lines as Muller breaks a bit earlier, but got a better exit. It looks like he's braking earlier in general through most of the first sector, but I thought he was braking a bit later through the third sector that we witnessed earlier. While that battle subsides, no more are really beginning at the moment. It's out of a stalemate as we head down towards 6 hours. The Royal Blue Racing is one to keep an eye on in the LP2 class. Hasn't picked up any more points. In fact, he's 157 seconds behind Zoltan Boda. So looks like they probably won't be gaining any more points during this 6 hours. It'll be up to them to try to pick up 2 places to win the championship over the next quarter of a day. They're getting closer now. Lovesen is only 5/10 ahead of Muller. Coming down the straight, they've got a prototype for company, and it looks like someone's flashing in the background. Don't know what that's all about. Bit of connectivity issues, I'm thinking. Muller closes down on Lovesen. 3/10 back now. This could be a move opportunity for Yannick Muller. Coming into a bit of a slower section now, into the left-hander. It looks like Lovesen braked just a bit later, but Muller's getting more from the exit, it looks like, while braking earlier. So the gap rises by like 3/10 and then just closes back to its previous figure on the exit. Here comes a DPI car in the background to lap them. Muller's still only 4/10 behind Joachim Lovesen. Can't find that extra maybe 10th a lap to close down the 24 car. And it would be great if he could do so, because then we get to see a very nice battle. Yep, Lovesen extending the gap through this twisty third sector. No gains yet from Yannick Muller. I have a request for LMP2 standings. Can do. Let's take a look at the LMP2 standings. Muller and Lovison fighting over 12th place right now. Now the gap goes out to about a second. Lapin's leading the way. Attila Lukac in second. Boda in third. Andrea Miharisoa is up to fourth? I am very confused. How can they be fourth? I think maybe the stewards have corrected an earlier glitch that cost them about 20 laps. Thomas Andrea Miharisoa now in fourth place in the LMP2 class, so maybe their championship hopes, maybe their championship chances aren't under threat at all, because P4 will be very much enough to secure the title, as the Royal Blue racing car that Pellegrini is currently in has been now knocked down to 5th with the correction of the glitch. I would love confirmation on this from the stewards to be able to tell me if they fixed that glitch earlier, or if it fixed itself, because that Seawolf car was definitely 20 laps behind. It's just 2 minutes until we hit the halfway mark of the 12 Hours Le Mans. Hope you've been enjoying the stream. If you have been, please give us a like, and maybe consider subscribing, because we've got a new F2 series on the way, coming in probably the next month or so, and then we'll have another great season of endurance racing, hopefully for you, in the next few months. Boda has pitted from third. Keep forgetting his first name. Apologies about that. Zoltan Boda. Zoltan. Cool name. Oh, Darius Andre has received a penalty after fighting his way back up to fourth in the DPI class. Unfortunate for him. I'm sure it won't be crushing, because there's already been so much unfortunate happened to him in the race. I don't think it will really have a huge effect. Cut on board now with Yannick Muller as he tries to chase down Joachim Lovison. We'll see kind of the lines they're taking through these corners. They come through this right-handed kink, and then this slow left kind of undulating corner that spits you out. Careful not to touch the gravel there, as Muller did, as you lose time. And here, one of the corners of death. You got to be careful to do 3 things: not run wide into the gravel, not spin on the exit, which I've seen so many people do through this year and last year's commentary sessions, and 3, not hit that little barrier that comes at you faster than you'll expect. I think no matter how long you do laps there, you're not really ready for that barrier to come up so fast, and you could end up hitting it. Muller avoids it though, but he did lose time, a lot of time in fact, through that sector. Is now a gap of 2 seconds between him and Lovison. I think I keep mixing up the names. Apologies if I do. It's Muller trailing Lovison. And no other battles to bring you at the moment. I'm sure that could all change. We have a few gaps that are pretty small. Gitsov is only 5 seconds back from Sagaiva, the 2 number 7 cars in the LP2 class. 12 seconds separate Zoltan Boda and Thomas Andrea Miharisoa. 2 seconds separate Peter Benedict Nagy and Yannick Muller. There's a few close pairs, but nothing exciting just yet. We've passed over the 6-hour mark, so we're gonna have points given out right now. That means that well, I think it was already secure, but Ben Gilzinski and Jan Katau have officially won the DPI championship, and they're gonna finish first overall, likely in the 12 Hours Le Mans for the 2nd year in a row. Congratulations to them. They've been superb all year. I don't think anyone deserves it more than they do, as much as it pains me to say as a Sim Apex team boss who saw Darius Andre struggle today. Yes, big congratulations to Ben Gilzinski. Apologies for the stream cutting out there just for a second. Checkets is going to pick up 18 points in second. Jones will get 12 for his third place in the first 6 hours. Darius Andre, despite falling earlier to some glitches and adjustments, will take fourth, and that's a haul of 12 points. Sorry, Jones will take home 15. Koyunzic will earn 10 from his fifth place effort. Then Petrie will get 8 for sixth place. Then we have to go off the board for David Plummer in the 170 car. The Silver Elements team, they're gonna take home a nice haul of 6 points from this first 6 hours. And then Luca Mangini, who's a long way back for Volpino Racing in the pits now, they're gonna get 4 points for their involvement. And I don't believe there's any DPIs other than that still running. No, Nick Newcomb has DNF, so that's it for your DPI class. The LMP2s are a bit more interesting. Ernest Lepens takes 25 points for his first 6 hours. We'll cut on to him in the lead of the LMP2 class. As the headlights come on and the darkness creeps in on this track, it will get dark before the finish, and I believe we'll get to about a sunset with 0 minutes to go in a few hours' time. Patrick Attila Lukac in second place gets 18 points. Then Zoltan Boda will get 15 for being third. Thomas Andrea Miharisoa and company in the 46 Seawolf will get a disappointing 12 points. I think that's enough to secure them the championship, so I believe at this point they are unofficially the champions of the LMP2 class for Season 2 of the ARL Endurance SimplyMod Championship. Then it's Riccardo Pellegrini who's going to get 10 points for fifth, followed by Jack Smith, who has raced a pretty good race so far in sixth, getting 8 points, followed by Christian Malkarek, who earned his 7th place. Couldn't catch Jack Smith. He's 9 seconds behind now. Adam Zagaiva will take 4 points, I believe, for 9th in class. For 8th in class. Then Chris Gitzoff picks up 2, and Pascal Eggert takes the final position in the points. Yannick Muller now is closing back down on Joachim Lovesen. So as we run down the points paying positions for the GT class, we'll take a look at them. Premislav Maitaga, of course. Oh, a big spin from Yannick Muller, and that'll end that battle before it's even started. Yannick Muller has spun into the gravel trap, and he's going to have to reverse back onto the track. Fortunate to see. Connor Pelkmans receives a penalty. That's the Volpino racing car, I think number 420, that Luca Mangini is now racing in. Lazaros Filipakos in the 71 car in the GTEs takes 15 points for third. Daniel Krasny, I believe, will take 12 points. I think he was ahead of Ibrahim Khan, who is in 5th place. He gets 10. Michael Wozniak is in the pit lane now. He's going to get 8 points for his 6th place effort in the first 6 hours. Then Billy Eisman going to take home a nice haul of 4 points. Joseph Fogg has been consistent over his stint. Haven't seen him really budge much out of 8th place, I think that is. 8th place, he's going to take 4 points. Jack Coven will get 2, and Michael Araújo, Brazil Racing Team, get hype. You guys get 1 point as the GT in 10th. So there's the rundown of the points. What points are we going to who in the standing so far, thanks to the 6-hour point distribution. Michael Wozniak now is closing in on Billy Eisman. He wants some more points for the second half of the race for the Seawolf number 15. As traffic is really starting to bunch up now with all those prototype cars that are going to be overtaking these two poor GTEs. I should say the poor prototypes, as they have to navigate what are two essentially mobile chicanes for them. Time to check on Zoltan Boda as he and Patrick Attila Lukac go at it into this right-hander. A bit of a lockup from Lukac. He takes P2 for the time being. Zoltan Boda falls in behind. Lukac now P2 in class. Smooth overtake from him. Bit of a luck up, but he got it done. Luck ups, though, you gotta watch out for. Never mind that, because Zoltan Boda pulls out of the slipstream, and he's gonna go for an overtake. His front splitter is now in front as they head into this left-hander. It's the chicane at the end of the lap. Zoltan Boda is going to lose a bit of time through here. In fact, a lot of time. It's going to be an 8/10 gap now with 6 hours to go. I'm going to need to take a short break because my throat is dying. I need to go get some more water. If there's a battle here, I hope you enjoy it. I hope it comes off well. I hope there's some good action. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. I'm back now with you, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the stream once again. We're back with the last 6 hours of the 12 Hours Le Mans. And I just realized I didn't thank our sponsors, but I think I've got someone who wants to get an interview. Chris somebody, I don't exactly know which Chris this is, who has asked, who's asked to interview. But we're gonna have Chris. We're gonna have some kind of Chris with you soon. Let me see if I can find him on the list. Chris Gitzoff. Oh, we're gonna have Chris Gitzoff in. That is the team who I believe have been fighting for seventh in the LMP2 class. I think he's been replaced now by Adam Zagaiva, if I'm not mistaken. I've just gotta go and check my views. Adam Zagaiva is in the 7 car. Nope. That's not who it is. I don't exactly know who replaced him just now. Chris Gitzoff. Or was he racing in the GTEs? I remember commentating over him, but I don't exactly remember what he's racing in. Well, you know what? Let's have him on, and I'm sure he'll tell us who he's racing with. Just gonna tell Chris to hop in the stream chat, and we're gonna have a word with Chris Gitzoff here. I believe whatever car he's driving in is fighting for around P7 in this race. He was racing for the 787 Team Iris in the LMP2 class. That makes sense. Or was it the 878? No, he's in the 787, which I don't see anywhere. He may have switched cars last minute, I'm not entirely sure, but we're going to get Chris Gitzoff in the stream interview chat. Soon I sent him a message, said he can come in. Hello, Chris, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Hello. Thank you for having me again.
Tell us what's been going on. Apologies. It's push to talk in this channel, and I'm having troubles with myself. So.
Yeah, I had to bind it.
Yeah, me too. I was struggling earlier. So, tell us what's been going on.
Well, I just got my stint. It was pretty good. I think we're in P8 right now, or P9.
Right, you're listed as the 787. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me when I tab away, but you're listed as the 787 Team Iris in the in the entry list. But I don't see a 787. Can you just remind us what car you're driving? I know I commentated over you earlier, but for the life of me, I can't remember.
We are actually driving the car number 7. I believe it was small mistake with the livery, where our livery actually had number 7 instead of 787. So I believe that we are currently 7 instead of 787 in the server, but I'm not quite sure.
Right, Peter's the guy in the car right now.
Yeah.
How'd your stint go?
Pretty eventful. It was pretty nice. I started P14, I believe, then came to P6, but I had small incident with one of the drivers around me. I think the guy in P7, who now I believe is in P6 or something, and we fought and had small touch. Thankfully, I didn't get any damage, and yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that gap come down. I believe it's Adam Zagaiva in the Ballas HVML car. I remember seeing that gap come down, but I didn't see the incident myself. So sorry to hear about that happened. What do you hope for the rest of the race?
Hopefully for maybe P6, P5. We'll see. I mean, it's still like 5-6 hours left, so it's long race and everything can happen. We were able to get 6 positions.
Yeah, nice.
And that was for 5 hours, so you don't know what can happen. We can be P20 by the end of it. Hopefully not, but we can as well be P4 or P5. So I hope for the best, and yeah.
What can you tell us about the team you're racing with today, Team Iris?
They're a very good team. I'm very thankful for having them, like, allow me to race for them. The owner of the team, Jeff Closet, who is also racing tonight, is very nice, and he allowed me to race for them because I didn't have a seat for tonight, so
Okay.
yeah.
Tell us about the man in the car right now, Peter Vagapov.
Man's quick.
I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm really happy for as well for having him as my teammate. Just we were able to work together so well, even though we started practicing like 2-3 days ago, and it was pretty much getting used to the setup, like being able to drive the same car, of course, because it's important to be able to drive the same car fast and for it to be comfortable for you and yeah.
Well, I mean, making up 6 positions off from when you're 14th, when you've had 3 days practice, I must say is pretty impressive.
Thank you for that.
Anything else you want to add?
Pretty much, I'm happy for having for being here in the interview and as well in the race, and just pretty much that's it.
Well, Iris Team Racing, Chris loves you. Thanks for talking to me, Chris.
Thank you as well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Chris Gitsov for Iris Racing. Did well to get back up into, I think they're in P8 now. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the GTE standings. And we'll check to see how they're doing. Sorry, they're in LMP2, not GTE. By the way, as we were talking to Chris, Ibrahim Khan, I believe, caught up and caught Benche Sirali Volgi. Great name there. Either that or Benche was catching him. I think Ibrahim was catching and caught Benche, not the other way around. Yeah, so his teammate Peter Vagapov is now in 8th place. He was aiming for 5th or 6th, and that's certainly possible. Vagapov is a bit down the order. I've got to scroll down in the GTE class to find. They're in the LMP2 class. I don't know why I'm thinking they're in the GTE class. He's got 52 seconds of work to do to catch Adam Zagaiva. But if he manages to do that, it's only 33 seconds to Jack Smith, and then only 2 seconds to David Plummer. So, all in all, to achieve their goal of 5th, he would need to make up about about a minute and a half, I would say. So a minute and a half in 5 hours and 38 minutes is 100% doable. I mean, you know, glitches, incidents, penalties can all make that happen easier, or just good old-fashioned pace. It'll all be down to how fast that Irish team racing can go. If Chris has anything to go by, which I'm sure he is because he's been practicing with the team, Peter's quick, so we should expect to see him making a late charge and maybe looking to get some nice solid points at Le Mans, something you can brag about. As of right now, though, no interesting battles brewing except for this one. Ibrahim Khan is gradually pulling away from Benche Sirali-Vogi. And that's about it. We might as well watch the beauty of that is Benjamin Gilzinski driving. He's just perfect in this DPI, I think. You won't see too many mistakes. You won't see very many missed apexes or running wide at a corner. He's just very good. I don't know how he keeps his focus up for this long. The racing line is pretty much always just on point for Kaczynski. And it's that kind of consistency that's leading them to a championship. There you can see the full overall standings of all the mixed classes. We do have some LMP2s beating some DPIs. Understandable, they're only 3 seconds apart really in terms of pace, so a few penalties or crashes can really help the LMP2s beat some DPI cars. Sorry for the dead air there. I was just taking a drink of water and letting my voice calm down while we've been gone. Looks like Ibrahim Khan lost a position to Benche Sirali-Vogi. I don't know exactly what happened there. Sorry for being a bit of asleep at the wheel there. But yeah, Ibrahim Khan now has the task of tracking Benche back down for the 80 OSR car. I've been asked where the ground effect guys are at. I'm going to go ahead and check that right now. Some information for you. Garrigo Pittori for the number 108 ground effect AM car is currently 26th overall. I think he's 18th in class. He's just 2 positions off ahead of Varga Mate. So a lot of work to do for him. I can give you a nice little onboard. I would give you a nice little onboard, but I don't want to cut away from this battle between, well, there's enough of a gap now that I think we can take a look at the ground effect AM car. That is Garrigo Vittori. He's 1 lap behind Kieran Milnes now. Kieran Milnes, whose teammate we spoke to earlier. Yeah, it's a lot of work to do to pick up a lap. But, you know, of course, there's a lot of things other than racing that can happen for you to pick up a position, so wouldn't put it past him. But yeah, 18th in class, Garrigo Vittori. There's your look at the ground effect AM cars. And we're going to cut back to Ibrahim Khan, favorite of the other commentators. He's now 2 seconds behind Benche Serali Volgi. So, oh, and a bit of a shunt from 2 LMP2s in the background there. Don't like to see that. Ibrahim Khan still staying within striking distance. He's only 1.5 seconds behind now. I don't know what the pit stops are like. There could be a 50-second gap in reality between them, but yeah, it's about a 1.5 second gap now. I think Ibrahim's just got to get his head down and chip away at this point. Not much else you can do really. Benche is driving pretty consistently since their earlier little battle. And he so far is winning the battle. He's pretty deserving of P4 right now. I think there might have been a little mistake earlier between Benche and Ibrahim. And as I say that, there's a battle going on right now for the lead of the GTE class. Or there isn't, because maybe Jeremy Talbot is in the pits. And yes, he is. And they were getting very close. Max Janssen and Jeremy Talbot were, but nope, Jeremy's pulled into the pits. So thanks for ruining all the fun, Jeremy. Just kidding. Max has retired. What? Max Janssen has gone back to the pit lane. I really don't know what happened there. Max Janssen was on the track, and he went back to the pit lane. I'm wondering if he disconnected and reconnected. I'd love some update on what happened there. Max Janssen, the gap hasn't grown significantly from Max Janssen to Talbot, so a battle could still be on there. I guess I'm just being optimistic. We've got Kieran Milnes in the interview chat now. Looks like unfortunately he's had to retire his car. Let's go talk to Kieran Milnes. Kieran, sounds like you had to retire your car. What happened?
Came out of Mulsanne and just clicked clicked both pedals in when I went to shift up.
Oh no! And the engine went Lambo.
Yeah, I forgot to hit the clutch on the way back up.
Ah, that sucks. That's such a horrible feeling when you hear that sound go and then the engine just stops working.
Yeah, I realized immediately and kind of wanted to break something. Thankfully, I haven't.
I get the feeling. You've been pushing all day and then you make a mistake. It's so frustrating. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear about your misfortune.
Yeah, is what it is. Pushed hard. We know what we can get places. We had quite a run going, but it happens. Learn and live. Not bad for a first event on rFactor, so can't really complain.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can only go up from here, right? I mean, a retirement is, you know, it's not a terrible result depending on the circumstances, but it's not the result you're aiming for, and, you know, there's always the next race.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you don't aim to DNF.
Yeah.
Alright, we were on for quite a good run. I think P17 we were in class. And then they just caught the wrong buttons. Is what it is. It happens.
Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about there, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you DNF, it's disappointing, but, you know, you can carry some optimism in the next race knowing you had some pace to pass cars and take it from there.
Yeah, right. Anyways, I'm going to shoot. So,
all right,
it's been fun.
Thanks for visiting us. Thanks
for
racing.
all of you guys for hosting.
Yeah, no worries. Hope to see you in the next season, and good luck.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. Unfortunate DNF for Kieran Milnes. It's an unfortunate reality with rFactor 2. You make a mistake with the shifting, your engine's blowing, your race is over, and there's hours of work out the window. It's just such an upsetting mistake to make, and I know exactly how he feels. Back to the race now. Max Johnson has pulled out a few seconds more to Jeremy Talbot, up to 6 seconds now. And it's just the consistency you would expect from the Dutchman. He's very solid on rFactor 2. And I'd really like to know what happened earlier when he just teleported back to the pit lane. I thought if you teleported to the pit lane you get a DNF, but apparently not. He might have disconnected and reconnected, but that was very quick to reconnect if so. Or maybe it was just a glitch from the game. Luca Mangini has received a penalty. He's quite a bit of ways down the order. I think they were racing the DPI class, and that won't really affect the running order much at all. Sorry about that. I was just booking the next commentators, so there isn't any dead air when I go for my break in a few minutes. I gotta say, I don't like to be another penalty for Luca Mangini. Not the best day for him. I don't like to be super self-centered when talking about the race, but my throat is absolutely dead. 3 hours of commentary, and I'm just done. You can probably hear it in my voice. Sorry if my voice sounds a little scratchy or anything. Yeah, apologies for that. Just 5 hours, 24 minutes to go now. I say just. That's a very long time to be in a race car, even in a simulated one. And Max Janssen is going to flash his lights at a lapping LMP2. I don't know if that was his teammate that he was just doing a friendly flashlight wave at, but yeah, a bit weird of him to flash his lights there. Perhaps he was unhappy with the way he was lapped, but I don't really know what the explanation for that is. Switching over now to Jake Bond, Peter Vagapov. We talked to his teammate Chris Gitsov earlier. He said he hopes Peter's pace can propel them up to P6 or P5 in the championship, but right now Jake Bond is putting their hopes under threat as he's trying to take away P6 in class. He's just a second behind now for the Nova Finlandia racing team, and he's going to look to make a move sooner rather than later. Peter Vagapov holding down P6, but Jake Bond right in behind. Only 8 tenths to make up coming into the final sector, I believe this is. Yellow flags in Sector 1, that's not going away, but no Code 80, thankfully. They get to keep racing as the sun sets in Lemans. Peter Vagapov clings for dear life to P6, but Jake Bond is right in behind, 5 tenths away. And as you see, Peter Vagapov takes out a braking marker there, hoping to hamper maybe someone behind him. Just kidding. And he's gone a bit wide, and here comes Jake Bond up the inside. Peter Vagapov's going to herd him to the right-hand side of the track. They're going to go side by side into the curves, into the first sector. It's Peter Vagapov on the inside, Jake Bond on the outside. It's going to be so close. Jake Bond pokes a nose in front. Peter Vagapov in the yellow and green around the outside. Great action. Jake Bond forced the inside of the track. Peter Vagapov comes out ahead. Peter Vagapov for Iris Racing keeps the lead keeps P6 for the moment. Jake Bond, though, surely won't be satisfied with that result. He sticks right in behind, and now here comes Christian Malkarek to join them. It's a three-way fight for P6 as we head down to the 5-hour mark. Peter Vagapov leads the three at the moment. Jake Bond is in the sandwich in the middle. It's then back to Christian Malkarek just in behind those two. And it could get spicy as we head into this more technical section. The slow right-hander, Jake Bond, pulls out of the slipstream, looking down the inside of Peter Vagapov. And he's gonna take the position for now into the turn-in point. And now through the left-hander, it's a mistake! And a collision, I believe, between Vagapov and Malkarek. Jake Bond is going to take the position. Jake Bond into P6 of the LMP2 class, and an unhappy light flash from Christian Malkarek at Peter Vagapov. A little incident there. We didn't see the full clipping. Looks like they came together, and it dragged them both to the outside of the corner. Peter Vagapov is into P7. Christian Malkarek just in behind as they lap the Sim Apex GTE, and it's a look up the inside of Christian Malkarek. Nothing doing there. Backs out of it. And a penalty now for Varga Mate, who is well behind in the LP2 class. Peter Vagapov still in P7 in the purple and gold. Christian Malkarek still in behind. I'm sure he's going to be fuming in the cockpit after what he believed was an unfair piece of racecraft. And now here comes a move from Christian Malkarek. He has to back out of this one too. An unwise move to go up the inside into the right-hander there. They both get decent exits out of that right-hander, the death corner as I like to call it. It's Peter Vagapov still in P7. Christian Malkarek just in behind. 3 tenths separate these two as they come into the slower corners. Peter Vagapov going defensive. They're weaving around as they approach the braking zone. Peter Vagapov keeps the position. No. Yes, it's Peter Vagapov keeping the position, and now down to this little left-hander. He's just outpaced Christian Malkarek, and he's going to keep it. And he gained a bit of time too while he was at it. Keeps the position and adds a small cushion. Think about a seat warmer, but now a wide run from Christian Malkarek onto the straight means Peter Vagapov is going to gain time all the way down it. Attila Lukács pits from P2. There's your class leaders unchanged for the past about the past 2 hours or so after after the Seawolf 46 had that unfortunate bug. Kielsinski well in front of the DPI class, and here comes Peter Vagapov, I think, into the pit lane, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Peter Vagapov is into the pit lane, so he gives a bit of action before his pit stop. Love to see that. Christian Malcreg is going to take 6th in class. Or sorry, was that 7th in class? Yeah, Christian Malcreg is going to take 7th in class. Jake Bond won the rights to P6 and to be the last person on the multi-class leaderboard. Looks like Gergo Kovac could be having a go at David Tepper sometime soon. Coming in behind that, I think that's the Speedy Mite GTE car. Trying to catch David Tepper for 12th in class. Not a points position, of course, but it's always fun to make a little overtake after a few hours of racing. Gergo Kovac in the 54 car. Racing for Gen Team, along with Peter Benedict Nagy. David Tepper in the 52 for Nova Finlandia with Nils Fischer and Yannick Muller, who we saw earlier. We're following along with him as he was about to battle with, I think it was... who is he going to battle with? I can't remember now. Nonetheless, David Tepper's done a good job keeping the gap. He's actually increased it to about 2 seconds now. Good driving from David Tepper. Kept the consistency through being lapped and lapping GTs and DPIs respectively. No, the other way around. Oh, I love that shot of the orange sunlight. Well, we've almost reached, I think it's 8 o'clock in European Standard Time. So I am going to go ahead and show you a word from our sponsors, Lift Esports, Sadler Computers, and our title sponsor, SimplyMod, SimplyMod F1. Hope you're enjoying the race. Be back in a few minutes.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel. Visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
What a time to come back as we see an overtake by Gergo Kovac on David Tepper. Just in time, and a nice overtake it is. Gergo Kovac, a seamless pass on the 52 Nova Finlandia. Nice overtake there from Gergo Kovac. And we're back for 5 more hours of Le Mans. And as we've just seen, It's an overtake from Gergo Kovac to lift him into what I think is about P12 in class, I want to say. Gotta get the race box up. And yes, there we go. As you can see, 5 hours, 13 minutes left to race. And the leader, Ben Gilzinski, is into the pit lane now. Blake Checketts is a bit too far behind to do anything about it, methinks. And let's cut on now to Gergo Batore chasing down Varga Mate for the wooden spoon in the LMP2 class. Oh, almost a collision there. As a DPI, I think, steams right through. Not sure exactly what was happening there, but that DPI had so much overspeed on Gergo into that corner. And the battle's over before it's begun. We'll go back to David Tepper, who's still only a few tenths behind Gergo Kovac, and could be coming back at the pole, I want to say. I don't exactly know what nationality Gergo Kovac is. Looks like Ross McIntyre won't be joining us anytime soon. His phone's basically dead. Probably gonna charge it up. No worries, Ross. We'll see you later. I'll just take a break to tell him. You will probably be hearing from Violet Pelletier in a few minutes' time. She's agreed to take over from me at 8 o'clock. She's doing some steward duty right now, so some good work from her today. Ah, no points mid-race. Apologies, so it's all still to play for. There are no points currently mid-race. However, there are double points, so we're going to have 50 points for the winners of each class at the end. 36 points for each second place finisher, and so on and so on. The F1 point system, but doubled, all given out at the end of this race. So a bit of a change. Looks like I wasn't made aware of that. Apologies to anyone who I said has already secured the championship, because yeah, there's still 5 hours until any points are given out. Gotta say, I love the improvements to rFactor 2's graphics. It's not a game that's been known for its graphical fidelity. That's more been Assetto Corsa's territory with things like Soul, the custom shaders patch, etc. But I'm really a fan of how rFactor 2 have modernized a game that was made, I think it's like 6 or 7 years ago now. Initially started with Image Space Incorporated as the producers, and now it's gone to Studio 397, and they've done a good job modernizing it. The servers are definitely way better than they were quite some while ago. The graphics have been better. That new Ferrari GTE car that Sim Apex have been using, it looks just spectacular. And I think congratulations are in order for making something out of a foundation that wasn't necessarily all there. Studio 397 have done a pretty good job in improving their game. They added the new UI recently, which hasn't been without issues, but it's really improved. It's come a long way since they introduced it, and I think it's pretty impressive what Studio 397 have done with this game. You've got that nice, pretty orange sunset, and the light reflections just looks really good. I must say, way better than in years past. Yeah, apologies again for the misinformation regarding the point system. All points will be given out at the end. Vladislav Mochlienko says, great job, Nick. Thanks for the commentary. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Vlad. Much love. Ruben Magyar says Gergo is Hungarian, most likely. Yes, that would make sense. Apologies if I got his nationality wrong. Ruben Magyar asks, who's driving for ground effects right now? I will go check for you. I believe that's number 108 car. It is Gergo Batory still in the car. Gergo Batory, we can switch to him just for a second. We'll ride on board with Gergo. He's driving for the ground effect team at the moment. Follow back along with David Tepper, who's currently trying to make inroads on Gergo Kovac. Hasn't had too much success so far. We've got a lot of Gergos racing today. I think we have more Gergos than any other name. We got Gergo Kovac, Gergo Balok for Sim Racing, for Sim Apex Racing, and we have Gergo Batory. And I gotta say, I love it. That's a really cool name. Just over 5 hours to go now, sorry. Ben Gilzinski still leading the way. We have Alexander Jones hitting from P3. Jonas Kaufman, of course, 2 laps behind him in 4th place in that class, so no worries about his step on the podium being taken away. I believe I may have missed an overtake in the LMP2 class because Zoltan Bota has just taken, not just taken, but has at some point taken P2 away from Attila Lukacs. He's now about 20 seconds up the road from Lukacs, who's driving the number 95 car. Number 95 for DEAC Mugen. And then he's got a pretty big gap of about 32 seconds to the number 46 Seawolf, currently leading the championship, Thomas Andrea Mihari Soa. Then it's Pellegrini and Bono. My tires are gone. All we've got for you at the moment in terms of action is Gergo Kovac under pressure trying to chase down David Tepper. Looks like Gergo Kovac is pulling away a little bit here from David Tepper. David's been pretty evenly matched with Gergo on pace over the past few minutes, but yeah, it looks like he can't find that extra few tenths a lap to really attack Gergo and maybe think about taking P12 and marching on. Apologies if you can hear the mouse click. I can't really do anything about that, unfortunately. It's just my mic picking it up. It's an unfortunate reality of commentaries. You gotta have of being commentary and race control and broadcast control, because I have to go ahead and switch views and check team names and everything like that. Pellegrini is in, I believe he was in P4 in the LMP2 class. No, he was in P5. Sorry, he's in now. Boda, sorry, not Bono. I believe that's Boda. No, that's not Boda. That's definitely... Oh, that's Bond. Jake Bond was in. And he's going to be in a fight with Riccardo Pellegrini as they exit the pits. Riccardo... never mind. Riccardo's going to be a good 6 or 7 seconds behind. They were close just for a second, and it got my hopes up. I saw it on the live timing. Yeah, it's going to be a gap of about 9 seconds. Dota and Lukacs are both in from the upper echelons of the LMP2 class. There's Lukacs coming down the straight in the pit lane just about now. And Boda is going to be about, I think, right in front of his pit box. Although I think Boda's just going to pull away right about now. Yeah, there's Boda in the background in the pit lane, not pulling away yet, but I think he's going to have a big advantage unless Patrick Attila Lukac was just serving a drive-through penalty, which he definitely was. Yeah, Patrick Attila Lukac was serving a drive-through, and now he has gone through for P2 in the LMP2 class. A big fight for LMP2. A big fight for the second step on the podium in the LMP2s. As Boda and Thomas Andrea Miharisoa are very close. Andrea Miharisoa took away P3 from Boda. Although I think that 46 Seawolf is going to have to make another stop in this race. Well, I'm sure they're all going to have to make more stops, but one more stop than the 22. Nonetheless, this little scenario should give us an overtake, hopefully, from Zoltan Boda on Andrea Miharisoa. It's going to be close between these two. Andrea Miharisoa, of course, I think a last-minute substitute probably for the Seawolf team. Not a last-minute substitute, but a substitute. I don't recall seeing him on any team sheets in any of the other races. I may be wrong, though. Nevertheless, he's holding up a podium spot, except for the fact that Boda is getting really close to the braking zone. He had to take avoiding action there, missed the corner completely, and he's going to come out about a second behind Thomas Andrea Miharisoa. Boda was closing up at a right rate of knots, and I think he just missed his braking point, unfortunately. So he's got a little more work to do now before he can have another go at things. That's how it goes in sim racing. You make a mistake, you have to do some more work to get it back. Not much more you can do. I guess you can hope for your opponent to make a mistake, but that's a bit of a frivolous hope. Just about 5 hours left to go now in the SimplyMod Endurance 12 Hours Le Mans. It's been a scintillating race. A lot of action, more than usual, I must say. We had a great battle earlier between those GTEs, between Ibrahim Khan and the Speedy Mite. I can't remember who was driving the Speedy Mite. It was Benche. Between Benche and Ibrahim Khan, who I believe has now gotten out of the car. Gonna have to check who has replaced him. Ibrahim Khan has been relieved by Ben Crooks in the 74. They're down in, I believe that's 6th now. They're down at 7th in the GTE field, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe they've just made an extra pit stop and now they're still waiting to make up the time. But yeah, they've lost a bit of time there. I think at some point on the track, maybe it was due to a penalty or something like that. Max Janssen is still leading the way though for that dominant 68 Sim Apex. Jeremy Talbot keeping him honest. He's only 2 seconds back in the GTE field. And then a new driver joins the fray for the 71 Speedy Mite, Osasui Emumwen. I've been tagged. I've been asked to show the sunset. I don't know how to do that, Rob. I've been asked to show the sunset, and I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Bond has pitted from, I believe, P5 in the LMP2 class. Michel Wozniak is in from P5 in the GTE field. Could give Ben Crooks a chance to re-overtake, not sure. Probably a bit too far behind at this stage. Looks like a battle is coming to a head in the GTE field. Sam Butters, well, he's dropped back a bit now, 4 seconds behind Ben Crooks, unfortunately, so. Hyped up for nothing. Now here's a battle, I'm thinking. Here's Zoltan Boda and Thomas Andrea Miharisoa going back at it again. The gap is closed, and Zoltan Boda is looking for a way past the Speedy Mite car. Zoltan Boda not satisfied. Oh, and he's hit him! 2 lane under brakes from Zoltan Boda again, and Thomas Andrea Miharisoa is round. A big collision between the two. Zoltan Boda, I think that was in the same place on the track as well. He just misjudged the braking zone and went right into the back of Thomas Andrea Miarisoa. Unfortunate collision there. Definitely going to see a steward's report about that, and I would expect to see a penalty for Zoltan Boda on that one. I don't think it was an early braking. I don't think it was a matter of early braking from Andrea Miarisoa. He was driving a good race until that point. I wouldn't expect him to do something like that. So I'm thinking it's going to be a penalty for Zoltan Boda, unfortunately. He misjudged the braking zone in the last corner too, and that was almost a collision. The sun's setting now and the lights are coming out. It's nighttime in Le Mans. Cool little feature of rFactor 2 is the 24-hour clock, and it's a pretty nighttime scene. You can just see the last bit of the sun as the lights are on. No other battles at the moment. There's the order on your screen now. I can briefly switch between the classes so you can see exactly where your favorite car is running. In case you happen to be a fan or a member of a team. Looks like, let's cut on now to Joachim Loos, and I think he's gone to the pits. Yes, he has. David Tepper's going to take 19th overall. And he's going to also enter the pits, it looks like. Yep. So these two should be battling right on the exit. David Tepper takes P12 for the time being. It's going to be short-lived, though. I think Joachim Lovesen is going to overtake him unless they have some damage to fix or something like that. Jack Jordan passes both of them in the pits. And I think he's, sorry, he hasn't passed both of them. Jack Jordan, I think, has taken over in the 24 KBR car. Yes, he has. He's making his first appearance of the night for Joachim Lovesen. I think it's his first appearance anyways. And David Tepper's only going to be about 2.2 seconds behind. Who's better on the fresher tires is what it's going to come down to. Who can make the most of them. It's a 2.3 second gap. David Tepper can stake his claim for P12 in the race by undoing that gap and taking the position. I want to say one of the most actually fun things about these races is trying to pronounce all these names from around the world. It's a really cool challenge. I actually practiced all the names on the entry list before I took over the stream, and it's actually really fun to do. You get to say all these cool names, and we have a very international community in sim racing. It's really cool to see all the drivers from around the world. Ben Gilzinski, Blake Checketts, Ernest Lepens, Jonas Kaufman. We have people from all around the world racing today, including Connor Pelkman, a fellow Canadian, I might remind you. He's in the 64 DPI, so he's not racing with Luca Mangini, as I said earlier. He's currently holding down 6th in class in the DPI. They were that 64 dropped down to 20th overall, I think, earlier. Then they were up to P4, and now they're back down to P6. I don't exactly know what happened with them, but yeah, it's just the hits just keep on coming for that 64 DPI. Yeah, if they finish the race, I think that'll be an accomplishment, honestly, considering all they've gone through today. Of course, they've been at fault for a few incidents. I won't say they weren't ever at fault, but yeah, it's just can't seem to keep it clean today, whether they're at fault, whether the game's at fault, or whether another driver's at fault. Tepper seems to be a bit better on the fresher tires than Jack Jordan Maina. He's closed down about 8/10 in the last few minutes. A penalty for who? A penalty for Christian Malkarek. I'm guessing that's for an earlier incident when we saw that trio of cars battling, and there was a little tangle, if you remember, just back to maybe about 30 minutes ago. We saw the trio battling for, I think, 6th in the LMP2 field. And there was a tangling between the two, which allowed... I can't remember who it was now. I think it allowed... Jake Bond to pull away from Christian Malkarek and Peter Vagapov. Peter Vagapov has lost, is now down at 8th. Jordan Maena, flashlights filling up the rear of... Sorry, David Tepper's headlights are filling up the rear of Jack Jordan Maena as they head onto the opening sector of what must be getting into the upper double digits of laps now. Tepper looking for a way around Jordan Maena. He's got to set it up for the next low speed corners. Who's that just to be on? I think that's a lapping LMP2. They're not going to let him by. No courtesy shown there. They want to keep on going with their battle. Surely the blue flags will prevail, though. Tepper is now in the... Did Tepper take the position? I don't think he did. I think he was... No, Tepper did take the position. Jack Jordan Maena is now in 13th place in class, so nice move from David Tepper that I missed checking to see who that car was that was trying to lap them. Petri and Palquin's both in from the DPI class. Thomas, Andrea, Mihari So is in for the Seawolf team. I'm assuming to fix the damage from that earlier collision. Gonna see if there was a decision made by the stewards on that. I don't see a report. I don't see a decision for car number 7 for car number 46. So. Not just yet, anyways. Santu has reported the car. Although that was for something else about 2 hours ago, so hasn't been any reports for a while, actually, except for one that's currently ongoing. There's the report from the incident we saw earlier. The Mugen 22 rear ends and spins Thomas. Yeah, there's the incident report. Jack Jordan Maena hasn't been able to get back the time he lost to David Tepper. So it's just that order right now. Tepper in 12th, Jordan Maena in 13th. If he wants his position back, he's going to have to make up 1.3 seconds, which, well, he's got 4 hours and 50 minutes to do it. It's getting very close now between David Tepper and Jordan Maena as they're in a sandwich between two cars in different classes. I believe that's a prototype just in behind them. Now they're overtaking that GTE, and David Tepper's going to get a big gap now thanks to that GTE. Jordan Maena's going to lose time having to go around the outside. Now that DPI, I think that's in behind, is going to have to lap them carefully. That battle is very easily disturbed. The GTE dives into the pit lane, and Jordan Maena loses a lot of time going through that chicane, having to avoid the DPI. And I think the DPI is gonna help out David Tepper a lot by going by in the straight. Wow, that's just racing luck, unfortunately, for Jack Jordan Maena. He lost time because the DPI lapped him during the chicane, and that's just how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just racing luck, unfortunately. you aren't as the LMP2 there. Although I'm not an expert on racecraft, certainly. As the LMP2 there, you're not going to let him go earlier than the chicane because you want to stay close to your target in front of you. But you're also and then unfortunately it just leads to you having to let him through in the chicane when he's right close to you. It's an unfortunate turn of events for our battle, at least. Cost about a second to Jack Jordan. I still don't know how to say Vlad's name. Okay, Vlad, why don't you tell me how to say your name? Vladislav Mochalenko. Is that right? Now David Tepper has gone about closing that gap, although looks like I got a bit overexcited because the gap just went back up at the exit of that corner. Nah. Okay, Vlad, please spell out how to say your name in the chat. Switching to the perspective of Jack Jordan Maina, we're going to be following him as he tries to track down David Tepper. It's down to a second now, the gap, but he's got to lap this speed. He might, well, to have a chance to come at him sooner rather than later. Oh, and the GT takes the racing line. Jordan Maina's going to have to wait, and he's lost about a second thanks to that. He can't get by this GTE car now. Surprised the lights haven't been flashing with frustration. He's going to get by on this straight, but the damage is done. 1.5 seconds lost, and it's going to be a while before he can gain that back. Okay, Vlad, I'll figure it out one day, sure. I'll just Google it after my stint in the commentary box is done. Since there isn't much action to go along with right now, I'm going to switch you over to Max Janssen's onboard. He's the quickest guy on the track at the moment for the GTE field. Although Jeremy Talbot does have the fastest lap designation, I think Max Janssen's laps are just a bit better at the moment. So I'm going to switch you to Max Janssen's onboard, and you can check out a lap of him with full engine sound and everything. You can see his lines, study, and I'll be back in a minute as I go for a short break. Well, there's a lap of the Circuit de la Sarthe with Max Janssen, the current the current GTE leader in the race and in the championship standings. And if things end as they are, he will be, along with Przemysław Majtka, the GTE champions for the Simulator 68 car. However, the Jeremy Talbot number 51 Speedy Might is actually right behind them. Now they could possibly make him enough points, but they would have to take the lead, and Max Janssen would have to DNF somehow, which I don't really see happening unless something terrible happens. But yeah, Max Janssen pretty much only has to finish the race in a top, top 3 or 4 position, and that'll be enough. Connor Pelquins receives another penalty. I see he has fallen out of the top 6 in the DPI class, so more bad luck befalling the 46 DPI, unfortunately. And regarding that earlier incident on stream regarding the 22 car and the 46 car, the one where the 22 missed his braking point, went into the back of the 46, and that's going to be a drive-through for the 22 car. I'd say that's about fair, maybe a little bit. I'd say because you lose about 10 seconds from the spin with the 46 car, lose about 10 seconds with the spin, and then you have to repair damage, which takes quite a bit longer. So I'd say a drive-through is about equal to the time that the 46 car would have lost. Let's cut on to the DPI leader now, who is actually switching to Jan Katau as we speak. Ben Gilzinski was in the car for a few hours. Now it's time for Jan Katau to do his stint. I wouldn't expect him to do any worse than his but his comrade in that 42 Seawolf. It's been an interesting championship for them. They have 136 points, of course. It was already decided before today started. They had a perfect start to the season, 27 from Silverstone, 42 for Daytona because 1.5 times points, and 27 points from Sebring. But then the Abstinio Force Polonia joined the fray, and it was doing so well. They won Spa-Francorchamps, they won Algarve, beating the Abstinio Force Polonia both times, but it was just too little too late. The Abstinio Force Polonia finished every race in first or second, and they're en route to another victory here with the Abstinio Force Polonia just looking like they don't have the pace to catch that Seawolf today. So not only is it a championship victory for that Seawolf car, it's going to be a moral victory because they've proven today that they're faster than that Polonia car, assuming they do come through to win the race, which I don't see why they wouldn't. It was an interesting title fight between them. It's cool to see that Polonia come back and fight in the last 2 rounds of the championships after probably not starting the first 3, I'm assuming. They do have 54 points, but it's not enough to make any kind of a comeback. The LMP2s are also a very interesting case. We've had a different winner in every race so far this season, and I think so far we're on track for another one. Yeah, the number 99 car, or no, we haven't had a different winner, apologies. the 28 car won the first race, that Pelletier racing car. I don't think they're actually in it today. Ross McIntyre will be joining us soon. He thought it was in GMT time. And I think
Wow.
Ross is going to join the stream with us. Yes, he is. Hi, Ross.
Pearson died. So, I'm your host for the evening.
Hi, Ross.
I'm back. Oh, hello, Nick. There you are. You just go live on the Discord for me, so I can see the
Yep, will
race
do.
thing. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Gonna go ahead and share my screen with the lovely Ross McIntyre. Gonna be your commentator for the next few hours. I'm gonna go give my absolutely destroyed throat a break. And
I've come to rescue you.
and we'll leave you with the
Thank you very much.
with the velvety tones of the very British Ross McIntyre. Can you see my stream?
Well, I can see your stream.
Okay.
Well,
Beautiful.
thank you very much, Mr. Barnsdale. I shall see you in a bit, I suppose.
All right, Ross.
Yeah, see you later.
Yeah, have fun. Keep the lovely people company, and yeah, try not to destroy your voice too much.
Oh, it's not my plans, don't worry.
All right, bye bye.
Alright, see you, man. Got me company now for the next couple hours. So let's try and do that. Next, thank you, go. There we go. Thank you. It's got me for company for the next couple hours. I haven't been trying to keep track of the race, so but been doing my best. So on board with Bianca Tao in that Cemal car, that dominant Cemal car. That's got a bit of a gap to Blake Checkett's in the AFP car. So when I left, it was all going horribly wrong for the Sim Apex DPI car. It wasn't ideal for them. My Discord on my laptop would just like to turn on. That would be very helpful. We are into the night here at Lemans. As we race onwards down the Mile San on board here with the anchor towel. There is a yellow flag in second. No, there's not a yellow flag. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Ignore me. Ignore my ramblings. I'm just some crazy lunatic. What do I know? Now, if I can just sort everything out, then I can actually start commentating properly for you. So I wonder how everyone is anyway. Everyone alright who's watching? Trust you are. And if anyone wants to get interviewed, please do say so in the Discord. Ping me, I'm Ross Commentary Jesus McIntyre. Ping me, I'll drag across, ask you some questions, hopefully it will go well. If not, oh well. We should have Violet coming in about... Yeah, we should have Violet coming in about 25 minutes for 2 hours, and you've got us for 2 hours, and then we're buggering off again. I know it's supposed to be Ramblers over Endurance, but I'd like to at least not make a mess of it when I start, which is what I've completely failed to do. I've got none of my stuff open. I thought I was 36 minutes late. I'm actually early. Connor Peltman's has jumped in the channel. It's all kicking off.
What's up, Ross?
How's it going, Connor? You alright?
Yeah, not bad. We had to retire the car, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a
'cause
shame.
Darius couldn't make the rest of the race. But,
Yeah, it's a shame.
wasn't-
The classic RF2 moment happened. And it,
which one?
The locking up to the left thing, like halfway down the mall sign. It was a bit weird. And
Which one?
Did you not? There was a Darius. He was on the somewhere early. Might be in the Sim Apex. He put a clip up, and it basically was halfway down the mall sign. I don't know if the game just broke or something, but it just threw him into the barrel.
Yeah, he told me about that. I hadn't seen it, I was asleep.
Oh, it's fair enough. It was weird. It was a weird incident. That's the stream chat. I need that. Right, let's go. we got everything we need, I think. Yeah, I do. Awesome. Alright. Oh no. Christ, that doesn't work then. Right. Commentating, yeah, I'm supposed to commentate, aren't I? That's the thing. Right. Yeah, if anyone wants to get interviewed, let us know. We'll drag you across. Here for the next couple hours, so keep us company, please. We're pounding on with 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Nearly 2/3 into this race. It's a big race of attrition here at Le Mans, obviously. Just gotta keep pounding in. No server crashes yet, which has been nice. That's about it, really. It's all been pretty steady away. Here in the night, there is a bit of a kind of half spin there from me looking at the wrong screen again, a classic. Right, I need that phone. Right, there we go. We're all good. I've got everything going. Here's Pascal Agate, roaring along in his LMP2, giving a bit of a flash, that lovely black Sim Apex livery. It's a nice livery, I must say. I can do livery reviews if you want. You've got any favourite liveries, Connor? Or?
I think the Seawolf livery is really good.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
And AFP is pretty good as well.
Fair enough. I mean, it's pretty good grid of liveries, to be fair, so... You gotta, I mean, as we can see there, with Yankeetown, it is a nice livery.
Yeah, the blue, white, and black is really
It
nice.
works, yeah.
And the yellow as well.
Yeah, and there's Ernest Lappins in the AFP car coming out of the pits. It's also a nice livery. This is my live time I'm gonna load. Please do. No, it isn't. Classic. God bless her.
Gotta love it.
You do have to love it. Right. So, standings update, because I don't have a lot to talk about at the moment. Yankeetail's in the lead. He's got a 175-second gap to Blake Checkett's in P2, and then they've got 2 laps onto Sean Jones in P3. Then you've got Ernest Lappins leading the LMP2 category with AFP. Then we've got Zoltan Boda in the Mugen car and Martin Merby in the Mugen car. And then if we scroll all the way down to the GTE category, we have... Where is it? I'll find it actually. There we go. We've got we've got Max Jansen's in the lead. There we are. I can see it. Max Jansen in the lead for Sim Apex. That's good for their championship hopes. Andy Stix is in the Speedy Mike car, and then Suzu Emma, I can't pronounce that, in the 71 Speedy Mike car just behind them. So Speedy Mike looking to get some good points. Good points today. As it go on into the night, obviously it's a bit difficult at night because you can't really see anything. As we just follow Ernest Lappins around. He's a pretty quick guy, so I'll expect to see him extend that gap at the top of LMP2. As we continue to go around here at Le Mans aimlessly. What even's the reason for sim racing, eh? Why do we do it? It's just lapping. Everything is just lapping. Hey. Alright. I mean, I can get really existential if you want and start talking about how everything is, I don't know, a lie or something. Yeah, right, I'll get existential. What can I talk about? Existential crisis. Why is life meaningless? Well, see, life itself started in some weird tar pool in Africa, probably, or what is now Africa. Probably wasn't Africa at the time. Probably giant supercontinent thing. And it started as just this weird chemical mishap, and just the right chemicals combined to create this thing, this blob, this pool of tar, and now we're here. Now I'm sitting on my bed with my laptop on my phone, and I'm talking about pretend racing cars go around. And the events that have led up to this have taken millions and millions of years, and frankly, the fact that I'm here is as a result of just some chemical accident. It's intense on the brain. That's what I'll say. It is intense on the brain. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we are just here to reproduce. That's the main goal as human beings, as animals. We are here to have sex and then die and keep life going like a disease. So yeah, that's a bit of an interesting situation. We move on regardless.
Another great monologue.
Thank you very much. Oh, someone's in the stream interview chat. I'll drag them over. Bias Boomshine. Right, let me drag them over. We've actually got someone to interview. That's nice of them. Good. I don't think I can drag them over. I don't think I can drag them over. Let me ask Santu to give me the how to drag people over. Powers to drag someone. There we are. Give me the power to drag someone over. I can get deeper on. I can talk about why we lost the war on drugs, why the Falklands War was a mistake, why capitalism is bad, why music was destined for failure since the invention of a computer. Now I can get deep on several topics. Just
I think that you should give Nick Barnsdale a monologue.
I think, you know, Nick Barnsdale monologue. That's a good idea. Nick Barnsdale, he's done us a service here, right? He's come along, and he's streaming the back end of the race for us, and he's just destroyed his throat by talking, being the absolute legend that he is. And he's come forward and just done some absolute bits for us, and he can't even speak anymore. In fact, he's just sitting there muted because he's embarrassed that people can hear his broken voice. And you know, I just want to sit there and worship Nick Barnsdale. You know, Nick Barnsdale. Every man wakes up and goes, "Damn, I wish I was Nick Barnsdale just for a day, just to experience that almost that immortality feeling that one gets when you're Nick Barnsdale." It's an incredible feeling. So I'm sure that Nick Barnsdale would love to, you know, if I want to trade places with Nick Barnsdale, please do. That would be great. Oh, socialism. Now, I myself am a libertarian socialist, so I technically am part of this. But socialism, communism is obviously so socialism is when it's like diet socialism, Right, let me speak English. Socialism, the easiest way to explain it is that it's diet communism, right? It's you can still have private property, but the state is now controls more, so it's more of a, like, more stuff is free, it's more equal, but you can still, so I could still own, like, I don't know, a car or something, but communism is its full stuff. Yeah, bang. Politics explained with Commentary Man. Oh god, more people want an interview. Oh, Santu, please help. I'm trying to concentrate on the race, so I'm apologies for ranting on, but I've just got here. I don't know what's going on. There's not really anything going on track at the moment, so I'm doing my best. I'm sorry. So we're following Damien Klein around here. He's doing some bits. Can you say? We're not following Damien. I'm looking at the wrong screen again because I'm stupid. Apologies. We're following this LMP2 battle here. We've got Peter Vagapov and Jake Bond close behind. Jake's in the Nova Finlandia car, I believe. Unless I am mistaken. I can't quite tell because of the dark. And my phone screen is too small. Yes, he is. And he's trying to chase down Peter Vagapov, and it's good to see them this close at this stage in the race. As Blake Checketts goes purple in the first and third sector in the DPI category. He's managed to pull Yankatau in a bit, actually, so that could be something to keep an eye on. That was a ding noise. That was definitely a ding noise. Ah, hello Tobias. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Hello, how are you doing? Good to hear. Yeah, welcome to the commentary booth. How's everything going? Sorry, how's everything going so far?
I mean, the car's still going, so at least that's the good news.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's still going, you know. So, give us the race rundown. How's it gone? You know, what do you think could have gone better? Is it all going to plan?
The race rundown. So, this is a long story. We didn't have the cleanest starts. I had a few incidents, this, that. I think we got spun at the start, funnily enough, which was a bit annoying, but it happens. Then I missed out a bunch in the mid-race because I was off for a little bit relaxing. Nothing really happened. We had a Violet drive for like an hour and a half. Then we had Camille get in the car, and now and then Daniel. Now we've currently got Damien driving. He's doing fine. Currently P17 in class, P23rd overall. It's been going fine. It's a first endurance race for me and as the team. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first race, bad things are going to happen, of course. But you know, from my angle, I think it's gone pretty well for you guys. You know, you're still running. That's the main thing. You know, at this stage of the race, it doesn't really matter where you are. You know, finishing a long endurance race is an achievement in itself. So well done for getting almost 8 hours in. I won't say finishing just here. There's still a decent chunk to go. But is there you know, was there any moment in the race where, you know, you like at the start, for example, you said you thought you got spun. You know, was that disaster, or was that, you know, oh well, let's just kind of get back on it?
It happened lap 1, so no, not really. We didn't really worry at all. We just thought, let's push on. We had a few moments. I had an accident, I think around like 2 hours into the race. Lost it going into the final chicane because something happened behind me and I was too busy looking. Stupid mistake of mine. Went into the wall, lost the rear wing. Luckily, it was in the forward chicane, so I got to go in the pits.
Yeah, that's if you're gonna have a crash at the end of the lap is when you're supposed to do it, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, I don't have any more questions. Nick's still muted, so I don't think he has any more questions. So I think that's gonna be all for now. So thanks for joining us, Tobias.
Yeah, cool. I think my teammate's going to be interviewed next, though.
Yeah, I think he is. So I'll just give him the same questions I gave you, basically. So
do you mind if I sit in here with them?
yeah, sure.
Cool.
I can't drag people over. I don't have the roles to drag people into the voice channel.
Robert said you could now.
Can I? Oh.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me give it a go. There it is. Hang on. Oh, I can. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty bad.
That's fair enough. So we've got a bit of a fight going on in the comms booth now, but yeah, just gonna ask you the same questions that I asked Tobias. Basically, how's it gone so far? You know, give us a race rundown.
So I was there for qualifying. And then somewhere around, because for me it's very early compared to the rest of them. So for where it's let's say it's almost 10 o'clock actually. It's actually 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me. So I was up at 3:30 in the morning. And so I was up very early, and I ended up passing out around 5 and missing the first half of the race. And so then I made myself a hot chocolate, and I sat, and then I did a good stint. The first stint was Oh, just give me a moment. Sorry, Damien.
We've got a bit of a team internal problem.
That's fine. We can get live comms like on a car radio. This is good.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting exclusive access.
Sorry.
We apologize about that.
Oh, no need to complain. Or
Okay.
complain, apologise even.
So, yeah, and then I've just been here ever since, but not really anything too interesting from mine, other than getting punted by somebody, into Indy, on my second stint, so... But other than that,
how bad was the damage on the car from the pump? Was it still drivable, or...?
Yeah, actually I didn't get any damage. It wasn't
lucky.
too hard of a punt.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it was just saying to Tobias that if you when Tobias lost his rear wing and obviously in the broad chicanes, we were saying if you're gonna have an accident and get damaged, that's the best place to do it because it's right on the pit entrance. So.
Yeah. Just give me a moment.
No, it's fine. No, please do carry on. No need to apologise whatsoever.
Yeah. At least we didn't crash in the Dunlops chicanes, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's.
But there's 4 hours to go still, so yeah. Anything can happen here.
Actually, I did wreck on my first stint in the Dunlop chicanes. I locked up on braking into the chicane, and
oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah, it wasn't too much damage though. I was able to run the rest of the stint with it.
Oh, that's good to hear. Obviously, not lap at Le Mans, especially in the slower categories as well. So it's getting damage full stop is not ideal in any ways, but here it's approaching a 4-minute lap. It's approaching a 4-minute lap time in some of the GT cars, so it's yeah, not the best plan is to get damage. So yeah, I don't think we've got any more questions for either of you two. So yeah, that's about it. I think. Is there anything you guys want to say, or?
Are you all alone in here?
Can't. Yes. Well, I mean, I won't be in 5 minutes, to be fair.
No, who's joining you?
Violet is, I believe.
Ah, brilliant. She drove in our car, funnily enough.
Yeah, so the whole team, basically. It's all been in here in, the space of 10 minutes. I was alone earlier for a bit, and then Antoni turned up, and then I went, because we've got, like, a timetable thing that we've got. And then Nick just did a mega stint for us, and he was commentating and streaming, and now Nick's just muted himself because his throat's gone. And I came a bit early to save Nick. And then Nick wants me to say go Bills. There you go.
Must be enjoyable commentating this race.
So, I mean, it's not too bad, because I just kind of get to ramble on, really. It's sometimes it gets a bit boring, but it's really
must be fun.
Got someone. Yes, it's alright if you've got someone there to talk with you. You don't have to put any practice in. All you have to do is kind of remember, like, Google some facts about the track about 2 seconds before you go live. Then just read the Wikipedia page.
Do you need some help for like 5 minutes?
No, it's I mean, you can stay if you want 5 minutes, but.
Oh, shoot. I've got an hour to kill till my stint.
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, I think I might rather driving than commentating though. More interesting.
I think I almost prefer commentary because I'm terrible at driving consistently quick, and commentary you don't have to put any practice in. I mean, it's reasonably easy for me because all I have to do is talk, and I talk a lot anyway. So, and you just kind of. So, you still get to watch and enjoy the race without having to worry about actually being in it. So, it's just kind of a bit of a win-win situation.
I mean, at least you didn't get 4 drive-through penalties in your stint.
Wow, that's something. 4.
Yeah.
I remember.
Actually, I actually didn't get any penalties, surprisingly.
I mean, in the.
So this is like my first ever endurance race. Like, first
I mean,
pit stop, first driver change, like...
Yeah, me and him both had. We had, I think, 3 out of the 5 drivers we had to learn it from scratch.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna do Le Mans just as kind of like gonna do just like one stint with the team, and then someone ended up dropping out for some reason. Then my PC broke, so that dream was vanquished pretty quickly. But I mean, I own Le Mans now, at least rFactor, so at least I've got that, I suppose.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, and it saved me from embarrassing myself as well. So, got to take the positives from all of it, and I can still commentate. So, I don't mind really.
I mean, now you're getting into the most hectic part of the race, at least. It's going dusk now, so...
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to see people crashing, it's going to start to happen now, so... This is a prime
Don't jinx
time.
it for anyone. The commentators curse exists.
It does exist. I've definitely done that to people. I'm sorry to everyone who gets commentary to curse by me, but
Actually,
try not to jinx it. But
one of the things that I was always weirded out by was that clear weather, don't like it. Clear weather and clear daylight, not good. But when it turns night, when it becomes nighttime, and when it starts raining or fog or something like that, I don't know. I'm just and then I'm just faster than everybody.
maybe you've just got these godlike night driving skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can be like the, what was that German endurance driver that in the 80s he drove for Porsche?
Bella.
Oh,
Beloff, yeah.
Yeah, Beloff. Yeah, go be the new Beloff. Beloff
Yeah.
2.
Stefan Beloff.
No, I'd be the dollar store Beloff. Less for more.
That's fair. If you want to be the dollar store Beloff, then go be the dollar store Beloff. Be my guest. But it's not as bad this commentary job. I mean,
Commentary seems fun. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's all right. I mean, like, people either say I'm amazing or absolutely hate me for it. I mean, I don't particularly care anyway. So, and then I just get to come and talk. It's fine. I might get paid for it soon with another series that I might start commentating with, which is not bad at all. I mean, it won't be a lot, but money's money. I don't just get, it still, allows me to be part of the community without having to put all the effort in and then being beaten by someone who's faster than me.
You're getting paid?
So,
Now it's gone a bit bigger. It must be the most relaxing because you get to, like you said, get to talk to us. Also, what has this interview gotten into? It's more like I'm interviewing you now.
I mean, nothing going on at the race at the moment, so I'm happy. If anyone wants to interview me as well.
I don't mind sitting here and relaxing till my stint's happening.
I mean, it's alright because I mean, obviously,
cool.
when you're on track, it's basically an entire afternoon that you're trying to spend focused on the race. And obviously you can go and relax or go and play another game or something while you're like in the car. But I mean, the commentary, I did sit around.
I think the past few hours since like 4 my time to about from 4 till around like an hour in the future, I'm gonna be so I've been bored up to now from 4 up till now because I just want to get into the car. The
boredom.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It gets boring sometimes, especially when you're commentating on your own. It can get boring. But you can just go and eat something, or I mean, at the end of the day, it's just talking. At least you're actually doing something productive.
Yeah.
So I mean, what I tend to do is I usually end up repeating the same lines over and over again. Like we had the F3 race at Monza, and there was 4 cars in that were still running by about half distance, and I think I've mentioned the old banking at Monza about 20 times. But so it was just like, oh, and here they come under the old banking. I literally just didn't know what to talk about because there was 2 cars fighting for the lead, 2 cars that were about a lap down, then one of the cars had an accident. So it was just kind of a procession of 4 cars around Monza, which you know, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, if I'm brutally honest. Nothing against the F3 series, which is soon to become an F2 series. It was just one of those situations. So it can get boring, but you know, I just usually end up eating something or just kind of messing around and trying to get people in the interview room, just trying to keep myself occupied. So
You've got the nicest job because you got it right at the end when everything's a bit calm right now, so you can just talk to everyone and just have a bit of an enjoyable chat with them. Like, this is the best time. I mean, sure, the most action happens at the start, so you've got to be a bit more awake. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like there's moments obviously like at the start you do really need to kind of be really attentive, and then in the middle of the race you can kind of just relax a bit and just talk on the Discord or something like that. So it's really
Hey
not
guys,
a bad job at all.
I gotta go.
Oh, that's fine, no worries, man.
Yeah, see ya.
See you later.
See ya.
And then there was 2 and Nick who's on mute. Yeah, as I was saying, it's like in the middle of a race, you can definitely just kind of step back. Like quarter mile was strange because the first hour was just chaos. Like I've kind of calmed down within the first, you know, the first 15 minutes it's intense. That's when everything happens, and then the race finds its groove, and you kind of settle in, chill out a bit, you know, go and make yourself a drink in the ad break and do all that. But quarter mile, the first hour was just absolutely insane, and I was just so physically tired. I just couldn't keep up with it. Like, I never thought I'd say I'll get physically tired by lying on my bed and talking, but I genuinely was.
I mean, 40 miles is a good track, and it just proves that
it was an experience. The end of the race as well was exactly. I mean, the racing itself was good, yeah, but it was more the fact that everyone was just crashing into everyone.
Do you mind if I have a crack at commentary until I get to view the game? I mean, it won't be special, but I can try.
Nothing else going on? Well, I mean, it's not that hard really. It's not as hard as people think it is. Just kind of try not to mess up driver names, which I do fail at anyway, and you're fine. So yeah, what's even going on? We're on board here with, I believe, Chris Gitzoff in the LMP2, currently in P6. He's got, yep, there we are, Chris Gitzoff. He's got himself a little bit of a gap to the car behind. Running okay in a P6. It's a good position. There's plenty of cars in the LMP2 category. So, and then obviously Timea Benchik behind him. It's on my live timing. It's saying it's about 7/10, but I don't entirely trust this live timing if I'm honest. Timea is also on a different set of tyres, so keep that in mind. I'm not sure what each of the tyre coordinations are. I believe that is the mediums. So he's obviously trying to run faster and shorter, so keep an eye on that. As you can see a bit of a flashing lights there in the back. So the one thing about commentating at night is really hard to see what's going on, especially at Le Mans where there is no lights. At Sebring it was bearable because you've got all the lights in coming kind of into the stadium-ish section, but here it is quite tricky to tell what's going on sometimes. So apologies if I'm making mistakes there.
At least you get the.
Yeah, exactly.
You get the iconic lights down the down Hundiers, so.
Yeah, exactly. So there's, you know, win some, you lose some. And commentary's commentary at the end of the day. I'm just doing my job. So yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Definitely not. Sounds fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could be driving, but frankly, at night around Le Mans, I think I'd be terrified and atrocious.
I just look at it as like some good fun.
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you're right. I mean, sim racing should be fun, so...
Always is, though. That's the thing.
That's true. I mean, it's fun until it isn't fun, and then you never want to do it again, and you can't stop doing it because you're committed esports driver who never gives up, but...
That's the issue with a lot of it. You think, oh, you have to move on, you're growing out of it. That's the big issue of sim racing, but I'm lucky.
yeah, I also find esports is also actually, particularly hard in terms of trying to improve your ability, because unlike, actual sports, a lot of the time there's regulations on testing times or training times or something like that. With esports, you're always going to come up against someone who has spent every hour of every single day in the past month playing the game, so of course they're going to be better than you. It's the same in sim racing. There's people, who just have more time on their hands to practice, and that comes into effect. So you're wondering why they're 5/10 quicker than you, and you get down because you feel bad because they're 5/10 quicker than you, but that's because they've done 100 more laps than you have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've not done this game that much, but I'm confident I can improve. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about going forward with optimism. I mean, none of us are going to be on alien pace at the end of the day. Like rFactor aliens, they're a bit yeah, I just kind of tend to leave them be, really, because they're yeah, they're a bit they're quick. That's all I'll say. I have driven against some aliens before, and yeah, they're not fun. That's all I can really say. They're not fun.
I mean, I usually try to get up to them.
I mean, obviously the goal is them, but there are people like there's cars that I'm confident in my driving ability in, and then I come up into a race and then suddenly like I did a Clio Cup race in Donington. It's just a fun race on rFactor 2, and I'm pretty confident with my skills in a Clio Cup car, and came forward and there was a guy who was lapping a second faster than me, and I was like, wow, and watching his lap. He didn't look particularly fast. He was just kind of going along as normal, but he's just finding a second, and it's both amazing and seriously demoralising at the same time. It's quite impressive. Getting a lovely shot of the pit lane here.
I mean, I think I'd feel comfortable in most cars, except for the Porsche, as I'm too scared to drive that.
I actually thought, I mean, when I bought the endurance pack before the start of the season, I kind of gave every car a drive. And I really like the Porsche, to be honest. I thought it was my favourite. I mean, obviously everyone different driving styles, different opinions and everything. I just thought the Porsche was great.
Yeah,
What
it's just
what is it you don't like about it?
the lift-off oversteer. I hate it.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but I mean, the Orica has it also quite extreme, so I think I could drive it.
Okay. And
Hey guys, I just wanted to say that Jan Katau has DNF'd in the Seawolf DPI.
Yeah, that was just what I was. Thank you for coming in there, Nick. Yeah, the reason we are looking at this pit lane is because Jan Katau, our man in the lead, has just retired. So, well, he was our man in the lead. He's not in the lead anymore. Danny Robbins in the AFP 999 car is now leading this race in the DPI category. So, I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm not in the Seawolf Discord. It's like the one team Discord I'm not actually in, so I can't ask them what's happened either. So that's really rather frustrating. Yanked out of the race. That's really upsetting for them. That car's been running super well the entire race. Benjamin Gilzinski put in a fantastic qualifying lap to put it on pole. Jan Katau, another really quick driver as well. So it's yeah, that's the twist of the day. Shocking news. Jan Katau no longer leading because the car's retired.
I'm just gonna butt in here. I think something went wrong with their game because because Ben Gilzinski has just come on the chat and asked the stewards to DQ and undq him so that he can go back out. They said they left the server for a new car, made it disconnect, and now they can't drive.
Oh, so there you are. So technological issues for that Seawolf squad. Hopefully they can get that fixed and get back in the race. That's not what you want to see, really. You've kind of got to. It's the sim race. You've kind of got to deal with these issues on the fly. You can't really take them into account. You can do hours and hours and hours worth of practice, and come to the race and your PC's died or something. It's really really not too good. Hopefully they can get a reconnect. They've had such a strong season. They already wrapped up the championship at Portimao, that Seawolf 42 squad. So hopefully they can get back in the race. Hopefully this disconnect issue does not persist. If it does, my thoughts go out to them, because that's just a really sad way to see such a dominant season end for that Seawolf car. But we move on regardless, because Danny Robbins in that AFP car having the time of his life because he's just found himself in the lead of this race. He is going to be more than happy with this result. The AFP squad there is a LMP2 going very wide off there. Yeah, the AFP team, they're going to be having a little bit of a party at this news. 3 hours and 55 minutes to go, and they've just been gifted the lead. That is everything that you want really in a sim race. Just kind of, and that you know, it is a tactic that works in a motorsport event and in sim racing. Is you can just, you know, sit there and wait and hope for other people to die. I mean, it's just one of those things that happens really. So it's yeah, that's it's worked out for the AFP squad very nicely. So yeah, Danny Roberts having a great time there. And back onto this battle, and it seems that Timo Benzik has managed to squeeze ahead of Chris Gitzoff. So that's good for them. Just gonna have a look at my live timer quickly, and indeed he has. Those medium tyres clearly working wonders for that HVML car, but they will be falling off. Just looking at the distance for each car, they've managed to get it to run 10 laps, to be fair to them. The longest, wow. So the longest, okay, so the car they've just overtaken, the Iris car, number 7, has been kind of averagely putting out about 9-10 lap stints and then changing tyres. You could probably go a lot further on the hards, especially so the Orica Nova Finlandia car has done 18 laps on one set of tyres. That's a big stint. That's definitely a double stint on the tyres. Good job to them. But the mediums, Timo Benzik has managed to make him last 19 laps for one stint. Wow, they would have been in tatters. I mean, he has had more stops than anybody else, but wow, that's a big stint. I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, at the start of the race, he was doing 7 and then 5 lap stints. I'm not sure if that was damage, but then 19 laps. That's phenomenal stuff. Yeah, hats off to the guys making the mediums run. So that's a tough job to do. They're on the soft tyres. Oh my word! Oh my word! It's even better. And yeah, someone's just pointed out it's an AFP 1-2-3 overall, so that's quite impressive. Because Ernest Lappins is actually 3rd overall, not just leading the LMP2 category. So that's a 1-2-3 AFP overall, but still soft tyres. I believe that we're on board. That's just. I'm genuinely lost for words. How have they made soft tyres last that long? That is simply mental.
Do you mind if I try helping you commentate for the 5 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
Go ahead, please be my guest.
Okay.
Yeah, I've just been sitting here raving about soft tyres for the last couple of minutes. So you know.
We've been running them all the whole race.
Jesus, how have you been running soft tyres the whole race?
Don't know. They've not been wearing much actually.
Wow, that is impressive. That is very, very impressive, I must say. I mean, unless I've got all my tyres mixed up, which I don't think I have. Yeah, it's impressive to see people running them this long. It's yeah, soft tyres. What can I say? Good stuff.
Yeah, softs.
Who doesn't have a good soft tyre? Who doesn't have a good soft tyre?
I mean, they make it interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I think there should be a qualifying tyre, and I think there should be a rule where you have to use one set of qualifying tyres in the race just to make it interesting, and they literally fall apart after 2 laps, so you have to double stop. I think that would be a great plan.
Would be interesting to see one whole tyre used through an entire qualifying session. I'd like that.
That would be interesting, actually. That's a good shout. So obviously you can refuel a qualifying, but not being able to change tyres, and obviously you'd see people either going out and trying to get in laps as early as they can and trying to, you know, get the little people waiting right at the end, and then just trying to gamble on one lap when the track's all running in. See, if any of the organisers of the race or anything you've been listening, which I hope they are, please take our comments into account.
Yes, I'd love that.
Yeah, so we've got a set of qualifying tyres which you have to use in the race, and then one set of tyres, and that's actually a really good idea. I like that.
Thanks.
I mean, No, it's fine because I mean, you thinking about it because obviously it would be how confident are you that you could go and get a lap in first time? Because obviously you could do it in practice and get it fine. If you're really confident, you can just wait until the end of the session and do one lap and that's it. But then also you've got people who would maybe be better off going out early and trying to get the laps in. And what you're going to see is people either coming out early and just lapping, but then they're going to destroy their tyres for when the track's rubbered in, or everybody just coming out when the track's rubbered in to try and set a hot lap, and it's going to be an absolute mess, and it's going to be the most amazing thing in the world to watch.
The thing is,
fantastic.
I'd only make the top 10 start on those tyres.
That's an even better idea. So like the F1, so top 10 has to start on the tyres that they qualify on. Oh, see, we are coming up with ideas.
Yes, and we should maybe have like that instead of only having to do 2 sets, maybe 3 sets. That's mandatory 2 stop then. No, actually not. Yeah. Anyways,
it's just all about improving the racing. I mean, we want to improve the racing. Obviously, we want to keep it true. So that some people, I can guarantee, will not be happy if we implement these rules. But then also, you know, you want to keep it exciting to watch. You want to throw the strategy in there and see, you know, if someone throws away a race win because they've messed up the strategy. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's good to see. As it stands, I think Jan Cattell might be back in the car because he's no longer red on our screen. He's in the pits, but his graphic is no longer red, and the red graphic means you've retired. So that tells me that Jan Cattell is back in the race with that series car.
That's good to see.
Yes, that's good to see. Obviously, as I said earlier, they're sitting in the pit, so I'm not sure. Hopefully he can get out soon, because that car has been so dominant this year, and it would be a really sad way to end the season on such a low note. You know, I reckon they could easily still achieve a podium if they get back out there.
Right now is the perfect time for screenshots. If you want a good screenshot for your desktop.
There you are. If you want to capture some high quality Ace Racing League SimplyMod Endurance Series Season 2 finale here at Le Mans, or Virtual Le Mans, should I say? Now's the time to do it. It's picturesque in the night. It's looking nice out there.
Yeah, I'm just currently
Virtual France.
I'm just currently watching a P2 car go in for a scheduled pit stop, I believe.
Oh, very nice.
Definitely.
Yeah, the P2s, they've been a lot I said this earlier when I was on earlier this morning. The P2s have they're a lot closer to the DPRs than I assumed they would be. The DPRs did recently get BOP, to be fair. They should have been a lot faster. But, you know, I was expecting there to be in maybe like a couple seconds gap between them. But no, there was LMP2s easily out-qualifying some of the DPIs. So and we can see that in Ernest Lappin's currently being 3rd overall, while he's leading the charge in the LMP2 category. So it's all a bit close. I mean, there was an actual situation, 2017, I want to say, with caution, in the actual Le Mans 24 Hours, where, if everyone remembers, the Jackie Chan Racing LMP2 car nearly won overall because all the front-running Porsches ran into the Toyotas all retired.
Yeah.
The Porsches all ran into problems.
I remember that race very well.
It was a great race.
That was an amazing race. I remember during the night we had I was watching at like 12 p.m. Well, 12 a.m. actually. What am I talking about? And you've got both the Toyotas driving completely 1 and 2. The Porsches are nowhere in sight because they've had issues, except for I think one of the cars. I think the number 1 car didn't. And
number 1 car span a couple times, I think.
I think one crashed, and the other just had engine issues.
Yeah, but one had a clutch issue, I think, and then the other one, hit the wall and got a puncture, and then they had to repair the damage. And then suddenly,
exactly. That was what happened.
Suddenly Jackie Chan Racing found themselves sat P1 overall.
No, it was it was after the Porsche. The 1 car had an issue too, and then they were in the lead.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Imagine rocking up, you know, you're an LMP2 team. You know, you're pretty confident with your chances. Then suddenly you're leading overall. That a lot of emotions must have been felt on that pit wall. And it was quite disappointing when they did get overtaken in the end. I mean, I'm nothing against the Porsches, but it was it was just a nice story, wasn't it? You know, a slower car wins overall. That's great to see. So, and we all love a good little motorsport story, don't we? So
nowadays Toyota just dominates. No offense to them, they deserve the domination. They built a good car.
yeah, they have. They've done a very good job. So,
But no,
Alright,
this
so-
track.
so carry on.
This track has had so many amazing stories from, well, Le Mans 66, the Ferrari versus the Ford times, the early Porsche races. It's one of the most amazing circuits to when Nico Hulkenberg won this race, 2015.
Yeah, he did exactly. Now, I think we're just gonna jump to a quick commentary break. Ad break even, not a commentary break. And then we're coming back. I think we should have Violet in the commentary box. I think this is the time in which you're going to need to depart, Tobias. So thank you very much for coming along and commentating. It's been good fun talking.
Yeah, it's been.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we'll be back after this quick ad break. So yeah, cheers and
Yeah, see ya.
stick around.
Has been fun.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, TTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the race. We're joined by Violet, who's on mute.
I am no longer on mute.
You're no longer on mute. Hello, how are you doing?
Not bad, how are you?
Yeah,
I was
right,
like,
thanks.
I was like, oh my god, phone, turn the screen round, and it just wasn't turning around, so I had to keep pressing it.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome along. How did your stint go? Was it all okay or?
Actually, yeah, actually three things. One, I had honestly one of the best saves of my career.
Ooh.
Which
do you wanna go a bit into further detail there? Or?
There's a video which once my computer's all sorted, I can pop into a general chat. But
very nice. Please, please do go ahead with that when it's when that's working.
Yeah, Luca Mangini got it. So there may be a bit of music though, which is the issue, so it'd have to be played on mute. But yeah, I mean, so I had that. I also happened to in one stint carve out 50 seconds to a car in front.
Wow, that's big
pass
time.
them. And by the end of the stint, 12 seconds ahead.
Wow, that's impressive.
And
Good
then
job.
Oh, Team T just crashed. Rip. and then I did 12 laps in an LMP2 on the qualification fuel mixture for a stint.
That's impressive.
The car felt like it was so slow though, so not sure what happened with it. Also, is our car still in the race? It's for 29. Committed to stay alive.
I believe
Actually,
you have.
Yes.
Yeah, you are still running.
Hey!
22nd
What position?
overall.
What position in class?
Let me just figure that out for you because I need to add that all up. That's. Someone's come to the
You have no mass.
Yeah, right.
Is
1,
that
2,
position?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 13, 14, 15, 16th in class. There
Hey,
you
we're
are.
one away. We're one away from the position we need for our goal. It's possible.
I mean, there's 3 hours and 30 minutes, 39 minutes to go. So
yeah, and
more than possible.
just look what happened with the DPI leader.
Yeah, McIntyre and the who are not back in the race, unfortunately for them, as I thought they were earlier. But yeah,
that is so unfortunate because they were doing really well. And just to think how much they were leading by, and it's just been wiped.
I was saying earlier, it's such a disappointment because that car has just been so dominant this season, and to see them, they've already wrapped up the championship, so really this doesn't really matter. But you still want to win the big races, you still want to win here at Le Mans. So it's must be disappointing for them to to see what was. I already arguably had one hand on the winner's trophy, so to see it get snatched away from internet issues, yeah, it's a big shame for them.
And just so that could happen to any car.
Exactly.
So it's not like it's just out to get them. It could affect anyone when you least expect it. Like one of the Nova Finlandia cars. They had huge internet issues, which actually caused them to have a huge almighty crash.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still in the race, I think, the 72 car, but still.
Yeah, so the sim racing gods giveth and the sim racing gods taketh away, unfortunately. It's just how it works.
Yeah, oh yeah, note to self, I was supposed to get that video. I still don't know how I saved that. Let me just download it.
Just bank the general chat, and I will let you know how good it is.
Oh wait, it has downloaded now. Oh my gosh, I need to stop humming and focusing on the racing. And this track looks so good at night. I admit right now, this track is amazing.
It does look very nice. I mean, obviously with all the rFactor graphics ups they've had recently, the graphical quality of the game's really gone up, and at night the lighting is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it really does look the part, especially seeing as how the game's it's come a long way since 2013.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. And the headlights, I'm sorry, you gotta be in love with the headlights. Just
they're amazing.
Yeah, the most recent graphical update. I could just do it without having to have nitro.
Yeah, I mean, obviously graphics they're all kind of what you prefer. Everyone's going to have a different opinion. I think Assetto Corsa's got better graphics, or I think iRacing's got better graphics, or whatever. But you can't knock rFactor because when it came out, it wasn't the
it wasn't.
But what Studio 397 have done to it, it really does look the part. So my commendations to them for making it look very nice and pretty for me.
Oh yeah. I've just remembered they got God Rays back. Holy hell! I saw someone posting a picture of just how godly the God Rays were.
Oh,
completely blinding sunset.
Oh,
and
amazing.
It did look amazing too, but just think how old this engine is, and yet how relevant it still is today. I mean, actually,
Exactly.
you just have to look at iRacing as you just see there's reports of a yellow flag in Sector 3 quickly cleared away. But the way iRacing still looks, they've had improvements over the time. And, I mean, just without a yellowish tinge, which it has, it would be one of the best looking sims out there. If
It
not
really
the
would.
best.
It would. I mean,
We...
there's obviously Assetto Corsa Competizione, which looks fantastic. And
Well,
then,
I'm sorry, that runs on the Unreal Engine, so of course it's going to look
true.
fantastic.
But then also, it is the you know, the kind of the freshest game on the market. So
Yeah,
of course it's gonna have the best visuals.
Oh yeah, that's true. But that's not always the case. And I did post that video, by the way.
I know,
But
I
that's
just
not
watched
always
it. That
the
was
case.
a very good save, I must say.
I still don't know how I did that.
Just a cheeky drift. Just a cheeky drift.
We must. Yeah, just needs to show that on the stream.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come and see, yeah, if we can get it on stream, Nick, that would be very nice. You can see.
Yeah.
Tokyo Drift.
I think I still slotted it in between the two cars.
It was. I mean, it looked like at the start of the video, it was definitely looked like it was going. So when you start to go, that's at about 45, 50 degrees, and at that point, that's definitely going, and you just managed to catch it.
Yeah, and I overtook the DPI. I mean that's Luke. It's Luke.
Yeah.
As you were saying.
Oh, sorry, it was I mean, I think it helped that kind of the track went to the left there, but still.
Yeah,
great
without
save.
a doubt.
Great save.
And Luca Mangini, I have to admit, hasn't been the best driver. 2 threats of disqualification and 1 final lifeline.
Yeah, he's not had a good day today, has he?
Are they still in the race, or have they finally been defeated? I think now actually see it on the stream.
There we are.
I'm the P2. I just was tapping it. I'm like, nope, see ya. I'm going into my corner.
Hey, that was good stuff.
2016 it's Interlagos flashbacks intensify. Nope.
Yeah, it was a really good overtake. Good job, and yeah, nice drift as well on the side.
Yeah.
That can go in the end of year highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, see, anything can happen.
Save of the season.
Is that your little trophy? You get a little trophy for it, save of the season.
Yeah, I get paid. I get paid for doing the commentary, the stewarding for this race. I don't actually, but just it would be funny. And then to add it all up, I get paid for that. I mean, I don't get paid. No one gets paid.
Cash prize of about £2 if you get save of the season.
Yes.
That sounds like a great idea. You can buy yourself a sandwich. There you go.
As in Stuart's report, the game itself has now been reported. I think we're going to see a stop and go penalty for rFactor 2 coming up, which is kind of funny.
That's yeah, we've reached levels of warnings that were never previously thought possible here. Someone is literally protesting the game. That is fantastic. Obviously, you have that before, and usually you just kind of get it as in like, oh, can someone remove this drive-through penalty? You know, we got it for doing nothing, and then the stewards will look at it and go, yeah, sure. Someone has genuinely sent in to the steward report channel a full-on steward report on the lap, the corner, and everything in the details asking for it to be removed.
I got a cut track on the Molzan on the straight. The Molzan.
How do you get a cut track on a straight?
Welcome to rFactor 2, I guess. I don't even know how I got a cut track whilst going straight.
That's baffling. How? I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I guess obviously it's a really wide straight, and I guess rFactor must say that it's got track limits somewhere. So I guess if you strayed over the white line, you would somehow went faster. No.
No, it's just welcome to rFactor 2, I guess. Never ever perfect.
No, it's certainly not flawless. I mean, it's better than it was. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, They've been focusing too much on the UI, but then fixing the bugs. But to be honest, the servers have been amazing recently. Like, only one red flag during qualifying, and then everything else has been fine.
Exactly, and then, no, I keep mentioning this just because you know the achievement was, but in the GTR 24, which is I think it was 40 cars here at Le Mans for 24 hours, you know, they didn't have a single server crash, and it was raining as well in the latter half of the race.
Same with ERC Endurance. Well, I would say, well, they didn't have the amount of cars, but they still ran this track with rain, and a lot of rain, and no server issues there.
So the servers are definitely improving. I will say that much. It's you know, the last thing anybody wants is a server crash. You know, I mean, unless you're the leader, in which case it's great because that's less time you have to worry about driving and more time you can just chill out.
And you get a brand new car just in case your one's gonna, you know, go see you over-rev it by mistake.
Yeah, exactly. It can be frustrating. I mean, when we had our we have had a red flag this season because of a server crash at Spa.
Oh yeah.
And obviously that's the first time that this season that we'd had a server crash of that kind of manner. And
I mean,
the rule is that when the server crashes, the clock keeps counting down, but unfortunately there was a bit of a mistake and we started again from the time where the red flag was. So in the end we didn't actually lose any time, which is, you know, beneficial for some people, but for some people that's really not what they want. So if we do, hopefully we don't. If we do see a red flag, excuse you there, if we do see a red flag, no, it's fine, no worries. If we do see a red flag in this kind of last 3 hours and a half of the race, the clock, however long, say if the server's down for 15 minutes, when we come back those 15 minutes will not be raced, so we could be seeing the 11 hours and 45 minutes of Le Mans. I mean, we're already seeing the 11 hours and about 57 minutes I think it was, because of how long the formation lap was. But yeah, it's
I mean, at least it wasn't as bad as the 1 hour red flag for the first attempt of this race last season was. That was for hackers, actually hacking the TeamSpeak, I do believe.
That's impressive.
It wasn't fun. They just kept playing hard bass into your ears, and it was just like boom, 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 and it fucking hurt. Oh my god! Oops! I am so sorry. I just demonetized us.
Oh, it's fine. Don't worry.
God!
You can let out a little rude word every once in a while. It's fine.
We've lost our sponsors now.
Apologies if anyone does get offended by anything you say. It's not our intentions, you know. But they do slip out. You can't stop it. So
I knew
we
it
try our
happened
best.
once. I've never ever done that, and it's finally happened.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
True. But I mean, there was concern earlier though that we may have to go under red flag, because I stewarded for a while. Is the fact that during driver swaps, some cars were losing like 38 to 5 laps just by swapping drivers. So we almost had to red flag the race because of that, because we also couldn't add the laps back. So I'm just happy that was solved, and we had no need to go under red flag, because it was close, and I mean very close.
Yeah, so how was shooting, by the way? I don't think I actually asked. How did that all go for you?
It was quite fun. There was a lot of moaning and groaning at Luca Mangini, and going through some absolute hilarious but yet frustrating incidents that really shouldn't exist in the first place.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Hmm.
I mean, I've forever mentioned this, but you know, stewards obviously you get a hard time because people get upset and think your decisions are unfair. But you know, the amount.
Yeah, Santu. This happened. This was one of the first incidents I looked at, and sorry, I'm going to cough again. always happens after I have a Coke.
Oh,
Coca-Cola.
sorry,
Before anyone
it's
says
ruining
anything.
your throat.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's apparently a car stopped at pit exit before.
Is there?
It was quite... There used to... Yeah, this was... I'm looking at older incidents here.
Oh, okay.
What's
There's
happened
a car
here?
going very slowly here.
Oh,
yeah,
Chris
Gitzoff.
Gistoff. Could this... Is his engine gone or something? Could this be a Code 80? Can he get it back?
I don't think his engine's gone because he slowed down to go through the chicane.
Are we about to? Yeah. Are we about to lose another car or go under Code 80?
I suspect we are definitely about to go under Code 80 because that car is going slowly and that is a danger.
Yeah.
To the other drivers.
I'm just about to at one of the stewards.
So yeah, well, I think we'll see a Code 80 there in a second. I'm still not sure what happened. I think what happened is that Chris he's either missed his pit stop, and
but he's going
to make fuel.
Yeah, he's going dangerously slow. Like, there's no way we can keep this under green, especially where it is, and just traffic still going.
Still coming through. I mean, the yellow flag is out. I'm sure we'll see a Code 8 in a minute. He is going extremely slowly.
Yeah, I have links into TeamSpeak now, so I'll be able to see.
Yeah, if there's any stewards listening, please bang a Code 80 on.
Code 80, Code 80.
There we are, Code 80 has been called, so
yep, Code 80.
Get ready for some pit stops, everybody.
Yeah.
So, I'm still not sure what happened. If anyone has any information...
we can't get a replay either, which is annoying.
Yeah, there's our leader, Danny Robbins, in the pit, so they are taking full advantage of this Code 80.
Is this an Astroponio Fortlonia? And is this an AFP 123?
It is an AFP 123.
Oh my fucking god! It's AFP have taken over.
I mean, the fact is that the fact that they've managed to get their LMP2 car into P3 overall, and they've got a 1-2-3. We had a stat from their team manager, Antoni, who was commentating to me earlier here.
Yeah.
Despite the fact they've only done 3 rounds, and the LMP2 car's only done 2 rounds, they would finish second in the constructors in DPI and LMP2.
Fudge and cookies, because I'm having to stop myself.
It is phenomenal stuff from that squad.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
So yeah, they've done some bits. So I mean, obviously we know that the
oh god, here we go. The Pride Racing team may get their last drive-through before disqualification.
Oh dear.
And there's many reports coming in now. 3 people typing in the steward's report. So there's did not slow down.
Team.
Yep. So we've got Pride Racing team.
The Brazilian racing team's been reported as well. They in the number 18 BMW, which I'm totally not biased with.
I mean, they were reported for internet issues, but actually on 2 stewards' ends, they were fine.
Well, it's going to be, yep, another DPI. Didn't listen to Code 80. That could be the Pride Racing team that we were just discussing.
Again. Yeah, and the 4th place car, which is 3rd in DPI, but 4th overall is in the pits. That's Yanis Crush. I'm not even.
Ozechowski.
Ozechowski. Oh, more reports. 52nd
repair time. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
The report challenge. We had this with in Sebring with the Code 80 that I may or may not have slightly caused. It wasn't my fault. I got turned into. There was just a LMP2 that obviously didn't hear the Code 80, so I'm kind of limping around the back of the track with no rear wing. Code 80 gets called, and Stein Prinz was in the Sim Apex LMP2.
Oh god!
And we're just coming around towards the back end of the circuit, so we're just kind of coming into the not into the so there's the last corner and then there's the fast bit just before the last corner, and there's those fast corners in the tight section before that. I forget the corner names. And we were just coming through there, and I just kind of noticed in my mirror going, he's coming really quickly for a code 80, and he comes roaring past, and I'm like, right, okay, so that's whatever.
Oh, the 18's lagging bad.
We just smashed straight into the back of Stein Prinz. It was not enjoyable, and that's a drive-through penalty.
Oh my, yep.
Pride
420
Racing.
reported again. 420 reported again. That should be disqualification.
I think Robert Pawn is being nice to them.
Yeah, but he said that should be last warning.
Well, I'll have to see what happens there, because he's clearly in that message. That tells me that car is not getting disqualified yet. Maybe he's just kind of viewing on side, and maybe they didn't hear code 80.
Or it might be because Luca Manghini's out of the car.
Maybe.
It could be that reason.
There is another report coming in for the Pride Racing car. They're all coming in for speeding under the code 80.
Yep, even Royal Blue ramming the rear end
KBR 24
of the 24.
And they really needed that result today. Royal Blue as well. That's a disaster for that team. See, kids, this is why you should have your you should kind of listen to the code 80 calls. That's all I'm saying. Apparently, someone's said something which doesn't make any sense, which I'm just going to confirm that doesn't make any sense. Yep, Yankatau is still out of this race. Now, yeah, just keeping an eye on the steward announcements. Yep, the Brazilian racing team BMW has been asked to do a driver swap or to retire because of the lag that they're bringing in. That's a shame for that BMW. They're obviously I'm completely not biased towards the BMW whatsoever, but it is the best car on the grid, and I will love it until the day I die. So it's good to see someone still representing the Bimmer. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, who's in the garage here in 6th place? It's the 71 Speedy car. They're in the garage. They're in the garage.
Not what you want to see.
Oh no.
That is not what you want
that is
to
heartbreaking.
That's all. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh,
Sasuyu Mamuan, he's not saying he's in the pits on my live timing yet, but he was clearly not in a good state there. The 71 Speedy car
out of the race.
Seemingly out of this race.
And the 18 has been asked to change drivers or retire, so they're on a final straw too.
Yeah, this race is turning into a cruel mistress. Starting to pick and choose her victims, as it seems.
This is only the 4th code 80 of the race.
That's quite impressive, to be fair.
Yeah.
I will give it that. It could have been a lot worse. I'm very happy that it's nowhere near as bad as it could have been. So Code 80, there is a car on the wall there for some reason. I'm not sure if that was just our end. Code 80 has ended, as you can see by the speed that Ferrari's going. As they just coming around now. Hopefully everyone manages to stay clean even. I can't.
Well, I mean, have you seen the amount of steward reports?
It's kicking off.
So just in this one code 80, which I alerted Tom Chassington, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 reports.
That is insane.
In just one code 80, and apart from that, it's been all calm. I mean, ever since we got into the night stages, it has certainly calmed down. As actually, we're back to green flag here at the 12 hours of Le Mans. And there's a yellow flag in Sector 1. And there's no longer a yellow flag in Sector 1. No, yes there is. Has someone gone off in Sector 1? Because that because that yellow flag seems to be coming and going there. And there it is again, yellow flag in Sector 1. Are we going to have to see another Code 80? Because what is going on in Sector 1?
I'm hoping it's just people maybe running off the track.
Yeah, but
Our
it's
practice
just
does like
there again. Why is there yellow flag in Sector 1?
I'm not sure. Jan Katao retired because he ran out of fuel. Oh dear. He parked 4 meters before the pit box and was out of
Oh
fuel.
my god. Oh my god. That is so
really upsetting.
hard.
That is very, very distressing news to hear from that senior car who was running so well. So,
There's still a yellow in Sector 1. What is going on here?
my best assumption is that someone's abusing track limits a bit on the exit of a corner.
Yeah, but it just keeps coming and appearing, and this time it's staying for longer.
Yeah, it is very confusing, so hopefully it's nothing too bad.
Oh wait, live timing the maps kind of works now, so maybe I'll have a look.
Apparently the Pride racing car is in the wall somewhere. That could be Sector 1.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
They've not been having the best day at the office, have they? They've been unfortunately they've been a bit off the pace. One of their drivers, Georgina, had a couple incidents early on.
A couple, more like an absolute Christmas list. And yes, the 420 has stopped. The 420 has stopped.
That's definitely the inner wall down at I believe that's the Mulsanne corner.
Oh, that's in a wall.
Or is that on the exit of Indianapolis? I think that is.
It's a Mulsanne corner. It's just stopped there.
No, that's down at Tetra Rouge, I believe.
Oh, is it? That is a Mulsanne corner.
I don't know. I can't tell.
That's the first Mulsanne corner.
Somewhere on the track, he stopped.
Yeah, we can confirm he has stopped, but
we don't know where.
Live timing, be a darling, please. And
yeah,
just
live
work.
timing being a bit slow, but that is a car in the 7, in the wall. So I read the number 7 and said it for some reason. Apologies. Oh, Damien Klein fancies an interview now.
Oh.
Should we drag him across?
Damien. Yeah, please.
Do you want to take the interview, or do you want me to take it? Or
I've already done 2. You can take him. He's my driver, I think. If it's Damien.
Alright, I'll bring him across.
Yeah, you can take him. He's my driver.
That's fair enough.
Oh, God.
Hello, Damien.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there.
How are you doing? Are you alright?
Mwah. It's a bit messy race today, but
yeah, I mean, yeah. Give us a race report from your perspective. How do you think it's gone? You know, what were the good points? What were the bad points? Are you on track to finish where you wanted to finish?
Yeah, I didn't expect a lot, but yeah, I'm quite happy that we're still racing through all those penalties, crashes. Yeah, nothing. We still have a few hours left, right?
Crashes? What have you done to our car?
Whoa.
What have you done to our car?
Nothing. I only spun it 2 times.
Well, okay, if you've only spun it, if anybody's in the wall, I'm gonna hold
damage from damage.
Oh, fuck.
Fudge.
I meant fudge. Well, that's now happened twice, and
well,
for anybody who's wondering,
it was not even my fault. But Ferrari just blocked me off, and I was straight in the barrier.
Okay.
In the commentary booth, we get live team audio. You find out what happens behind the scenes here at the SimplyMod Endurance Series.
Yeah, and I've just found out we crashed, and the Pride racing car looks like it has now been cleared from the racetrack, and it was at the first Mulsanne chicane.
So the first Mulsanne chicane to the Pride racing car, that appears to be it for them.
And I mean,
jumped in.
Some people are.
Oh, Connor Peltman has returned.
Oh, Lord Connor Peltman.
Hello, Connor. Sorry, we're just mid-interview. It's all started kicking off as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
welcome back. Hello, welcome back.
What's going on
where was
track?
I? There was a code 80. There was a billion
much.
penalties because 2 people were speeding. Someone crashed. Someone else crashed. It's all gone to pot, really.
I'd
Yeah.
say Karma finally caught up with the 420. I mean, they've been running their luck, still being in the race, and now it's finally run out.
Who's
As it is still yellows in Sector 1. This is quite confusing.
who's driving the 420, or who was?
It was Peter Lardus, and he'd only just gone. Had he only just gone into that car? I think
possibly, yeah.
No, he ran out. He must have run out of fuel because he'd done 13 laps. No, he hasn't. He's 13 laps down. I think he may have only just gone into that car.
That's not what
I
you
can't
really
confirm.
Someone forgot to refuel it?
Maybe.
Well, yeah, that's not ideal.
How many DPIs do we have left? 3? Well, actually no. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 DPIs left. Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay, time to jump back in the car and drive it out the pit lane.
Alright. Yeah, have fun.
Great interview so far, boys.
Oh my god, we totally forgot about that, Damien. We're so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's resume this interview.
Yeah, it's yeah. So I already asked you about the race. Yeah, was there any kind of incidents on track where you actually had to steward report? Because we've seen a lot of steward reports coming in. Was there anything that you weren't happy and you felt someone else deserved a penalty, or?
Those stewards reports, yeah. I don't know much about it.
That's fair enough.
They got a penalty that they deserved to blocking us, push us off the track.
Well, they got a penalty. I mean, if it's deserved, it's deserved.
And we got
so
a penalty for something what we did. So yeah, it's kind of fair, those stewards reports.
Yeah.
But I reported one and it's still not accepting. So yeah.
That's fair enough. Violet, do you have any questions, or?
No, it's...
Why was the car in the wall? Let's just clear this up on stream right now.
Okay, wait.
What happened?
Okay, Violet, I'm gonna explain you.
Thank
so
you.
I was
Please
behind the pink... What was it? Pink Ferrari.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was blocking me in 2 turns. In Indianapolis and that other turn. And I was going in his inside, but he blocked me up. So I was going straight in the wall. And that's why I got in the wall.
Did you make a stewards report?
Nope.
You should have done.
Should I do it? Or is it too late?
Well, how long ago was it?
From
2 laps ago.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh god. Here it comes.
Keep your eye on the steward report.
Oh god, here it comes. I'm so scared now.
Wait, I don't know the number. I need to find the number. Wait a minute.
If it was a pink, it could be
It was a pink Ferrari.
involving
It's a speedy night.
incident involving number 420. Decision will be put under probation. Doing or race. There we go. I added my own bleep sound effect. We're doing or race. Yeah, but that was generally the reason.
That's the end of the 420s day. The epic number not doing so epic out on track by the looks of things.
I need to know which number it was. Oh, the 51. You bastard.
There we go. So we get everything going on in the comms box. You know, we've got penalty reports, got live audio from teams. Anything you want, we've probably got it.
Yes, and all my accidental letting out of words. You know, if I've done it once, it'll just happen again. I'll do it enough. I'll be fired.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It is fine. Do not worry about it.
You say that, and then all of a sudden I'll be fired because we lost all our sponsors.
We're fine. We are absolutely fine.
Hey.
I was worse earlier because I woke up and was in no state to commentate at all. I was tired. I was extremely hungover.
What were you doing last night?
The family FaceTime call got a bit out of hand. I didn't intend to go to bed at 12 o'clock.
I reported.
Hey, you did better than me. Indian Nopals. Nopalus.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
I went to bed at 1, and I said I was going to go to sleep early, but didn't.
I still don't know how to pronounce that term.
Indianapolis. You know, like the motor speedway?
Yeah, Indian Nopals.
Indian nipples.
No, we've already had my mistake. We don't need any NSFW chat.
What? That's not NSFW. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to define it. It needs to be a bit serious, anyway. More drivers being reported for extreme lagging.
Yeah. It's a great... Why is he going...
What's happening?
No, the 29 car just going back in the pits. If he crashed, I'm gonna smack that kid.
Hold on, let me up.
So guys, have a great night.
There you are.
Goodbye, have a great night, guys.
And you, thank you.
Oh,
dear.
it was a hold on. It was a stop-go penalty.
For what?
I have no clue. Probably speeding in the pit lane. That's what you usually get the stop-goes for, right?
No, corner cutting, I guess.
No, corner cuttings would be drive-throughs.
But I don't see a report of it. So...
Because it's always drive-throughs for...
I don't know, I will figure it out. Later.
Alright, that concludes the interview.
I mean, it wasn't much of an interview, was it?
No. Anyway, back to the action.
Oh yes, because there is
Still
actually
dark out.
action.
Yeah, Danny Robbins still putting lots of laps in for that AFP DPI.
Yeah, I think we're getting sunrise in a minute, clearly. It's still dark out. I honestly thought we were getting sunrise. I mean, it looks so light. My sarcasm has found its way into the steward's room. I have unlimited power.
I mean, yeah, as I've mentioned earlier, that you know, that AFP car, it did quite, you know, lock into that leading position that they're currently in. But I mean, you know, it's disappointing for the Seawolf team that did retire. You know, Jan Katao just got super unlucky. I'm still not entirely sure whether it was a fuel issue or an internet issue. But alright.
Yeah. I mean, they say it was fuel with the LAN cable, so it was the fuel first, internet second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens. Hopefully we can get some more information out of them later. Unfortunately, I can't actively go out and ask, because the Seawolf Discord is literally the only Discord I'm not on, so I can't go and do journalistic
Yeah, I'm not on
things.
AFP.
Actually, I'm not sure. I don't really know. What was the timing stamp? About 3 hours to go. I'd say.
Oh my god, it is 3 hours to go.
Yeah, I'd say that now is probably a good time to go to a commercial break. So I think we will just do that quickly, and then we'll be back with some more action afterwards.
Yep, as it's literally just been reported, 3 hours remaining. And we're still on, like, Code 80 number 4 or 5.
Impressive.
True. Anyway, we'll need to be heading on to the ad break now.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, TTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Saddler Computers is your solution. Saddler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Saddler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on saddlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome, one and all, to what is still the final round of the SimplyMod Endurance Series. Not much happened over the ad break. I mean, it's not a big period of time.
True, but you're saying not a lot can happen, but in other series like NASCAR or IndyCar, you could just have a random caution happen or a huge crash just in an ad break.
Such is the nature of endurance racing. All the cars are obviously all spread out, and it's a lot less likely in endurance racing there to be a big accident of people racing hard, because most of the time the cars you come across, you're lapping them or getting laps, and the only incident there is if someone makes a mistake there. So there's not going to be a 20-car pile-up anytime soon, I don't think. Which is fortunate or unfortunate, depending on which angle you look at, because everyone likes to view a crash at the end of the day, don't they? But and especially in sim racing where no one gets hurt, that's very enjoyable. Very enjoyable aspect of sim racing.
Yeah, we just need BeamNG driver level of crash damage.
I mean, that is one of the positive things of sim racing, is that you can literally drive two cars head on with zero consequences, and it's part of what makes it fun, is you can do these stupid, silly things and be fine with
Get away with it.
Obviously, no one's going to be doing that in this, because this isn't a 12-hour official race, so that driving head on is just frankly stupid. But it's the knowledge that that can happen.
Bannable.
Yeah, exactly. It's the spectator. Like, we can sit here and spectate and know that someone can barrel roll 10 times down the Mulsanne and they'll be fine, and we still get to watch a cool crash. I mean, they're not going to be happy at the end of the day.
Well, true, but then if they come into this interview and laugh about it, it's all fine.
Exactly. I just need to pop to the toilet really quickly, so would you mind just taking over for a couple minutes, if that's okay?
You do realise we just had an ad break.
Yeah, I know. I was focusing on other things in the ad break.
Oh,
Yes,
fine.
All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. I see you just got some crisps, actually, a nice snack to enjoy whilst you actually ride on board. I can't see who it is, but we're on board with one of the LMP2s here. I mean, if you could potentially get the graphic up, we can see who actually we're riding on board with. It is Ross Benjamin in the 878 car, who is 1 lap behind the I think it's the Just-O-Matic car, and 9 laps down on the race leader. It's not been a good race for them, I will admit. They've had penalties and other incidents that have really hampered them in their performance. So we on with the actual race leader in LMP2, Roden Shooks, who's also been driving, who has been driving really well. I mean, there was some incidents with that car earlier whilst I was stewarding between them and the 42. And there's actually some retaliation from the 42 car over an argument about unlapping themselves. I mean, it's all good now, nothing really majorly happened. But it's still not right, they both got a warning for it. Because it's alright being annoyed at one incident, but to actually retaliate because you weren't happy with something, it just doesn't belong anywhere on a racetrack. But there's also another thing I just really want to address. This LMP2 is 3rd overall. It is beating 2 other DPIs, actually. It's... Wow, we've lost... What? Wow. We've lost... How many DPIs now? We started with 9, and I think we have now 4, so we've lost 5 DPIs over the course of the race, which is really unfortunate, because it was one of the biggest grids I've seen, DPI-wise, in any league. And just to now come to a line where we have 4 at maximum finish, it's disappointing, but they've still provided great racing, so there's nothing denying that. At all. There's and actually now on board with number 7 now. There's actually 2 number 7s in the field, which is really confusing, especially up in the stewards, because we got a report for 1 number 7, and they had no driver name, and I was almost about to let an incident slide, but they edited it, and it was all fine in the end. But to be honest, it has been rather clean racing, apart from a few cars really not providing the best skill. It's been totally fine. And the fact that in other races, there's been like many code 80s, like 10. To have a race where you've only had 4 code 80s over an entire 12, it's currently what, 9-hour period? It shows that these guys and girls I think I swear I'm the only girl on the grid, but still. But they are clean and respectable, and can race well. I mean, well, literally just 1 week ago, where we had like 23 code 80s, like 23 to 30 code 80s, and it was only an hour and 40-minute race, and we've got 9 hours. I know I'm probably ranting a lot, and I don't deny that, but it's kind of with no action, you run out.
To be fair, I would be angry if there was 23 code 80s as well. That is a lot. And hello, yes, I have returned.
He has returned.
The man and the absolute legend himself. I'm back, and we're back on the block here on board with Adam Zagibia. Apologies for that pronunciation. That was probably
Zagiva.
Atrocious. Zagiva. There you go. That'll do. Can't be running P8.
I said that with an accent too. Like, what the hell? It just automatically came out.
So to be fair,
But-
I find that sometimes you have to say things with an accent just because it helps. It helps, you know, because obviously a lot of these names, you know, they're not English names. You know, I'm obviously the only languages I speak is English and a bit of German. And then if someone comes on, you know, with a name that's, you know, from Russia or something like that, I'm not going to be confident how to pronounce that. So it's the struggles of a commentary team, hey? You've just got to kind of do it on the fly. But anyway, we are on board with him as he comes into the Porsche curves.
I've actually been on board with him for a lap.
Oh, have we?
I should have commentated for the lap. I mean, instead of ranting about code 80s.
That's fine. That's allowed. It looks like yeah, there has been a driver change. I'm not sure if you picked up on that for the leading AFP LMP2 car.
Oh yeah.
Roland Sukes is now in the Ernest Lappins is at step talent. Roland Sukes is now at the wheel.
Oh no! Oh yeah, no, I picked up on that ages ago.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Apologies for that.
Yeah, I thought Roland Sukes had just been taken out. I was about to say, oh.
Yeah, it's no longer an AFP 1-2-3. So if you're an AFP fan, no.
Let me just check my timing.
Managed to Orzechowski's managed to score his head in the OP2
But there's
car.
5 seconds. It's 5.4 seconds. So that either could become a battle, or could become hell.
I also believe that Roland Sukes is a pit stop ahead. So I think just on strategy that he's in a more advantageous position at the moment. So he may just, you know, hang back. He's got a decent gap to the car behind him, 108 seconds, approaching 109 seconds really.
Oof.
And you know, they've got a decent gap, so it could just be follow the car around, don't try and do anything stupid and wait for him to pit, save the tyres, save the fuel. You know,
yeah, the gap looks relatively consistent. I mean, just trying to look. I want to say, yeah, we've only done 7 laps on this stint, whilst compared to Yanis, or Sean Shaw. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do that name. He's done 8 laps, so actually, they're together on strategy, I think.
That's interesting. That is
actually 7 laps done by Roland Sukes, so he had a lap in hand, pit strategy wise, which is where the gap will come from, and he's actually closed by 2 seconons now.
Yeah, I've just noticed that. He's managed to.
We're actually on board with him, just getting past some lap traffic there. As there's been a penalty applied to. Who is that? I can't read the name.
I can get it up. Hang on a second, if you just let me navigate to Discord. Word of advice, don't break your PC and then force yourself to do commentary about 3 different channels. Is it in Steward Reports? Or...
I don't think so, actually. It could be just a track cut, but... Still, a drive-through is a drive-through, or it could even be a stop-go. But still, these penalties have the power to change the course of a race. I mean, just look what it did in F1 at Monza. It created, arguably, one of the most exciting races of the season.
Exactly.
And
Anything can happen when the stewards fiddle around a little bit. I mean, Monza has a little thing for producing surprise winners sometimes, doesn't it?
I think Italy in general, because, you know, you got Danny Rick with podium number 2. Was it podium number 2?
Yes, I think.
After a surprise Verstappen puncher. And then you had the absolute carbon fiber bath that was Mugello.
That was that was interesting. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think some of the teams actually needed therapy after that.
I mean, what frustrates me about the Mugello race is that a lot of people were saying it was the best race of the year, but I thought, apart from the accidents, that in terms of on-track action, it was actually really quite boring.
Very true. It was the most exciting, boring race ever.
I mean, yeah, we had a 5-car pile-up, which was kind of interesting, but Sainz hurt his hand, and it was just not good to see.
No.
And it was just a bit of a mess. So, frankly, if you want to, apparently, if you want to entertain people, crash. There you go. If anybody wants to be a fan favourite, go and hit a wall.
No, I was about to pretend to go and say to one of my drivers, "Hey, can you just crash? It's all exciting." You're creating more action.
We've got complaints it's too boring, so do you want to just not brake into the next chicane?
Yeah. Turns out
I'm not quite sure. I think they'd be a bit confused, just a bit confused.
Yeah, true. But I know we're going a bit off topic here and talking about other races, but you guys oh gosh. Just reading some of the chat, but we're sidetracking a bit and talking about other races. I mean, at least it has something we can talk about, so the gap is now 2.4 seconds from Roland Schux to Yanis. As a fact, I was surprised that Lance Stroll's crash was a red flag because it looked so far off the track. That
I believe it damaged the barrier, so they had to red flag it to repair the barrier.
Yeah, barrier repairs like they did at Monza and Spa 2016 when Magnussen crashed.
Yep, and there was a Silverstone 2014 as well when Raikkonen crashed. There was barrier repairs there.
As there's a flurry of cars into the pit lane. Sorry,
there is.
Cut in
I can
there.
Just, see that on my screen. Oh, there's a bit of contact there, I think. Or was that just a really dodgy pit entrance? I'm not quite sure.
That's really dodgy because
that is Orzechowski, who is P3 in the DPI category.
Because I had a car. I was driving for my last stint. We got blocked in by the 46 LMP2. And they got a warning for that. Not the 46. But yes, it was the 46. I do lie. We got blocked in, and just look at that. We got blocked in by a 46 LMP2. And they actually got a warning because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I did the Silverstone race, and we got blocked in. My teammate got blocked in the pits, so was just kind of sat there because didn't really know what to do. It can happen.
Yeah, but, I just don't like that as he actually has to reverse there. I mean, can people just enter the pits normally? That's just the annoying thing.
I mean, obviously it's a very busy pit lane and there's lots of cars on the track, so you want to try and the way that the rFactor 2 pit system works is that you just get assigned a box. There's no consideration who's going where. If you're coming on the same pit strategy.
Actually, there's a league, GPVWC, that have managed to get a pit box assigned to each team. Yeah, in GPVWC tracks, if you're part of the same team, you'll be in the same set of garages together.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I like that. VWC, they have always been innovating on the kind of on the rFactor 2 sides. So
yeah, it's very good. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
so
actually searching for a Formula Challenge drive myself.
Oh, good luck with that. As we are here with Josef Frederick Suto, who's in P4 in the GTE category. I must say, what quite surprised me is that how quickly the Porsches fell off. The Porsches here are faster over a single lap, and I was expecting to see a Porsche in the lead, but no, the Porsche close to the front is a lap down in P3 in the GTE category.
I was expecting Ibrahim Khan to actually, keep in a straight line, but I guess he got a call from Spinotto.
Obviously, yeah, we saw Ibrahim Khan have that really atrocious first lap, which was not great for him or the team.
Oh
But,
yeah, that was. I'm just trying to think of a real life example. I think it happened in the Spa 24. I can't remember, but it was that atrocious amount of what's it called? Restart.
Oh yeah. I mean,
absolutely caught napping.
I mean, the Porsche around here is about a second faster usually. I mean, we saw in qualifying that wasn't the case. Ibrahim Khan did manage to get pole, but it was only by about 6 or 7 tenths, if I recall correctly. But the Porsche here is about a second lap faster, but the Ferrari can go longer on fuel, so it can easily go a lap further, with ease. So
I think that's actually why.
This race was going to be. I thought it was going to be a balancing act, and I thought it was actually going to be really quite close towards the end of the race. Because you've got on one side the Porsches who are going to be just out the front of the field, ripping it up, and then on the other side, you've got the Ferrari which can go longer. But what we've seen actually is we've seen the Porsches have not been performing anywhere near as well as I thought they would, and the Ferraris have just stayed consistently up, and we're seeing that with Max Jansen out in the front in that 68 Sim Apex car at the moment, winning the championship for Sim Apex in the GTE category, and then Jeremy Talbot behind him in the 51 Speedy Mike car, the gorgeously pink liveried mobile of justice and power that we know and love.
Of justice and power, ready to save the day.
Yeah, so I must say it's really helpful that the livery is pink, because it is one of the few ones that I can see straight away know which car it is.
Yeah, I mean, with some other cars, they have distinct features, but you could get really confused with other cars. I mean, I know I've fallen victim of using one car with another car. It happens to the best.
Yeah, it does happen. So, thank you to the Speedy Mike livery designer for designing a car that is so clearly
easy
a Speedy
to
Mike
see.
car. Very kind of
you. I mean, you can tell the Sim Apex cars from each other, from any other car, because they also have an interesting color palette. Although you could get them, if you didn't know that Sim Apex were driving a Ferrari, you could get them potentially confused with a Brazilian BMW.
Yeah, exactly, and also obviously the Sim Apex cars that the Ferraris all have very similar liveries, so you can get mixed up between them as well. So it's all kind of who does what. So yeah, thanks to Speedy Mike for making it pink. Say what you will about it, but it's really helpful to us here in the commentary booth. So thank you very much to them.
Okay, I have some interesting. I know we're completely going off topic, whilst there's, to be honest, really nothing much going on. You get to see the glorious pink livery.
What's not to love?
True, but okay, I just literally just found this news, and it's actually kind of funny. British Airways have apologized after wishing England rugby team good luck against Wales.
Not very British Airways then.
Some in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland felt it was inappropriate from the flag carrier airline.
That does make sense. I can see where they're coming from with that one.
Yeah, but it's still funny. I mean, without a doubt.
Good job, British Airways.
Free cat to
I mean, we
British
see there,
Airways.
sorry to interrupt you there, but we can see there that Max Jansen is in the pits, and I believe that will mean that the Speedy Mike car will be able to catch up and overtake it now. Yeah,
Yes.
just looking at my live timing, closing the
So
gap,
8
and
seconds.
he's not coming to the pits. Bit of a wobble on the exit of the corner, but there you are, Jeremy Talbot, your new leader in the GTE category, and actually the the Sim Apex cars had a driver's change. So it's Matika is now on the car instead of Max Jansen. Max Jansen's I would assume at this stage of the race he's finished, and Matika is now on the car for a stint.
Some stint news actually. They used to be running 15 laps, but they actually dropped down to 14. So they've gone 15, 15, 14, 15, 14. That last stint was a 14 lap stint, and then of course they've just started this one. Well, if we just find the Speedy Mike car, they've been doing 15, 14, 15. And they're on their 15th lap now, so you'd actually expect them to box this lap. So I think we're expecting the Speedy Bike car in at the end of this lap. And going on to your point about the Porsches, they've been doing 14, 14, 12, 15 laps, 14, actually a 3-lap stint, and 11. So
I assume the 3-lap stint would have been damage or code 80 or something along those lines.
yeah, because they had an 8-minute lap, so that was definitely be under code 80. And they're currently on lap 11 of this stint, so don't expect them in for at least a couple of laps yet.
Exactly. So keep your eye on that Speedy Mike car. They could be up to some interesting strategy. We'll just have to see. Obviously, both the Sim Apex and Speedmod, they're both Ferrari, so they're both in equal machinery. But yeah, and you'd also expect the stints to kind of gradually getting longer into the race as well as more rubber gets laid down on the track. So
they've actually been getting shorter.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that that's not happened here. I'm not sure if that's just a weather thing or maybe just because it's night. I'm not sure, but yeah, so for some reason the stints are getting shorter, so that's another thing to keep your eyes on as we head into the night with about 2.5 hours to go of this race. Yeah, we're on board here with Cosmo Prosciutto. He's in P14 and LMP2. I believe he's the last of the LMP2 runners.
Sounds actually no, not on P14. There's still cars behind him.
Oh, my mistake there. Apologies.
My car hasn't died yet, and then there's actually still cars behind him. So I was going to say something about how his name actually goes well with with how he's driving at night, Cosmo. Yeah, so there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 LMP2s behind him actually. So there's still. That's what, 19 LMP2s still left. So
yeah, so there's
definitely a fair amount still left.
Yeah, so it's they've done well because they've managed to keep a very, very large amount of the field on the track at this stage in the race. If you cast your mind back to the last race at Portimao, there was not this many LMP2s left at all. There was cars flying off and retiring.
Or ERC.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, EERC. The last time they had a 24-hour race, you had 6 cars left running, and then 1 LMP2 winning by 10.
That's that's quite a margin. I think you're having a bit of a connection issue on my end. Apologies, I can't quite make it.
Oh, is it your end?
I think it is my end. I'm not sure.
Oh, yep. As we expected, the 50.
Yep, there you are.
51 into the pits, and the 68 has retaken the lead.
I would expect to see the 51 having a driver change, 52 even having a driver change any second now. I closed my live timing because I'm not really very sure why, so let me just get it back up again and I can confirm or deny my belief.
My live timing's up if you ever need it.
It's alright, I've got it. It's loading now. I believe they would be heading for a driver change because by the looks of things they were on similar strategies, but no, Jeremy Talbot's staying in that car. So he's obviously trying to run longer.
Yeah,
I'm not
this
sure.
could potentially be the final stint for him, though.
That's true.
Just
I mean,
thinking. Someone taking it.
Judging from the time that's left, Matika will be going to the end, I presume. So at the end of this day, you know, it's 2.5 hours to go. It's getting late at night, you know, in real life. So you're going to be tired. You're probably going to be hungry. You're probably going to need the toilet. You know, so it's going to be more beneficial to the Speedy Mite team if they bring in someone fresher who has to do less distance late on in the race because they're less likely to make mistakes. You know, they could be a couple tenths slower a lap, but ultimately if they're more consistent and less likely to make mistakes, that's what matters and that's what counts. So keep your eye on that. That could be interesting and see how it unfolds as the race kind of enters its final phases. But we're here with the man in the lead at the moment of the GT category, Matika, driving a very solid race that, as I can confidently say, as it stands, that Sim Apex car has got a hand on the championship trophy in GTE. We know that the DPI category has been wrapped up already. That was done at Portimao with the was the Seawolf car that won that by the Seawolf car that unfortunately retired today. Won by quite a decent margin, and then I believe the LMP2 championship is still running. Seawolf are leading it, but they're not running too well today actually, so that could all change around a bit. So see what happens
That's
there.
true. They've been hit by penalties actually. I mean,
there's still P4 with Santu Enquist at the wheel.
it's not been the best of days.
It hasn't, but you know there's still P4
It's
with
Santu, so of course they're going to gain positions.
Yeah, and you know Santu's.
Oh, penalty to Tobias Blunt. That is the 29 Just-O-Matic car. As actually, I think we. Because I'm going to need to change headset. Should we go into an ad break? And
what's the time
rejoin
remaining?
Afterwards.
What's the time remaining? If you need to change headset, you can just change it. No, I don't think we should go into an ad break just yet. So just go change your headset.
Yeah, just have half-hour breaks between each ad.
Genius. Hey, just go into your ad break. I'll just carry it solo for a little bit. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's Thomas Blunchin all the way down in P16 class with that penalty. I'm not quite sure why. I'm just trying to check the steward report channel.
Probably track cut. I checked.
Yeah,
it was track cut.
That'll be there you are, track cut. So there you are. And that's Robert Vaughan is now all alone on the stewarding front. Tom's had to leave, and he's still going to be following the stream. So see you later on, Tom. Yeah, please do keep up with the stream. Thank you for stewarding, you know, over the season and over the race. It's a 12-hour race, obviously big race to keep an eye on. And good luck, Rob, is all I can say. It's going to be a lonely 2.5 hours, mate. So have fun, really. Here we are, with still following Tobias Blumshine round, and there's on his trails as he heads down the Mulsanne into the. Looked like he was having a bit of a braking issue there, or mostly the car kind of wobbled and didn't quite slow down as much as it would have liked on the entry. So
I can't find my wire for my other headset.
That's not ideal. Still, good luck finding that. I can't really help. Apologies. But while you're still looking for that, I'm just gonna see if there's any gossip to report on. It doesn't seem that there is. Danny Robbins is he's got a lap on Jeff Closer now, so he's AFP 1 and 2 and 3 because they're leading the LMP2 category as well, which is third overall with Ronan Sukes at the wheel. So that AFP car, that's phenomenal stuff. You know, overall P1, P2, P3. It's a very, very solid result for that team. and I'm sure everyone's going to go away very happy. I mean, I'd definitely be going away happy if my team got a 1-2-3. Antoni was commentating with me earlier. He's the team owner. I'm sure that he could let us know how he's feeling. If you wanted to slide in here for an interview, or if anyone wants to slide in here for an interview,
Found the headset.
Good job. Welcome back.
Free claps. I found my headset wire.
We did it. We did it.
Feel special again.
Yeah, as I was just saying, yeah, if anyone wants to get interviewed, please just jump in the interview chat. We'll drag you across, ask some questions, and then you could leave. And please do come voice your opinion.
We'll boot you out, slam the door in your face.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's always good to get a driver's scope on things. Obviously, Valtteri is racing, or did race. I don't think you have another stint. Do you? I don't think you do have another stint. Right, so, well, no one here is racing anymore. I'm not racing full stop. Violet has finished her racing, so it's always good to kind of...
I'll probably be back to stewarding.
No, that's fair enough, but it's always good to get people's, views in, and just, see what different drivers feel about incidents, about how their race is going. Because it's, sim racing is very much like a team-based esport. So it's, it's all about the people, what they're doing. So it's just always, I find it really interesting just to, to speak to the different drivers and just to see what their scope of the race is. So if you want to get interviewed, please do come and get interviewed. And oh, hang on, something might have happened here. Give us a second.
What do you mean?
I was just seeing I misread something. Apologies, Nick, our broadcaster Nick, who's gonna again solo the comms like an absolute legend, was just saying something, and I thought I misread it as something else. My apologies for getting everyone excited there. Just trying to scroll through my laptop. That is a lot of steward reports. My consolations go out to Robert Pawn, who is having to do absolute bits in the steward's office.
I'm gonna help him just a second.
Well, there you are. Commentary and steward reporting at the same time. That's an impressive feat.
And driving, you forgot for driving.
And you were driving as well, so you've basically done everything you could have done. So, well, good job for that. Do you get like a Guinness World Record for that first person to drive, commentate, and steward a race? All the same race?
Maybe.
Maybe, I've never seen that before.
And get save of the season, so they better pay me.
Exactly.
I believe there's a payment. There's a code 80.
That is a code 80. There's code 80. I'm not sure what's happened, but there is a code 80. You didn't see any incidents happening.
Yeah, so if you can run through and see why there's a code 80.
On this
really interesting to see.
It was a straight. It appears that the number 18 BMW was going slowly.
Oh no, not the 18.
I think they possibly ran out of fuel, maybe. I'm not sure. No, they're still... I'm very confused. Peter Vagapond wants to get interviewed. Just jump in the interview. Oh, he's in the interview channel, so I'll drag him across. I'm just blind and can see him.
Yeah, we're actually on board, and they're still going. They're actually still going.
Not too sure what happened there, but let's just get this interview in. Quickly, just drag him across quickly. Hello, Peter. Are you ready to be interviewed, my friend?
Yep, sure.
Brilliant. So, first of all, how are you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
That's good. Yeah, I'm good, thank you as well. So, just kind of give me like a general race rundown. Like, how's it gone so far? Is everything going to plan? Are you finished looking to finish where you wanted to finish before the race?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the interview. Second of all, I wasn't expecting actually any good positions. I was just won a race on Lemans on LMP2, unfortunately, but okay. So yeah, just Iris invited me to drive today, so or tomorrow. Yeah, yesterday. So yeah, I was just having fun. I wasn't like preparing, so yeah, I was just like, okay, give me a setup and let's have a fun race. So just enjoying the race. That's it.
Oh,
Sorry to interrupt here. We're actually back to green flag now.
Oh, there we are. Back to green flag racing, as we can see. Yeah, so it's good to hear that you were having fun, Peter. Oh, was that an instant? Sorry, I'm trying to keep track of several screens at once. So good to hear you having fun. So you said that you were signed up for this race yesterday. So were you coming in with how much practice have you done for this race?
I don't know. I cannot say it. I don't know. Maybe 10, 12, 30 laps before that.
Oh,
but I wasn't invited yesterday. I thought I was invited a week ago. So for yesterday's race, yeah, today's race.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough.
I was actually, I couldn't beat that. I was supposed to be driving a DPI. Last minute, had to switch to LMP2. Did 0 laps practice, and somehow
pulled off
it
a drift
worked.
overtake.
And caught someone by 50 seconds in one stint, and did a 12-lap stint in an LMP2. I still don't quite know how I achieved that.
There you are. Everyone can do.
It can be possible.
It can be possible indeed. Now, so Peter, was there any like problems that you had out on track, like any incidents, which did you have any spins or crashes, or was there any incidents you got caught up in that?
Yeah, I caught like in 2 incidents. The one was DPI, who the incidents were the same actually, because someone spun in the first time. He just spun in front of me, and just I went into him. I couldn't like react. And the second one was absolutely the same, but when he spun, he was in front of me, and it was like second or third corner on Lemans, and I wanted like to to drive around, but he just stepped on gas and went into me. But I think after that I got damage, suspension failure, and then I just went to the pits and went to the pits repairing. After that, I don't remember. Something happened, maybe with backmarkers, but it's always something happen.
I remember when I was shooting, you gave me a report that you made contact with an LMP2 and spun.
That was Chris. That wasn't me. Yeah, that was Chris. Yeah, he was fighting for the position
in your car.
But but unfortunately, I didn't see.
Yeah, I put no further action on that because it just looks like Chris didn't know he was side by side and just tried to take the racing line with a car still on the outside. So, yeah. If he wanted an insight to my reasoning, of course, you can tell him that.
Yeah, he was very upset that the guy who spun him didn't get a penalty.
It's because Chris actually went into him. He didn't get spun. He went into him.
That's fair enough. I don't have any more questions for you, Peter. Violet, do you have anything, or?
Not really, to be honest, except please try not to crash for the last 2 hours and 16 minutes.
Okay, I will try. Thanks for the advice.
Alright, thank you very much, Peter. Enjoy the rest of your race and have a good one, mate.
Yeah, enjoy. I'm enjoying your commentary.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Yes, have fun.
Anyway, back to the action. On board here with we're no longer on board with him now. I think the worst one.
Well, on board now, no longer on board, and I'm actually gonna head off and help Robert Stewart now. So
thank you very much for coming along and helping, Violet. I really do appreciate it. So,
yeah, we can sort out payments on a later date.
I'll send you 50p. I'll send you 50p.
Yeah.
Money. Seriously, thank you very much for coming along. I do really appreciate it.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be doing this again next season.
Yeah,
This time, hopefully for all the rounds.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, next season's still in the future. We don't know what's going to happen yet. So,
But
will there
maybe
even
something
be a next
big.
season? Will there even be Series 3 of the SimplyMod Endurance
That
series?
is true.
We don't know. We don't know. All will be revealed next
Within time.
Within time. So, I tell you what, now's probably about time to head to an ad break. So why don't we do that, and then you can disappear in the ad break. That sounds like a plan?
Yeah. Yes,
Alright, so,
that does indeed sound like a plan.
So yeah, we shall head off into an ad break now. Just a brief ad break.
Oh, there's a spinner.
Oh.
There was a spinner.
We won't head off into an ad break just yet, because there is definitely a spin there. Managed to get it
Car
going,
looks...
I believe.
Yeah, car
was
has a rear
Joachim
wing, so
Lovisen.
it's all fine.
I believe it was Joachim
Still
Lovisen.
has a rear wing.
Yeah, still managed to go, so it looks like they didn't touch the wall anywhere. It's one of the Nova Finlandia cars.
Yeah. They've
Anyway,
not had a good race at all.
No, they've not. It's been a bit upsetting for them. Not up to their usual standards, but that's what Le Mans does. It's a tough track. But yeah, so we will now head off to an ad break, and yeah, thank you for joining us, Violet. Do appreciate it. Have fun stewarding, and we'll be back after these brief messages.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
And we come back to the action here at Virtual Le Mans, the finale of Series 2 of the SimplyMod Endurance Series. It's been a hell of a race so far, and we've still got about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go here. I tell you, we've had everything we could have had here at Le Mans. Obviously, it's a big, tough race, and it's starting to get to that stage where mistakes are beginning to creep through. We just saw just before the ad break there was a spin from one of the Nova Finlandia cars, and there was accidents beforehand. There was a code 80 that we missed, unfortunately, because I think we were going through commentary or an interview or something along those lines. But we're back underway here. 2 hours 11 minutes to go. Here's Adam Zagaiva, still pumping in the lap times in P5 in the LMP2 category. Roland Suk still leading the way. He's got 110 seconds now, and looks things to the car in front. So it's a big gap, and that is another positive thing for AFP, because as it stands, they are still 1, 2, 3 overall, which is phenomenal stuff. Obviously, Jan Katau was sitting very pretty in the lead of DPI, and then had a disconnect, and that was that race for the Seawolf car, which was so dominant at every round this season. And I have said this multiple times, but it is really a big shame just to see them end the season on such a low note. To suffer a disconnect like this, it is very sad. But that is the way that the cookie crumbles. and you've just got to roll with the punches in motorsport and sim racing as well. As we are now on tour with Gergo Vittori as he heads down the Mulsanne, that infamous big long straight line. I've got some intel for you, some magical intel. Yeah, the magical intel for you is that I'm going to be shortly joined by one Nick Barnsdale in the commentary booth. So keep your ears open for the glorious tones of Nick Barnsdale. Still on board here with Gergo Vittori. As he starts to come into the port. No, this is Indianapolis. Apologies. And now up through Arnage. Doesn't use all the curb on the exit. Obviously, just not quite that confident. Through there, misses the apex a bit there. You know, coming out of Indianapolis and out of Arnage there as well, you really want to try and use all of the track available to you. You know, it's a bit trickier on the exit of Indianapolis because there is just a gravel trap beyond the curb. There is no in between, so you've really got to try and tread that fine line. But at Arnage, there is just this big runoff. There's almost a car's width of runoff there that you can just use and abuse. And that sounds like Nick Barnsdale returning. I'm going to assume it was him. Oh, it was Nick Barnsdale coming back from the toilet. He hasn't returned just quite yet. So you can wait a little bit longer. But, as I was saying, you know, you can really use and abuse the track limits on the exit of Arnage. So it's interesting to see Gergo Vittori not quite done that. Maybe he's trying to save his tyres a bit, or save fuel. Or maybe he damaged the car there. Maybe he just clipped the wall trying to be too greedy. Now he's just trying to be extra safe, and is now just not using that section of the runoff at all. You know, they're all very possible answers to the question. As we follow off into the Dunlop curve now, I think we're just going to stick on the onboard with him. I just nearly knocked my lamp off my desk. It's a bit too deep through the first corner. It was actually running very central in the track as well, which is interesting. Doesn't use all the curb on the exit either. Coming through the S's now, doesn't use the curb there either, but stays pretty wide. Clips the curb there very nicely. And now we're looking at Santo Enqvist, the Seawolf man, who has been stewarding the majority of this race and is now in the car. Big shift from Santo Enqvist. Currently running P4 in class. All over the back though, on Zoltan Varkonyi. So it's pretty close between the two. There is about a second between them. Varkonyi being in the Musion 95 LMP2 car, and Santo Enqvist being the 46 Seawolf car. As we can see here, just bouncing over the curbs, I do believe we're on board here with Santo Enqvist, and I would be correct, yes. Santo's obviously a lot harder than a very experienced driver, so why don't we try and get an onboard lap with him, just to see the difference between his and Gergo's lines. Turns in a lot earlier, hangs it a lot wider and a lot tighter even on the exit, and then really has it in further for the first corner. Is able to carry a lot more speed through that section, clips the curbs, clips that curb as well. Actually runs reasonably wide through the second S. Doesn't use as much of the curb through here. Uses a bit more of the curb through there. Doesn't use all of the track on the exit. Now uses all of the track on the exit and then some. Really fast through Teteroos. Just about within track limits onto the Mulsanne. Now you can just sit and relax while you wait for the impending doom that is the chicanes on the Mulsanne. Flicks it through, a bit of a wobble. And in. Takes the first curb, doesn't quite touch it. Just kisses the second curb, but it was actually very late apex there in terms of that corner. It's usually the shape of the corner and the camera of the corner usually quite a very early apex, simply because you can't get the car rotated in the latter stage of the corner. But we managed to bring it in a very geometrical kind of shape, so that would have been really beneficial for his corner speed. On the exit of the corner as well. Now the second Mulsanne chicane. Let's see what he does through here. Clips the first chicane. Doesn't clip the second chicane. Again, very geometric shape, very equal in kind of sizing. for the corner, doesn't take your traditional line where you're kind of struggling too much from pushing. He's really got this car under control. He's going exactly where he puts it. So that's really good to see from Mr. Engqvist. Coming up to the Mulsanne kink now, and into Mulsanne corner. Braking hard, really use the curbs on the exit as well. No, he's going to drag it across to the right to try and get the slipstream off of this GTE car. The Brazilian racing team BMW there, through the right-hander. He's going to keep it to the left as he comes up to Indianapolis. Just waiting to see the corner appear. There's the marker boards, and there is the corner. In, hit the brakes, trying not to spin out. Into Indianapolis, clips the inside curb. Doesn't use all of the runoff. Still left about a foot or two in there, so we could have used that. It turns him way too early into Arnage, but then does utilise all of that runoff area. But you could see there, he just made the mistake into Arnage, turned in too early, and just had to, take the lock off. You could see the car kind of pitched in and then straightened itself up again. He's just turned in too early and then wound all of that lock off as he comes into the Porsche curves now. This is where you really sort the wheat from the chaff, the men from the boys, or the women from the girls. For not being sexist, really going to try and carry as much speed as you can through this section. Bit sideways through there, through the last curve. Using a little bit more of the track should be allowed. That was actually very rapid through there and probably ripped the underside of the car from real life. Come off on the back of a GT into the Ford chicanes. That's going to compromise the back end of his lap, but he's still going to be able to really get it planted on the exit of the Ford chicanes, and that is a lap of Le Mans with Santu Engqvist.
With that, I'm going to make my return.
And there we have it. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Barnsdale, how you doing, mate?
Well, I'm pretty good. My throat's feeling better. I think I can go the final 2 hours, and Santu's into the gravel. I guess
he's into the... Oh yeah, that's not ideal.
Cursed him immediately as soon as I joined the commentary. He goes off. Sorry, Santu.
Oh, I'm sure he'll forgive you. Yeah, good to hear your throat's doing better though. I try not to ruin it again. That's not ideal, but.
Well, it all depends on how much action they give me. If it's a lot, then well, I'll sacrifice for the sake of the race.
Indeed. Just kind of watching, not quite a replay because the stream's behind. Just watching my laptop. It looks like Santu just locked it up a little bit coming into the Dunlop chicane. Just got a bit sideways. Under braking, and that was that, and the car was gone, but at least he's got no damage.
Well,
that's positive.
He doesn't make a lot of mistakes, so I think his team can forgive one.
Yeah, exactly. He's a very consistently quick driver, is Mr. Engqvist. One of those people that you'd be tempted to refer to as an alien. So,
yep.
Well, I would definitely anyway. Anyway, still on board with Mr. Engqvist. And Nick, what's your take on the race been while you've not been here? Have you been enthralled by it, or?
Well, the last few, I might say the last hour or so has been, well, it's just been, there's not much has happened. It's been uneventful is what I'm trying to say. Not too many battles. We had that, like, one battle for a few seconds, and then one of the cars pulled away, and we had one spin and one code 80, but other than that, there hasn't been much going on. I think it kind of speaks to how consistent some of these drivers are, the ones that are left anyways. They've just there hasn't been too many crashes. Nobody's going slow enough to allow someone else to catch them. Yeah, it's been an interesting hour. Again, uneventful, but that's how it goes sometimes at endurance. I'm hoping it'll heat up a bit in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, and of course 2 hours to go. People are going to realise that the end is near, so they're going to start to try and get those last moves done, trying to see what they can get away with, really.
Yeah.
The last 2 hours of Season 2 of the SimplyMod Endurance Series as well, so this is, for the championship places.
Yeah, especially with double points upper grabs. If you win a class, you get 50 points, so it's a pretty big prize pool. Virtual prize pool, yeah. We're not.
Yeah, obviously.
The winners of these races are not getting real money. Don't get your hopes up, guys.
Yeah, if you want real money, EARC have, I think, a decent prize pool. So But this is all just for fun here at the Ace Racing League. But on the subject of the championship, I'm just going to crack open my little spreadsheet that we've got. So we know that the Seawolf car that retired earlier, the DPI Seawolf, number 42, has already won the already won the DPI category. That was done and dusted in Portimao. Now, just looking at the LMP2 category, by the looks of things, just looking at the standing, it looks like the car on board now at the moment, Santo Empress, he's going to be sitting pretty with a championship at the end of this as well. And it's a lot closer in LMP, in GTE even. The 74 car, the Seawolf car in P2, is not having the best evening. Ibrahim Khan's currently running in 3rd place, which is not where he wants to be if he wants to secure that championship. Because the car that's currently leading that championship is the car that's in the lead of this race in that class. So at the moment, the Seawolf number 46 in LMP2 and the Sim Apex number 68 in GTE, they're both looking like they've got one hand on that championship trophy.
Apologies, I was actually trying to get these the GTE leaderboard up, but I tried to click on the emoji menu on YouTube to put something in the chat, and it froze the entire browser. So let's not do that again.
Good job.
Well, yeah,
that's all I can say.
It's been a runaway for Premislav and Max, as I kind of expected. I know they trained pretty hard for Le Mans, as you know, as a Sim Apex team boss. I kind of try to stay up to date with what everyone's doing for the team, and I would have put my money on them at the start of this race. It's been a pretty good performance from the Speedy Mite, number 51, as I would have expected as well. But yeah, Premislav and Max were the dynamic duo they needed to be today.
They've been consistently banging in the lap times, you know, very consistent, barely any mistakes, been quick as well. Obviously, Ibrahim Khan right at the start, he was sitting pretty on pole position by about 7/10, and then span at the first corner, and then had another spin late in halfway around the lap as well. Nightmare start for that Seawolf car, and you know, it really couldn't have played out better for the Sim Apex squad, and they've handled it superbly. You know, an hour and 58 minutes to go.
Yeah,
they basically got this championship wrapped up, I think.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate because we were maybe deprived of what could have been a really cool battle for the win, because Khan just had some pretty bad luck today, if I'm honest. It's tough. It's tough when you're, you know, competing for a win at a big event like Le Mans, and, you know, disaster just strikes, and there's not much you can do about it. But I'm kind of disappointed for myself, partially, and for the viewers, because it could have been a cool battle for P1 between the Speedy Mite, the Sim Apex, and I think, who does Ibrahim drive? I think it's AFP, right?
Seawolf.
Seawolf, sorry, Seawolf. Please don't have me killed. No, just kidding around. But yeah, I think it could have been an interesting battle, but it's just unfortunate that it didn't work out that way.
Well, obviously, you know, it's still 2 hours to go and anything can happen
in
an endurance race. But you know, at this stage, you know, just thinking that nothing else is going to go wrong, you know, Seawolf here had the chance to win all 3 classes in the championship.
Right.
If Ibrahim Khan pulled off a blinder, you know, they've already got the DPI wrapped up in the last round. You know, they're sitting, you know, very happily at the top of the table in LMP2. Then GTE, you know, they're close at the top of the 10 with the double points. A win would have got them probably near the championship. Obviously, they would have had to have hoped that the Sim Apex car, you know, or the Speedy Mite cars, you know, didn't have the best race, and it's just not gone their way, unfortunately for them.
No,
but
they've.
It is what it is.
Yeah, the cars ahead did what they needed to do. Basically, they drove consistently, didn't get into too many incidents, and it's gonna be a championship secured for the Sim Apex, assuming nothing goes awry in the final 2 hours. And Speedy Mite, I think, might take second. I think they're 4th at the moment.
I believe they are. I have closed my championship table. I'll get it back open again. So I'll just click on this link and it's there.
That Seawolf car is actually 2nd. My apologies.
Let me just scroll across. That would be nice. I didn't mean that far across. That's oh, I've opened something back. Here we go. GT, so as it stands, yeah, the Seawolf car is in second place. The Speedy Mike cars are around there somewhere. Where are they?
The 51 is down quite a ways.
Oh, it is. That's interesting.
Oh wait, I'm silly. I was on the race by race results. Okay, let's go back to the Speedy My 51 is in 4th, and the Seawolf is in 2nd.
Oh, there you are. So, I mean, it's a lot closer in the GT category than it is in anything else.
Right.
You know, there is, realistically, there is at the moment, it's looking like the SimApex car is gonna win the championship. But really, as there is 3 cars with a mathematical chance to win this. If the SimApex car crashes out and the Seawolf car crashes out, if the 71 Speedy Mike car is still running, I can't remember if it's the 71 or the 51 that's still running, and it looks like it's the 51. The 71's all the way down and quite a way down actually, but say it suddenly has a resurgence and comes through and wins the race, they've got that championship. So, well, realistically it's not close, mathematically it isn't. It's, double points really opens it up, it's still there. So, you just gotta wait and see what happens.
Yeah, if the Seawolf and the SimApex were in opposite places right now, the Seawolf would be winning the championship.
Exactly. So you've just got to kind of take everything with a grain of salt that you see here in the finale of the SimplyMod Endurance Series, and just keep the mental maths going. We can't really predict what's going to happen until that happens. So, in the next 5 minutes, knock on wood this doesn't happen. The SimApex car could crash and retire, and that could be it. Suddenly, championship's wide open again. So
that's me knocking on wood. I would really not like to see that happen.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So
I'd assume if they win the championship, you'll have a bit of a party, surely.
Yeah, I'll pop open the bottle of champagne I got at home.
Nice.
Okay, so we're on board now with what looked like could have been some action brewing, but doesn't appear to be anymore. Muller was less than a second behind Joachim Lovesen. As we saw like a few hours ago, they were close together, and now they've kind of reunited. But Lovesen put in a good third sector, and he's kind of pulled away a little bit. It's now hanging around a second.
Yeah. So well, it's good that the battling is still this close. Kind of 10 hours into this race. It is good to see that everyone's not just kind of laps and laps apart. Everyone's still kind of going around on their own pace, and we're still seeing these fights. So it's a credit to the drivers. Even if you're down in 9th and 10th as these two are, that's still points. That's still places in the championship, and it's also for personal pride as well. Yeah. You get. Any overtake is feels great, even if it's for the win at Monaco or for last place at Monza or something like that. Any overtake is nice.
Yeah, this battle has points riding on it too. I mean, if Muller overtakes Lovesen, he gets an extra point, so it's a little sweetener to throw on there for your overtake.
Exactly.
Not that it'll have any kind of championship implications. It's technically 2 points because the points are doubled, but yeah, not like it'll have any huge implications. But yeah, it's nice to say, oh, I scored 4 points instead of 2.
Yeah, exactly. You can come up going, I achieved better. I've improved. At the end of the day, that's what you want to do. Sim racing should be fun. That's its main goal. I mean, obviously everyone wants to go and become an esports star. The chance of that is being very unlikely.
Chance of that for you and me, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Some of the guys that are racing here today could have a pretty good future.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some very, very quick drivers out on this field, but I mean, the chances of getting picked up by, I don't know, some big esports team, yeah, it's all a bit of a pipe dream for us. But its main goal should be fun. So you should really just be coming out of this race. Even if you have an accident, retire in the first 5 minutes, you should just be coming away with a smile on your face, because that is the aim of the game.
I don't think there's very many people that would agree with you on that one, Ross. I think a lot of people would not come away with a smile on their face after dying after 5 minutes.
That's true. To be fair, I would also be quite angry. I mean, Sebring, I was done in 20 minutes. And was I smiling? I think it was a mixture of being like annoyed, but also going, I now have a Saturday afternoon free.
Yeah.
So.
A mixture of happiness and a hole in a monitor.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've got to take the positives from it, I suppose, haven't you?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'd love to bring you a battle, but there's not much happening at the moment. Santu's 4 seconds behind Zoltan Varkonyi. We'll have to.
Yeah,
I'll monitor that on the live timing, but otherwise, not too much going on. Looks like Joachim Lovesen might have made a little mistake because he's now 3 seconds back from Yannick Muller.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I always mention this at this stage in the race, but coming towards kind of the last kind of hour or two in an endurance is the longest kind of hour you will spend in your life. Time just seems to slow down because you know that the end is so near. And because time slows down, suddenly you're making mistakes and you're tired and you're hot and sweaty and you just kind of want it to be over. So it's, yeah, this is the toughest time in the race that you will have sitting in your sim rig. It's, you just gotta keep a level head. Don't think about the clock. Just think about each corner, each lap, and just carry on going. You'll get it done eventually.
Yeah, I remember my first endurance race. I think it's also my last endurance race. I was getting into a groove. I think it was the ARL test race, the first one before the first season. It was a test race at Spa, I think. And I started getting into a groove, and I'm like, okay, I feel pretty good right now. And then I looked down, and I was 5 seconds a lap slower. So, you have to be careful to not just let your brain go on autopilot. You have to make sure you keep pushing the car.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you've got to, endurance racing is tough. I mean, endurance racing is often seen as the pinnacle of sim racing because it's a real team effort. You can just do it with your mates, but it is tough because you have to stay consistent and focused for such a long period of time. And I've seen people who drive on sims in real life say that mentally driving on a sim is more taxing because this screen. Obviously, you're not supposed to be staring at a screen. The human body's not designed to stare at a screen for these periods of time. So your eyes, your eyes start to get strained, and that, puts an effect on your brain. So actually, although obviously there's not the physical, part of it with sim racing, if you crash, it's not going to hurt. You don't feel the G-forces. It's also nowhere near as expensive if you crash.
Yeah.
But, mentally, just trying to stay focused while looking at a screen, because all you've got, because in an actual race car, obviously, you're being assaulted by your senses, Everything's going past so quickly, it's noisy, it's bumpy, with a sim, you're just staring at a screen with some headphones on.
I can't wait for the most realistic driving simulator where if you crash your car, you have to pay $10,000 to race again.
That sounds like a great idea, but you get a phone call from the insurance company, be like, yeah, can you pay us, please?
Yeah. Oh, I think I'm going to invent that now.
Yeah, go do it. Just ring up some people who know how to code. Motorsport Manager Realism mod, there you go.
Ross, you interested in the...
I'm definitely interested.
Okay,
I can't code, but I'm happy to playtest it or something.
Yeah, but you still have to use your real money.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's all going into the development of the game, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's all going to a good cause. So my money can be whatever.
Well, back to the race. I've just noticed that the number 999 that's in the lead has finally lapped the entire field. He's lapped the 999 of Jeff Klose. And so he is now one lap ahead in the lead.
There you are. It's been a very dominant performance from that 999 AFP car. The car that's in second is not the 999 AFP car. It's I can't speak English. Apologies. It's a developmental AFP squad, which name escapes me at the moment, but they switched last minute from LMP2 to DPI, so they didn't have the time to make a skin, so they are just using the same skin, which is why there's two 999 cars. The one we're talking about is the one that Danny Robbins is piloting. It's been rapid all day. It's been know, the only real car that was challenging it was Darius Andre, and they obviously had those issues earlier on and retired from the race, so it's now just in a class of its own out the front.
So, to recap, we have the 999 AFP Force Bologna in the lead, we have the 999 AFP Force Bologna junior team in second, and we have the 99 Force Bologna in third. That's a lot of nines.
That is a lot of nines, and it's a 1-2-3 overall for AFP as well, so great stuff for them. I'm sure they're going to be extremely happy with the outcome of this race.
Yep.
The LMP2 squad has been very impressive. You know, they're above basically the entire DPI field bar 2, so that's great to see from them, and obviously the 2 DPI cars as well. Out here putting in big stints. Darius Andre is probably feeling a bit sorry for himself because he was in the lead and then had an internet issue, and that forced his car to retire. So, you know, on the one hand, you know, the AFP cars, they have been phenomenal, but they have been gifted this 1-2-3 through a retirement by another car. So that is, I mean, luck plays a massive factor in sim racing. So you just gotta kind of roll with the punches, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and,
it was just a bad day for that car. I was in the chat for qualifying for the race. It wasn't a pretty sight.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Oh, is that a code 80 or is that a? Yeah, that's a code 80. And
that is a code 80.
That GT is probably getting a penalty.
Yeah, I would assume so. I'm not sure why there's a code 80. Let me have a look in the chat. I assume there is a car going slowly somewhere.
Someone just took off, I think.
That's interesting.
I just heard an engine and a car disappeared from the screen. Weird. I think now might be a good time to actually do a little rundown of the order.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
So,
right, so
yeah, you go
ahead. Do you want to do it? Oh, thank you very much. You're very kind. So, as it stands, I'll read it off in overall order because that's just easier than it is reading it off in class order. So we've got Danny Robbins leading the way in the 999 AFP car, and then Jeff Close is in P2 in the not 999 AFP car that's running their livery. Then you've got Roland Sukes in 3P3 in the AFP LMP2 car. They're leading that category. Then Jonas Kaufmann is in the number 99 DPI car. There's 2 99s. Keep your head around that. Then you've got the 2 Musion cars, P2 and 3 in LMP2 with Daniel Kiss and Zoltan Varkonyi. And then you've got Santo Enquist currently looking like he's going to benefit with this with the championship with the Seawolf car, which has been a little bit off the pace today, if I'm brutally honest. But, you know, still P4 in class, and it can happen. Still a decent chunk of time to go. Then after him, you've got the number 95 F1RO car, the Lightning McQueen car. It's Mihail Belescu. Then Gergo Ballo's in a Sim Apex LMP2. Lazio Zanto is in the HVML LMP2. Then we've got Chris Gitsov is in the Iris number 7 LMP2. David Plummer is, I believe, the last of the DPI runners in the 170 car. Then Gergo Kovacs is in the 07 Racing LMP2. Joachim Louisen is in the KBR number 24. David Tepper in the Nova Finlandia 52. Nekline Nagelvor in the second Sim Apex LMP2 car there. Then Yuka Slovenik is in the Royal Racing at number 13. Cosmo Pashtuto is in the Royal Blue car, who were looking to get a good performance today, so it was disappointing to see them all the way down the order. Martin Novak's in the MPL number 23. Damien Klein in the Justo number 29. Ros Benjamin in the Future number 878. Then Gergo Batoria. There's lots of Gergos on this grid today for some reason. In the Ground 108, Jack Smith's following him up 23rd overall in the Nova Finlandia number 50. Then to get on to the GTE field, we've got Primislav Matika leading the way in the Sim Apex number 68. They are looking good for that championship they so dearly want. Jeremy Talbot in the number 51 Speedy Mike car. The wrong Speedy Mike car for the job because the other one is the championship challenger, but they lie up in P2 anyway. Ibrahim Khan managed to recover from that very early spin on the first corner of the first lap. From pole all the way down to last, he's now in 3rd place with the 74 Seawolf Porsche. Daniel Krasny back to the Ferraris in the OSR and number 80. Then John Bennett is in the Seawolf Porsche number 15. He's a very quick driver, so I'll keep an eye on him in the last couple of hour and minutes remaining. Billy Eisman in the Solo Racing Porsche, then Jack Coben in the Nova Finlandia Porsche, and Axel Kerr, I believe he is in a Corvette, because the live timing just says number 444, so excuse me if I have that wrong. And the Brazilian Racing Boys in the BMW, Michael Araju at the wheel, number 18, and then a lot of retirements, and then the 71 Speedy Mike car with Amunwan at the wheel, 35th overall. They are behind 2 people who have retired. It's really not ideal for them because they could have been challenging for the championship. Someone's just hopped in the voice call. It's Connor Peltmans. If he wants to say
We've got
hello.
2 Canadians here now.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's they're taking over, boys. And yeah, it seems that the Code 80's screwed over a fair few people, but or the Code 80 that happened earlier. But I'm back underway now anyway. There is still a yellow in Sector 1, but knowing rFactor, that's probably for someone just abusing track limits a little bit.
Santu is in the pits, I believe. Yep.
Yes, that is Santu in the pits. Well, he's now leaving the pits, but he was in the pits.
As you can hear by Ross's yawn, it's getting a little late for my European friends.
It is, apologies. I started off the day yawning and I've ended the day yawning. I've gone full circle.
Okay.
Apologies for yawning there. It is getting to 10:30. I am a bit tired. I'm going to stick around for a little bit longer though.
Fair enough.
Santi leaving the pits with an 85-second gap to the car in front. Yeah, how much time is left on the clock? About 1 hour and 35. Ad break?
It's a bit too early. We just had one like 20 minutes ago.
Did we? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Connor,
Well then,
why don't you tell us about the race in the DPI car?
It did not go well from the start. Being new to endurance, I forgot to click the race button when I was handed the car.
Ooh.
So I went out and the car was responding to my steering inputs, and I was like, okay, it's fine, it's working. And then I get out on track and I click X, which is binded to my pit limiter speed, and the pit limiter wouldn't turn off. So I had to click race, and that sent us a lap down, and that was pretty much a rip.
Yeah.
I was doing some pretty good pace. I was doing 326s, which I've never driven Le Mans before, and it's my first race in the DPI, so I think that's decent. But yeah, it didn't go well.
I mean, at least you didn't crash out in the first corner or the first lap or something like that. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse, but not by much. But yeah.
Come on, stay positive.
At least that didn't happen while we were in a race leading position, because that would have sucked even more. I'm kind of happy that we weren't up there for that.
Indeed. I mean, I guess you could say. I mean, you could say the same for Yankatana, but obviously they've already won the championship, so it probably doesn't sting as much. I'd say. I mean, it's still going to hurt. You know, you've led an entire race and you get done by an internet issue, but no, you've already sorted the championship. You didn't even need to race it, frankly. So at the end of the day, biggest disaster in the world? No, you get a Saturday evening free. So
I think he's just been watching the race.
I haven't been watching the race.
Fair
I've
enough.
been driving the Formula 2 car around.
You see, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's a hard worker. He's already getting ready for the F2 season coming up in a few weeks.
It is fun. It's a fun car to drive.
It is a good car, isn't it?
I didn't set any bad laps. I think it's looking pretty good.
It'd be a shame if we didn't put Silverstone on the calendar.
I've been practicing many tracks, so not just Silverstone.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Do you have any inside information?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any inside information on maybe any tracks that may or may not be coming?
Nope. Yeah. I cannot divulge that.
No, give it to us, Nick.
Nope.
Tell us, Nick.
You guys will just have to wait.
As your team boss for Volcano, I demand you give us some information.
As your team boss for Sim Apex, I say no.
Oh shit.
Can I just sit here and not really do anything then? I'm not team boss of anyone.
Well,
I'll be your boss soon.
yeah, you're his boss
That's true.
for Volpino.
That's true. God, I gotta listen to Connor now. God damn it.
Hello.
Oh well. It could be worse, I suppose. Not the worst team boss I'll have had. Anyway, back to the action. I believe we're on board with Danny Robbins here. He's leading the way.
Yeah.
In that AFP car.
Just enjoying some great driving right now.
Yeah, he's still churning in the laps. It's still very consistent. Bouncing off the curbs.
I'm gonna show Peter Vagapov because I know he's got some fans in the chat.
Here he is. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Vagapov, the legend himself. 6 seconds to Gergo Kovacs. Very much a doable gap.
Yeah, this is actually the closest gap we've got at the moment, so I think I'll just ride on board with him until there's another battle.
Sounds like a good plan.
Could be a long time.
It could
be. I mean, there's only an hour and 35 minutes left, so you know, we get it. Not long. Or not long in terms of endurance racing, anyway.
Ugh. To anybody who's watched the entire race, like, how the hell do you do it?
I have not. I can tell you now, I have not.
I think I have actually.
Wow, good job.
How do you do that?
Well, I had homework to do, but then I decided to sit in with Darius for a while, and then at that point I was like, well, it's only 2 hours till I have to stream, so I'll just watch the race. So
fair enough. I mean, I got up, I hadn't had enough sleep and I was extremely hungover, and I was no fit state to commentate, and then still commentated anyway.
Yes,
and
good
then
job.
Went off. Yeah, thank you. And then went and sat in front of the TV for the entire day, and then just came back upstairs, and I've commentated for a couple hours now. That's all I've done all day.
Ross has been a trooper. He's been with us through. How many races have you done now, Ross? Have you done? You did the last race for Endurance, didn't you?
I did. Hang on. Let me think about this. So my commentary career officially started at Sebring because I got murdered. Not murdered. Well, not murdered.
Yeah, and then you
lack of a better term.
Then you joined the booth, like Connor's done today.
Yep. Just jumped in the booth. Then I did a bit of Spa. Not as much as I would like because I had to go do something in the middle of it. Then I did Algarve. I did the entire F3 mini series as well, and I've done this, so that's 1, 2, 3,
Most
6
of
or
the
7
F3.
races now.
Oh, actually, you did the entire. Wait, you didn't do Silverstone.
I didn't do Silverstone. I was too busy killing Luca Mangini to do Silverstone.
By the
I
way,
still don't know how that happened.
Just want to interject. If anyone would like to be interviewed on the stream, we would love to have you. Just pop in. You can tag me on the Discord server. Just pop into the stream interview channel, and we'll bring you in.
Yeah, please do come along. We love to have you in here. Get different driver scopes on what's happened. So please do come along.
Also, some possible news. Robert Pawn has just said in the ARL General channel that they may decide to take the results with 1 hour to go from when the red was called.
Interesting. Wait, there's a red?
Oh, apologies. That was just a response to someone who was asking what happens if the server crashes.
Oh, okay.
Apologies, they will not take the results with 1 hour to go. Sorry if I just gave a heart attack to anyone that's a teammate. Yeah, no, it's they will be going the full race distance as of right now. There are no plans to stop early.
Fair enough. Anyway, we still have an hour and 30 minutes to go. Still a decent amount of time. So if anyone's looking to get some moves done, it's still got time. Still got time.
Yeah, if there's any team managers listening, can you please instruct your drivers to give maximum pace? We need maximum pace. We need some battles. Thank you.
Yeah, fuel saving, tire saving, out the window. Don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
Just drive as fast as you can. That's all that matters now.
Got a few cars in the pits. Axel Care. Well, he's actually the only one, so never mind.
A few cars is actually one car.
Yeah. Well, I saw 2 pit symbols, but one of them was Jan Kata, who's been in there for about 5 hours now.
Yeah, it's Jan Cattal has retired. It just doesn't want to say he's retired. It's still holding on to the fact that he's in the pits. It doesn't want to let it go. For reasons which I'm not quite sure.
I'm gonna go on board with Jonas Kaufman because he's set a green first sector, so he could be on for his best lap of the race. He set his best lap of the race actually last lap with a 3:27.4, and he could be on to better it. He's actually he's much better on pace than oh, never mind. Never mind. But he's doing well on pace for sure.
Indeed. I mean, still putting in the laps. Obviously, he's
yeah, let's go on
currently sitting. Yeah, he's currently sitting in the podium position, so it's definitely not a bad day's work at all.
Yeah, crucially, Roland Such is actually in 3rd place in an LMP2 car, so he's ahead of Jonas Kaufman at the moment.
Indeed, yeah, he's obviously overall, Roland, it's an AFP 123, but in terms of the DPI category,
yeah,
Kaufman is technically in a.
You can see that blue chiclet sticking out like a sore thumb in between all the DPI cars.
Yeah, exactly. So technically, he's in 3rd place and in 4th place at the same time.
Yeah. Yes.
Try and get your head around that. It's all a bit mental. Someone's in it.
Okay.
Okay, were you interviewing someone?
No.
Oh, I thought you said someone was going to get interviewed.
Yeah.
Wishful thinking.
It's strange seeing GT cars since they're all DPIs on my screen.
Nice, Connor.
Good job.
We switch to Greg Hull now. We haven't seen too much of him today. I think he's had a few stints. I think I may have just missed him. He probably took the first stint for this car. It was Jeremy Talbot for a long time, and now he's back in this this pink and white and yellow beauty.
Yep, still banging in the laps. Well, so I was saying earlier that this livery is probably the best one out of all of them because it's so easy to spot.
Yeah.
So it's very nice of them.
He's actually got the fastest lap of the race under his belt of
fastest
lap of the GT E class anyways, 3:51.53, and he was about a second off that on the last lap. Probably has worn-ish tires and heavy-ish fuel. Robbins is in from the lead.
And he is in from there. He's still got a lap to close behind him, so no need to worry about any pit stop mistakes because he's got all the time in the world.
Yeah, although he did miss his pit box a little bit there.
Yeah, just a little. We could potentially be seeing a last-minute driver change just for one final stint. I don't think we will, but it's certainly a possibility. So, just see what happens here. I don't think he will be doing.
Yeah, we'll find out in a few seconds when... Oh, yep, they are going to Dionysus Pharos.
Yep, there you go. New driver in the car for the last hour and 20 minutes. AFP, one final driver swap for the night.
Dionysus gets the honor of taking the checkered flag, which is pretty cool.
Pretty cool, leading the AFP 123. The AFP Revolution, call it what you will. Yeah, call it what you will. They're well on their way to securing a very, very nice result. I'm sure Antoni is going to be very pleased with that. There was a car stopped at the Porsche curves, but the track is now clear. I'm not sure if they made it back or they retired or got going again.
Oh, dang. A Code 80 could have been just the thing we need.
It could have been, it could have been.
Hey Rob, you want to put one out just because? No, just kidding.
Yeah, if my man Rob is watching, please help us do something. Code 80, safety car, anything.
Yeah, or just a battle.
Yeah, just tell one car to slow down and tell them that the stewards have given them a penalty, and their penalty is to kind of stop for about 10 seconds on the track to let another car catch up.
Okay, the people want to see the number 7 LMP2, so here he is, Peter Vagapov, as we saw earlier, still in 11th place.
Still got that 40-second gap to Laszlo Zanto. So it's not really going anywhere. Obviously, they're running at very similar paces, so not really any action in the mid pack of the LMP2 field, shall we say?
Yeah, it's quieted down quite a bit. I think the last hour will be pretty much a lot of the same because unless there's some kind of pit stop strategy that I'm not aware of, the gaps are all pretty big. They're all more than 10 seconds throughout the entire field, so we could be in for a pretty uneventful final hour. The closest gap is actually 15 seconds between David Tepper and Joachim Lois, and we could actually look now at the number of stops throughout all the cars, and we can see maybe if there will be some kind of strategy change. You see Santo probably still has to make another stop or two. In 10th, he's only done 6 stops, so has Lovison. Lovison has only done 5, as has Tepper, so interesting different strategies here, and I wonder if those guys will still need to make an extra pit stop.
Yeah, so obviously, there will be cars that were pit stop ahead, in terms that some cars will need to make an extra stop and some won't. So just keep your eye on it, see how the strategies are played out, especially in the GT categories, because the Porsche and the Ferrari run differently on fuel. So just keep your eye open on that as we head into the last hour. That's going to be where most of the action is, in the pit lane, by the sounds of things.
That's actually true. The most action will probably be in the pit lane. We've actually got 3 cars in right now.
Yeah, we do.
Jones, Kiss, and Gergo, I think that is. Yep.
There you are. Gergo in the pits. That very nice black liveried Sim Apex, which I'm quite. I like the livery, shall we say? I couldn't think of a very appropriate word to use, so I'll just say I like the livery.
Yeah, there was
nice.
there was some debate in the Sim Apex server about whether the people liked the livery or didn't like the livery. Apparently some people don't like the honeycomb. I think it's pretty cool. I like the different colors and everything. I don't know, matter of opinion, I guess.
It looks nice.
It's different too. It's unique.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I quite like the regular Sim Apex color scheme anyway. So but I also kind of like this little kind of off kind of brand thing they've done with this LMP2 car. So if they want to do that again next season and maybe shake it up a little bit,
yeah,
please be my guest. It does look nice.
Kind of reminds me of the Mercedes, who have all the little inverted triangles at the back, and the Sim Apex has the honeycombs at the back.
Yeah, it's just kind of that, reminds you of the team, doesn't it?
Here's something interesting. Peter Vagapov is now just in behind Gergo Balach. Only about 4 seconds separate them now.
Oh yeah, that's pretty close. So we could see potentially a battle come out of this. I say that with caution, but hopefully Peter can maybe catch up to the back of Gergos, but it's about 4.5 seconds, so still a decent chunk of time between them as Connor Peltman's gets sent to the shadow realm, probably.
So we want. I have requests for Vladislav Moshchenko. We'll get it. We'll get it on board with him as he goes through his lap. We've also got someone said David Plummer would be a good interview. He just got out of the car, so maybe if David Plummer's listening, if he wants to hop in the chat, we'd love to take him.
Yeah.
Joe Brown is actually requesting to come on the stream. I'm gonna bring him in right now. Mr. Brown, how's it going?
Ooh. Hello. Hi.
Hi there. How's it going?
Hi. Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, all right. This is staff chat, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah, just trying to find where we are. Okay.
Yeah, just got to bring you in for the interview to the staff chat. Tell us about how the race is going.
It's going really well. We've had a few incidents, and oh, hang on, let me just turn down the live stream. It's going really well. Dave Plummer's just jumped out of the car, really excited about the way the car's been driving. We've got our strategy for the last hour and 15 minutes or so left now, and I think we're gonna. I think we're on for a finish, which is the main goal of our team.
Finishing is always nice, I must say.
to finish first we've got to finish and all that. But last time we were here at Lemans, we had an internet disco, which ruined our race somewhat. So if we can finish, then a positive step forward.
Well, you said you got your strategy for the next hour and a half. What can you divulge?
So Pete's in the car at the moment, and he's going to run through until he's finished his stint, and then I think I'm going to jump in the car and bring it home. So I'll probably be in the car for the last 20-25 minutes, and hopefully I'm not jinxing myself or the team or the car by saying what our strategy is at the moment. We're not really racing anybody on track. The gaps are fairly equal at the moment. Looks like Pete may be running down number 54, but we'll see. We'll see if this strategy works. But as I say, finishing is the number one goal for the team at the moment.
Can you tell us about the Silver Elements team?
Well, yeah. I mean, I've only been a member of the team since April or so. It's run by Dave and Mark, and they're super nice guys. I've been racing against them for a couple of years now, and got the invite to come and join the team. So I took it earlier in the year as lockdown hit. And this round we've expanded that team and brought into the same car Pete Williamson and Andy Tomlinson as well. And both of them are super nice guys and really good racers. Technically, I think they're really good and very clever at setting up the car. And we have shamelessly used that expertise to get us where we are at the moment.
There's always one or two guys in a team that everyone just asks for a setup before every race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We've been lucky with those guys. They've not only been quick, but they've been consistent and also explained how to drive the car a little better to beginners like me, because this is the first time I've been in the car. Okay. Only jumped in the car on Monday, so I'm happy-ish with my pace, but obviously always wanting to go a bit quicker.
Well, thanks for joining us today for the race and in the interview, and I want to wish you good luck for the rest of it. Is there anything else you want to add?
Thank you very much. Thoroughly enjoyable experience. Thank you for everyone who's raced against us as well, for keeping it clean for where are we now, 10 hours and 50 minutes or so. Yeah. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable experience.
All right, thanks a lot for participating. Thanks for coming on the stream, and good luck.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Bye. Joe Brown for Silver. Sorry, go ahead, Ross.
We've also got Thomas Garcia. Looks like he wants an interview as well.
Oh, brilliant! All right, let's bring in Thomas. Thomas Garcia, how's it going?
It's going well, to be fair. At the moment we are P4 on GTE. We could be in P3 if Joseph didn't have problems with the with the computer at the start of the stint. But yeah, at the moment we are doing fine.
Are you, at this point, do you feel like you've met what you wanted to achieve for the race?
To be honest, our pace was really good if we consider all the work that especially Daniel has done for the setup. But yeah, I'm just a bit disappointed that because of those problems we could be on the podium. So we are just going to try to do our best for this last section of the race, and then hopefully we can get back there if lucky is on our side. But anyways, I think that the drivers have done a very good effort.
Can you tell us about your strategy for the final 70 or so minutes?
I believe we have at least one more pit stop left, so maybe depending on the time we have left, we can try to do some tricks with the fuel load. But I need to talk with the drivers to know exactly how much they are using and if they support our planification.
Okay.
But yeah, at the moment I think that we will just try to roll with it and see how it goes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about Omicron Sim Racing?
Well, this team has been around since I started racing on rFactor 2.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I needed to fund the team. Well, not fund. You know the word. It's just that I cannot say it because I'm
Yeah.
I'm forgetting stuff. It's just that I had to create the team because after I did the BC Academy, I couldn't join, and basically I had to create my own team in order to race there, and eventually it evolved into a team that we can race in many other categories like this one. And yeah, basically this is kind of both a testing ground for things we want to check for other more important competitions, and also to have fun, give our best, and try to compete and show what we are capable of.
Well, it looks like you've competed so far today, P4 in the GTE class, and the race isn't over yet. It looks like you've actually picked up some time on Ibrahim Khan since you've joined the interview channel. You're only 47 seconds behind now, so it's still possible to get that podium.
Yes, it's possible. As I said, I think we will have to do some stuff with the strategy because Ibra is faster than us. It's just that he got a penalty recently, and he has just pitted also some laps ago. So yeah, the gap is there. We can get him, but we need to see what they are going to do, what we are going to do, and eventually try to figure out what the final moves of this race are going to be.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me join the stream, and yeah, have a last good hours commentating this.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, man. Well, that was nice to hear from him.
Yeah, Tomas Garcia from the number 80 team. That's Omicron Sim Racing. Josef Frederick Suto is currently in the car, trying to make up a 47 second gap thereabouts on Ibrahim Khan, who is a favorite of yours, Ross.
Yeah, he was. Coming into this race, I was fully expecting Ibrahim Khan to dominate. I was a Le Mans masterclass from the maestro himself. You know, he knows this place better than basically anybody. He knows that Porsche basically better than anybody, and I was fully expecting him to dominate. And then we got to the Dunlop chicane on lap 1, and round he goes. And I was surprised to see him going in. He's a very experienced driver, just a very little mistake, and that was it. And then, you know, he made that second mistake on the mole stand as well, and had a second spin and put it in the gravel. So to be fair to the team, you know, they've managed to work their way back up to 3rd place in the class, and that's a fantastic achievement.
Yeah.
But, you know, I really was expecting, you know, Ibrahim to pull a gap at the start of the race, and he just, you know, made that mistake at the first corner, and that was it.
Well, he's not got the place sealed yet. I think the Omicron boys will have something to say about that as the time ticks down to zeros.
And I mean, we've also got John Bennett chasing them both down as well, and John's a very quick driver as well. So we could be having a bit of a 3-way fight for P3 in our hands by the end of this race.
Right, real life GT5 driver John Bennett.
Yeah, the man, the myth, and the legend himself. He's well renowned within the Ace Racing League community. He races Ginettas in real life, the Ginetta Championship here in the UK. It's very competitive in that. He's consistently fighting for points and podiums, so it's good to see him near the front of the GT field in that Seawolf Porsche car.
Well, we've got Jeff Closa in the stream interview. I'm going to bring him in right now. We're going to hear from someone from Valley Esports.
Nice.
Jeff, how's it going?
Hello.
Hi. What's going on?
Nothing. I just finished my last stint in this race.
How'd it go?
It went well. We left the whole field apart from Danny.
Yeah. Danny's pretty much untouchable at this point, unfortunately.
But we're not trying to catch him because we're all teammates, so...
Yeah. Well, what's your strategy for till the end?
Just stay calm, focus, don't make mistakes. Because we have P1, P2, and P3 pretty much secured right now.
Yeah, it's a big day for you guys. Tell us how it feels to be 1, 2, 3.
Feels amazing because we didn't even for our car, my car for the second DPI, we were at first in a P3 car, but there were only like 3 sign-ups, and 2 of the other ones just signed off before the race, so we just switched to the DPIs and barely any practice for it.
Oh wow.
So being P2 is pretty much amazing.
That's impressive, yeah. With no practice, Le Mans, damn.
Yeah.
If I had no practice at Le Mans, I would be out on the first lap, so I gotta applaud you guys.
Also, then our leading DPIs being fast as hell, our NP2 even more impressive.
Yeah, well, it's actually, yeah, the Roland Such has the fastest lap for the class at 26.9. Very impressive from them.
Yeah, I looked through the lap times, I saw, okay, we are pretty decent, Danny is even more impressive. And the next fastest lap was NP2 of Roland, so I was like, really, oh my god.
Do you guys think you can steal the fastest lap away from Jan Katau before the end?
Maybe. Because Danny has now it's Dionysus Faros. Pretty big gap to us, even.
Yeah.
Maybe they can do something and try to push.
Tell us more about the AFP team.
I don't know what I can tell about the team.
Okay. Well,
because could ask one of the commentator colleagues, because he's the owner of the team, Antoni Nicpon.
Okay. Well,
but I can tell you more about my team that's driving as well.
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead.
The Team Iris team, the number 787, but it's delivery says number 7 because when I submitted the team, I just took number 7 and sent in the delivery instantly.
Oh no.
And got met 2 days afterwards. Hey, that number's already taken. You gotta take another one. Alright, okay, can I switch delivery? No, you can't.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We have.
I think they were like.
No, go ahead.
I think they're like in P7 now, or P6.
Yeah, they did well. They were a bit down the order, but they've made their way back up pretty nicely.
Yeah, my boys did amazing today. I'm impressed by them.
We have a pretty big cheering section for that number 7 car actually. In the comment section. Yeah, I keep going, hey, does anyone want to see a car? Because there hasn't really been any battles, and everyone's like, number 7, number 7.
Oh my, that looks really happy now.
Yeah, and he's driving pretty well. Peter Vagabov's done a pretty good stint.
Yeah, he's been a driver for some time for us. Not always, but sometimes. And every time he does amazing, and he impresses me every time. Also, new driver Chris Kitsov also did amazing today.
He did. He put in some good laps.
All mistakes, but overall he did amazing today. I'm overall very happy with the team.
Well, Jeff, thanks for joining us today. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thank you for having me.
All right. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you. See you soon.
Bye-bye. Jeff Closer.
There we have it.
Yep, Jeff Closer from Team Iris, also racing for the AFP team today, I believe. And
if anyone else wants to get interviewed, please do hop in the interview channel. We'd love to have you on the stream.
Yeah, but right now, no battles kind of coming together as of right now. It's just a matter
of... pretty steady away again.
Yeah, they're just, I guess, getting their heads down and trying to focus on putting in the pace. Maybe we'll see some battles towards the end. John Bennett's only 13 seconds behind Josef Frederick Suto now. 3 seconds since the interview started, so that could be hotting up anytime soon. Vladislav Mochilenko only 13.7 seconds behind Jurika Slovanac for P16 overall. And then we have 3 seconds between Joachim Lovison and David Tepper. That battle has been going on pretty much all race, so it'd be really cool to see some kind of last lap action between those guys.
Hopefully we can. That's all I can say, really.
It would kind of bring it all together, wouldn't it? I mean, I've seen them battling throughout my whole kind of commentary stint, and it would be nice to have some satisfying end, like a battle on the last lap.
Indeed.
Hasn't really been any incidents recently. No stewards reports for the last 20 minutes, or no steward announcements for the last 20 minutes, anyways.
Yeah, it's all kind of calmed down a little bit.
Very quiet race going on at the moment. I mean, it's loud through the forests of France, but quiet in terms of action.
Indeed.
Oh, that's very close, Peter Fakapov to Gergo Kovac.
Yeah, it's just being a little bit on the aggressive side there. Nothing too terrifying, but you know, you gotta make the moves. So
yeah, he's doing it. He's doing it good. He's doing it good. He lapped that car well, is what I'm trying to say. Didn't take any unnecessary risks, but you know, just let him know he was there.
Yep. Well, I think it's about time for an ad break, I reckon.
Yeah, there's about an hour to go. Let's recognize our sponsors one more time before we have the run to the finish in the final hour. Let's see those messages one more time from Lyft, Saddler Computers, and SimplyMod F1.
You could have prevented this with a SimplyMod phone holder. SimplyMod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a SimplyMod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a SimplyMod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, TTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit SimplyMod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Saddler Computers is your solution. Saddler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Saddler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on saddlercomputers.co.uk.
Well, welcome back to the final round of the SimplyMod Endurance Series Season 2 here at Le Mans. We've got about an hour left on the clock before the championship is wrapped up. And well, it's still pretty steady away, if I do say so myself. All quiet on the Western Front, as they say, here in France. Just on board here with if I was to blow up, I'll tell you. I believe it's an LMP2. Well, I know it's an LMP2. I cannot remember who. Apologies for that. So obviously very late in the race, but if anybody watching wants to be interviewed, please do let us know, and we'll let you in. You're very, very welcome to come be interviewed. Do love a good interviewee. Just bouncing over the front chicanes there. Now, with an hour to go in this race, I feel like it's time to reflect on the championship. So it's obviously the second season of the SimplyMod Endurance series. It's been a bit of a wild ride. From Silverstone to Daytona to Sebring to Spa, Portimao, now here to the Circuit de la Sarthe in France, and yeah, it's been interesting, shall we say. Apologies, I'm just trying to keep it down because I know my family's probably asleep, so just apologies for that. But yeah, just trying to remembering back to that first race, Silverstone, I was actually in a BMW in that race, which is why I'm biased. And it was just, we've come a long way this season. We've had the COVID-19 pandemic, which has really done wonders for the sim racing world. As unfortunate as to say that, and this season has really been, spectacular to both compete in and commentate over. And I feel very privileged to be able to commentate over these races. I know some people don't like my commentary. I know some people think it's silly. I also know that some people love my commentary. Now I'm working to improve. I guess it's probably the 8th race I've commentated already. Trying my very best, and I'm working to improve. And every race is an improvement. So we've come a long way in season 2. Hopefully in season 3 we can go in further with the SimplyMod Endurance series. And just like a message from us here at the commentary team, from all the staff who are working away in the steward's office who organised the race, all the sponsors got Sadler Computers, Lyft and SimplyMod, and to all the drivers, thank you for making this championship a thing. Without any of you, we wouldn't be here. So thanks a lot. And apparently, Rob wants to get interviewed. Let's definitely get Rob in here. Let's definitely get Rob in here. Oh, that's fine. All-round legend. Obviously, John Bennett, in real life, he races Ginettas, so he's used to situations like this. I'm sure, hunting down people for those big points in that Seawolf Porsche, which the Seawolf cars have been actually pretty quiet today. Obviously, Ibrahim Khan qualified on the pole this morning, and then had that incident in the first corner and span out.
I just realized my mic has been muted, so sorry about that, everyone. I was just talking about how we were just basically talking about John Bennett.
Yeah, we were talking about John Bennett. Yeah, he's do I just repeat what I just said about John Bennett?
No. It was only my mic. I don't even know why I said it, because obviously people will know you were talking about John Bennett.
Oh, that's fine, no worries. But yeah, so he's the Seawolf cars. Ibrahim Khan obviously had that first corner incident where he span out. And that team's managed to do a great job to get back into 3rd place. But this second car, it's been reasonably quiet. The Seawolf teams, they're usually up and fighting for the win. And the first car was put on a bit of a display by just slicing through the field with Weber at the wheel. But this second car, it's been relatively quiet. So they've been doing its own thing. Still running P5, which is by no means a bad result, especially at Le Mans. But I would have just expected a bit more, to be honest. I would have, but they've got a great driver pool of talent. Obviously John is an incredibly rapid driver.
Yeah, what a pickup he's been. I mean, he's doing a lot of work here in this final stint. I'm assuming it's the final stint. There could be one more afterwards. But yeah, he's done a job. He's only 5 seconds behind P4 now.
Yeah, he's definitely closed that gap to P4. The Suto probably starting to get into his eyesight now. So we'll keep an eye on that as we come into the final kind of 55 minutes of this championship.
Yeah, Suto can just about feel the back of the breathing on the back of his neck right about now. Yes, Robert Pawn is in.
Let's get him in.
Hi, Rob.
Hello.
Rob, tell us how the day's going. I know you're stewarding and driving today.
Yes, more on the stewarding side, but a bit of driving as well. Unfortunately, had to retire, so only managed to do two or three scenes. 3.
That's disappointing. I was disappointed to see the Sim Apex car retire.
Yeah, Darius had an incident at the start. We went from P1 to P30. We made the recovery to P5 from 2 laps down, but in the end we DNF'd.
How is the stewarding going any better?
Oh yeah, it's pretty clear to be honest. I had in the last 20 minutes no incidents, so that's good.
Yeah, nice.
And it's pretty clear. Yeah, no incidents in the.
What have you? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I finished.
What have you thought of the race so far?
Oh, it was interesting and very intense before the night came. After it got dark, everyone just settled down. As I said, pretty much no reports in the last 2 hours. A few.
Yeah, it's really been uneventful over the past few hours. So, the night seems to have just put everyone to sleep at this point.
Yeah, everyone is quiet and just keeps driving.
How do you feel about the overall results for Sim Apex today?
Pretty poor. The GT car is doing very good, currently winning the championship. But yeah, everything else not really as planned. Gergo is doing in the LMP2 pretty good as well. P4 currently.
Yeah, he was a bit down the order earlier. He was in like 8th or something, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think now he's P5, so that's not bad. But yeah, the DPI car, even if we had a good quali and a good comeback, didn't end up well. And the other LMP2, I'm not even sure where the other guys are. Oh, P18 overall. So yeah, that's not really good.
No.
But yeah, a few incidents and a bit of unluck happens sometimes, and I bet everyone will come stronger for the next race and yeah, improve overall.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about the league or about the team or about anything that's going on?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. It has been a quiet race, at least for the second part. So yeah, I don't have anything to say.
Well, thanks for all you do for the league, and well, good luck with the rest of the Sim Apex, and hopefully it's going to be a clean final 50 minutes for the stewarding.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck commentating as well.
All right.
Cheers.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
See you, Rob. That was nice to hear from him.
Yeah, he's doing the work today. He's putting in a full shift.
He is, and fair respect to him. You know, none of us here at Ace Racing League are paid, so this is our free time that we're giving up to do this.
Yeah.
And Rob's arguably doing the most work, so.
Him and Santu are doing. Yeah, they do a lot.
Yeah, we have to give them many thanks.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do that right now. I'm going to go ahead and thank some of the people that were involved. We've got about an hour to go now, so I think it's appropriate to go give thanks to the people who made this all possible. I got to thank first the Endurance staff, so that's Santu Engqvist, Pawn Robert, Aiden Coleman, Luca Gray. Those are the main 4 guys, I think, that are responsible for the organization of this race. And now I gotta thank the stewards today, who did a big job. Violet Pelletier, Kevin Vickers, Luca Gray. all did great jobs handling. Oh, and of course Robert Pond and Santo, as I mentioned earlier, they did great jobs. And I think Tom Chasing popped in to be a steward for a little while, so good on him. I know he likes to be involved with the league, but he can't always due to school and stuff at home. So good on him for showing up and helping out a little bit today. And of course our commentators, you, Ross McIntyre, Violet Pelletier. Who else popped in today? It was oh my gosh, Antoni. Antoni, thanks to him for his commentary. Connor Pelkman's popped in occasionally. He did a great job. And I think that's all. And everyone who raced today, of course, because we wouldn't really have a cool event like this without all of you guys. So thanks to all the team bosses and drivers and people who are watching who might not even be affiliated with the team. So thanks, guys.
Thanks to you as well, Nick. You know, you were part of it as well. So.
Oh, thanks, Ross.
That's okay, man.
Okay, so we've been asked. Antoni says making me cry. Yeah,
we're doing our best, man.
You did a good job at the start, Antoni. Thanks for all your service today. David Plummer asks, what happened to Belascu, Mihai Belascu? I'm going to go ahead and take a look at him. Although we have a battle right now between John Bennett and Josef Frederick Suto. I was thanking everybody, and I missed John Bennett going for the overtake on Suto, and he's got it done into, I believe that's the Porsche curves, if I'm not mistaken. A nice little overtake from John Bennett, just slipped right through. And that's pretty much what you want to see if you're making an overtake for P4 and you want to keep it for the next 50 minutes. No drama. Just slide through for an overtake. I don't think Suto's going to let him have that, though. He's going to come right back at him. Josef Frederick Suto sitting in the slipstream, and here comes a DPI to spoil their fun as they go side by side into this left-hander. It's John Bennett braking later, getting a better turn in. He's going to keep it through the right-hander. And John Bennett is going to come
that Seawolf car is up to P4.
Yep.
John Bennett now focuses his charge on his teammate in front of him, Ibrahim Khan. That being said, Suto's going to try and get a run coming out of the corner. He's going to get the slipstream down into the Mulsanne corner, so we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah.
Looks like Bennett should have the move done, though, but there is a DPI following him as well, so just keep your eye on that.
Yeah, the gap.
Yep.
Ooh, Suto saw an opening there, but Bennett closed it pretty much right away. Still only 3/10 ahead, though, and Suto's got the better run onto the straight.
Yep, so keep your eyes peeled into Indianapolis. Bennett's going to try and move over and to use the slipstream from that passing DPI. He's not really going to get a lot from it.
Right.
Suto follows him with him. He's having a look to the outside. Bennett goes inside, defends the corner.
Here comes Suto.
Suto's going to try out the outside. Here we go. Going to be a big move.
I love that all you can see is the headlights, and Bennett's headlights emerge first. That's
Big, brave intestine guts things there from both drivers.
Yeah, very good on them to keep it clean as well, coming through that tight section. But yeah, nice driving from Bennett to keep the lead there. I love seeing those the circular headlights appear through the darkness, and I'm sure Bennett's teammates do as well. He's going to take P4 for now, and he's going to open up the gap to 4/10. It looks like Suto's probably got a more straight line oriented setup, because every straight he's just closing so much time. He looks like he broke a bit later than Bennett there, but Bennett's got the downforce advantage, and going through the left-hander, he's going to keep P4. Suto keeping him honest, though. He's not going to allow any mistakes from John Bennett. Although Suto makes a mistake of his
own.
Suto. He's off into the gravel.
There goes Suto.
I think he hit the wall.
He was in the wall, I think. Hopefully the car is not too damaged. Oh no, that is not what you want to see. I was just about to come and commend him for his driving back at Indianapolis when he backed out of that move. That was incredibly smart of him.
Tough.
So, no.
Tough break for Omicron Sim Racing there.
Is it? Yeah, but it takes a lot of humility in a man to look at himself and go, no, this overtake isn't going to work, and to back out when he did was it was very, very humble of him, and it appears that he's not got too much damage because he's still going.
It looks like he's fine because Bennett's just popped into the pit lane, so Suto's going to get P4 anyways.
So all of that for absolutely nothing. Suto back up to P4.
They did say,
in
however,
the Ferrari.
they still have a pit stop left to go. So I think we're going to see another battle. Depends on how good Suto's next laps are. If he can keep pace with Bennett while Bennett's on the fresher tires, then they could emerge right next to each other again.
Exactly. It's obviously Bennett's a very quick driver, And he's gonna, although there's a 30-second gap, there's a pit stop between them, and John's definitely gonna make use of those fresh rubber. So we'll have to see what happens when Suter does come into the pits.
So I got a question a few minutes ago. What happened to Mihai Belascu? We couldn't answer that right away because we had that nice little battle between Suto and Bennett. But now we're gonna go on board with Mihai Belascu. He's now a lap behind Jurica Slovanac, who's in the LMP2. Belascu is now 16th overall. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him. I think he lost time since we saw him last. And Josef Frederick Suto has a penalty.
Oh.
Penalty for Suto. Not sure what that's all about. I'm going to go ahead and check the stewards channel. Perhaps there was something amiss.
Cut track, and there's nothing in the stewards, so maybe he's got it from the server on a cut track.
Yeah, just a cut track. Unfortunate. So that's probably going to spell the end of that battle for P4. Disappointing.
Yeah, it's a shame. I believe if they think it's unfair, they can protest it to the stewards and get it removed. But still, shame there for Suto. We saw there was some great battling going on between him and Bennett. So
yeah, I think.
I'm sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll take the penalty in their stride and still look and try and finish strongly. Obviously, about 45 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah,
so we'll have to see what they make of it.
Well, it's P5 at the moment. That's still a pretty good result, all considering. Not P5 at the moment, but they're basically P5 once they make their pit stop. I'm assuming they're still going to make one more pit stop and serve their drive-through, which will cost them a lot of time because they have to go through the pit lane twice. So I'm assuming they're going to be P5, which is still a pretty decent result. That's going to be 20 points total, so nice little haul.
Yeah, it's a nice little haul indeed. Obviously double points for this finale at Le Mans, just to spruce it up a little bit. And then the subject of the championship, looks like they've all pretty much been sealed at this point. We know that the DPI championship has already been concluded. That was won last time out at Portimao by the Seawolf squad that retired from this race earlier. Unfortunate for them to end on
42.
Such a low note. That, you know, they were really strong all race and leading. So to go out like they did, disappointing, but got to roll with the punches. Then in LMP2 looks like the Seawolf car, which is currently being piloted by Enqvist, is going to win that championship as well. So we've got a double Seawolf championship, and then a GTE. The Sim Apex Junior number 68 is sitting very pretty in first place in the race, and looks like that's going to be first place in the standings as well. So it looks like it's going to be Seawolf, Sim Apex in the championship.
Yeah, I'm sure the boys Janssen and wow, my brain is fried. And Maidika will be happy to come away with the championship. They've been pretty good all season. Now we're cutting on to this little battle. Gergo Balak is only 4 seconds off Laszlo Santo.
Indeed.
I was asked to switch to this one. Laszlo has been an interesting one to watch. It looked like I think these two cars were pretty close together earlier, but I don't think anything really happened between them. So now it's going to be Gergo Balak in the 66 Sim Apex and Laszlo Santo in the. Let's get my team's list open. All right, or my Discord is just not gonna do that. It's Laszlo Santo in the number 7 Ballas HVML. Yeah, I remember saying that name quite a lot earlier in the race, but I haven't seen much of them. Looked like they might be involved in a little battle towards the end.
I mean, we constantly say that there's going to be stuff happening near the end. Well, it's 40 minutes till the end, so that stuff is going to start happening soon. So keep your eyes on the stream and on the live timing, because it's all about to kick off, I reckon. That would be my bet anyway. We're still following Ballo here as he makes his way down the Mulsanne. Following Santo into the Mulsanne corner, use as much of the curb as he can, and then as much of the run-off as he can as well. He's being chased down by, I believe that's the leading DPI there in the background.
Yeah, Balak only 3.8 behind now. Looks like he's a little bit faster than Laszlo Santo ahead. Not by much though. It's I think it's really gonna come down to if anyone makes a mistake. If Laszlo makes a mistake, Gergo's right there, so he can't really afford to slip up at this point. But if he doesn't make a mistake, I think he might have this in the bag. I don't think Gergo's that much faster than him, although he just gained about 2/10 there. So it's going to come out to the wire, this one.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure's on for Xanto, you know, P5, it's big point scoring finish that. And he's going to know that Ballow's coming, and he's going to know that, you know, there's points on the line here. So last 40 minutes, you're tired, you're hot, you're sweaty, you're hungry. The pressure's going to start to get to him, just whether he cracks.
Yeah, I wouldn't fancy being in his position right now, although, you know, I guess it would be fun. You know, you've got to keep the pace up, or else that guy behind you's going to catch. So I think it's kind of like a really close game of chess. I play chess, so it's kind of like a really close game of chess. It's scary, but it gets your heart racing, you know, when you can in sim racing feel that guy breathing down your neck. It's a really exciting feeling.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, sim racing as an esport we're lucky in that it's probably the most accurate to real life sport simulation that we can get in terms of obviously the hardware that we can use to drive. So when you're feeling someone breathing down the neck, it is literally like they're there. It's basically like the real thing. So it is the emotion. It's a very cliche phrase to say this, and I don't like to use the quote, but there's a lot of saying about how the racing is virtual, but the emotions are real.
Yeah.
And to be fair, that statement, as fringy as it is, it does have some truth to it. So.
Well, sorry, Ross. Because you said that, we're gonna actually have to remove you from the stream. So.
Oh, that's a shame.
You're fired.
Oh, God damn it.
No, just kidding.
Oh, see you later.
No, please don't leave. I need someone to talk to for these final 40 minutes. 40 minutes to go.
Nah, it's fine.
By the way, we started with 12 hours, and it's just 2/3 of an hour to go now. 40 minutes left. That equates to about, well, in the DPI. Oh, voice crack. In the DPI, that equates to about 12 or 13 laps. So not that long left to go at all.
Yep, we should be seeing the last flurry of pit stops happening soonish.
Yeah.
There won't be any driver changes, I presume, but then it's out on track for the final time to the end. 40 minutes lap dash, bish bash, off you go.
Now, I said before that it could come down to a mistake from Laszlo to decide this battle, but it looks like Gergo's determined to prove me wrong, because he's closed down 1.2 seconds since I said that in only about 2 minutes. So I think we will see probably a battle on track between Laszlo Santo and Gergo Belloc for P5.
Yeah, I think we will. Gergo seems to definitely have the advantage at the moment. The pendulum is in his favour. He's gonna have to pass this lap car here, just coming into the Mulsanne corner, gets through without any trouble.
Ooh, someone went off.
Who is that going off straight there?
That was a blue car. Don't know who that was. Yellow in sector 1, no kidding. Oh, there he is. He's back on the track
there
now.
He is. Well, there is someone going off. But yeah, as I was saying, Gergo's he seems to have the pace advantage at the moment, with about 35 minutes left on the clock. He's going to want to try and reel in Laszlo and basically try and get past him as quickly as he can, realistically. He's definitely got the lap time to do it. It's just, can he get the move done? Because it's one thing to catch up to someone, and then another thing to try and overtake them.
Yeah, luckily...
Especially...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, especially somewhere here like Lemans, where it's all, you know, heavy braking zones, and they can just hug the inside line, so...
The good thing about that is it provides some good wheel-to-wheel racing for a few corners, because it goes left, and then it goes right, and they're still side-by-side, and then it goes left again. And that makes it a little more exciting. Santu Enqvist receives a penalty.
Santu Enqvist has a penalty. That's a new one. He's the last person I'd expect to get a penalty. Drive through for rear-ending a DPI in the braking zone. That might have been the incident we just saw, maybe.
Yeah, it could have been. That could have been why that car flew right on into the wall.
Indeed. So Santu making a rare mistake, rare error of judgment, and he's got a penalty for it. So that's not what you want to see this late in the race. But right. I mean, he's safely in a. He's not really safely in third place. He's got a drive through, and now he's going to have a Lukács all over the back of him. So we could have a bit of a battle for P3 on our hands as well in LMP2.
Oh, I didn't even.
It looks like Gergo's going to make the move. Gergo's made the move already.
Oh my gosh. Oh no,
Off
that's
the inside of the first corner.
That's not for position. I don't think he's still 3 seconds behind.
Oh, that isn't for position. I lied.
It just looks like it is because they're both LMP2s, but there's still like 10 or 12 LMP2s still going.
See, it's really hard to tell when it's just lights. I could recognise the Simafix livery and just went, right, that's Gergo making a move on someone, so...
Yeah, no, it's when you get this view with the headlights coming at you, there's no light being reflected onto the car, so it's really hard to tell.
It really is.
Still 17 LMP2s going. They've kept it remarkably clean. Only 5 DNFs from 22.
That's it. Yeah, it's been a very actually a very clean race. I mean, when we saw what was happening last time out in Portimao, it was just an absolute mess. There was cars flying off everywhere. There was collisions. There was you name it, it was there. And then compared to here, and it's actually been quite a reserved race, quite calm in comparison, which is a nice change of tone, if you ask me.
Big news: Vagapov is in the pits from P7. His position will probably be safe to Kovac, who's 8th in class in the LMP2s, because he's got about 100-second gap on him. But yeah, it looks like about pretty much a consolidated P7 for Peter Vagapov and company in that 7 car.
It's good to hear that they've got P7. I mean, it's good finishing position, double points as well today, so that's some good haul of points for the championship. This being the last round, what happens here really decides what happens in the table. And you just, even if you're not fighting for a championship, you're not fighting for wins, you still want to finish in a good position. So 7 is a very respectful position. I'm sure they'll be happy with that out of this race.
Yeah, it's Le Mans. I mean, regardless of anything, regardless of any championship, you still really want to pick up as many positions as you can. Even if you can say I finished 10th at Le Mans, that's a top 10 finish right there. So
exactly. Here we go, 12 hours or 11 hours and 57 minutes of Le Mans that we've had on our hands here today. No red flags either, which has been a positive to take from it.
Right, that's crucial. I think last year we had 1 or 2, and this year the servers run very smoothly. So that's really what you love to see in terms of a sim racing event, especially in RF2.
Yeah, it's the obviously the servers had its moments. There was a bit earlier when everyone thought it was going to crash because it was spiking here and there, but it's managed to get through cleanly. When you add qualifying on top of that as well, it's very good to see.
Yeah, really good.
What's happened? If you'll excuse me yawning there, it's quite late here.
No worries, mate.
So we'll make it to the end.
Only 1.1 seconds behind now.
He's pulling them in.
Action in the final half an hour, thanks to the exploits of the 66 and 7 cars.
He just needs to catch him off in the correct places, and he should have a pretty easy pass on his hands.
Yeah, it's going to be even easier if you consider that Laszlo Santo has just entered the pit lane. Damn it.
Yeah, that's and once again, we've had a piece of action put on a plate for us and then taken away from us before we can dig in.
Yeah, we can have
hopefully Gergo pits again before the end, and we can have these two together again. But
yeah, we can have our cake, but we can't eat it too.
Exactly. It's a shame. It really is.
Oh.
About half an hour left on the clock.
Here's another battle brewing. Vladislav Mochilienko right on the back of Jurek Slovanac.
Yeah, a bit of a wobble from Mochilienko as he came out the corner there. But he's also only 8/10 back on the straight, so he should be able to utilise some of the slipstream. You can see there that delta ticking down and down and down as they come into the second Mulsanne chicane.
It just drips away as that blue livery tows him down the straight and into this left-hander. Vlad's got a bit of a better run, it looks like, than Slovanac, and now it spits them out onto this straight here.
Yeah, Vladislav got a really good exit on that chicane. Look, he's only 5/10 back now. If he gets a good exit coming out of the Mulsanne corner.
Wow, he's weaving around.
Really, I think he might just be trying to get some heat in the tyres, maybe, or try and cool the engine down. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I don't know if that's showboating, or if that's trying to get heat into the tyres, or if that's trying to, make himself look big in Slovenac's mirror. And Vladislav has a little slip again on the rear end, but nothing fatal.
Again, that gap hovering around about 5/10. If he gets a good exit out of Indianapolis and Arnage, he could be really onto the money coming into the Porsche curves here. He's clearly got a pace advantage over Slovanac, so we'll have to see what happens.
In the slipstream,
really
look
see
at
the
the
gap
run.
closing down.
look at the run. It's a rocket ship down the straight, closed up 2/10 now behind. Jurgis Slovenach got a bit of a worse corner there. Now 3/10 behind as they head into the slow right-hander, the corner of death. Both survived this time. And it's a 5/10 gap still, so Jurgis Slovenach pulling out a bit in the third sector.
Seems that Mochilienko definitely has the advantage on the straights with the assistance of the slipstream as well, but Slovenach has the pace advantage in the corners. So it's if he's going to make a move, my assumption is it's going to be next lap coming into the Marsan corner.
Looks like Mochilienko got the line just a little bit wrong there. Turned in a bit too late, I think, and carried a little bit too much speed, but now he's got the better line, I think, coming through this corner. It's so tight between these two. It's line versus line, and now Slovenach got all out of sorts. He's gone
that was
wide.
really wide.
Here comes. Oh, it's
what
contact.
they touch?
And Slovenach,
And I think Slovenach has gone round.
Is he off? Let's go check. Slovenach is he's still right behind.
Still right there.
I'm not sure if we'll be seeing.
Great racing from these two.
Yeah.
Mochilienko really had to get his elbows dirty there and just kind of spotted the gap and went for it. Slovenach gave him a bit of a love tap. Mochilienko went, I'm not having that sunshine, and took that place. Great stuff from both drivers here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who that's on because Vlad went up the inside because I think Slovenach was to the outside. Vlad saw the gap and went for it, but in doing so, there was just a bit of a rub. I'm not sure who that's going to be on, but one thing I am pretty certain of is that we're going to see that in the stewards report. So we'll have to watch out to see who the decision goes to.
Yep, just keep your eye on that steward report channel, and we will see what happens.
Yeah, very close racing there, though. You love to see it. Maybe not if you're Jurgis Slovenach, who just lost the position, but you love to see it if you're the commentators. Nice racing there.
It is great. It's great stuff to see here at Virtual Le Mans.
And now Vlad, Robo Vlad, as I call him in Sim Apex, looks like he's going to pull away. He's got about a second gap now, although a little bit of a worse exit off of this corner, so it could be. Maybe it's not over just yet, but I think Vlad's got the pace at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely the pendulum swung in his favour. He's already got a 9/10 gap to Slovenach, despite the fact that Jurka has the slipstream down the straight. So, but then you've also got to remember that he's going to be eating through those tyres. So you could see in a couple laps' time he starts to fall back a little bit more into the clutches of Slovenach as he goes through them.
Yeah, it looks to me that that Vlad is carrying a bit more speed through the corners. And that could, in fact, as you said, have an effect on tire wear towards the end of the race. So we'll have to watch that as well. I believe David Tepper is either into the pits or he had an incident. He is into the pit lane. Okay.
There he is, David Tepper himself. The man, the myth, the legend, as is with everybody.
He's the one ahead in class in Mochilienko right now, but I don't think the pit stop will take enough of a chunk out of that lead to allow Vlad, the man, to attack. It's about 80 seconds now, and I think David Tepper is going to be exiting the pit shortly. These two.
Yep, I think you're going to be right.
These two still keeping the gap pretty close. It's still 8, 9 tenths, and someone I think is off in the gravel.
Yeah, just out the corner of the frame there, someone just firing it off a little bit. Not quite sure what happened.
Vlad's line gets a bit compromised by that GTE. Now Jurgis Slovenach. Somehow Vlad has gained time down the straight, even though he got a worse run because of that GT. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, it's now the gap is 7 tenths, and Slovenach has a chance to come back at the Slovakian for Sim Apex. Slovakia.
Just have to see what everybody does coming through the Porsche curves. Looks like Mochilienko's managed to pull a big gap through here. He's almost got 8 tenths on the and he's gone really. So that tells me there's a code 80.
Yep. Code 80 is out. Don't know what
Not
that's
sure why.
Yep.
But it's out. That's all I can say. I'd assume there's a sidecar somewhere.
I'll look on the race view to see if I can find anyone stopped. I don't really see anyone stopped.
We did see a car go off into the gravel earlier, didn't we? So that could be that.
Ah, that's right.
We sit here under the pit limiter. Our 5th code 80 of the night. It's still been a relatively clean race today, so that's encouraging to have so little.
Yeah, not too many car exploding incidents today yet, and I think Vlad is going to take this opportunity
Yeah,
to
he's
get into
gonna
pit
come
lane,
into the pits.
as is Yurika
And he's
Slovanac.
being followed by Slovanac, so they are using this opportunity wisely to get some fresh tyres, maybe a bit of fuel as well. Just head out there one final time. So these two are going to be battling on equal ground as the Lightning McQueen car is also in the pits ahead of them.
3 cars in the pits now. Here's Yurika Slovanac coming down the pit lane. And we have Mihai Velascu in the lovely Lightning McQueen livery for the, I think that's the Acura DPI.
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure.
Gotta love it.
It looks amazing.
And
There's nothing else to say.
He's leaving now.
Away he goes.
Yeah, so we are still
Out
under
of the
code 80.
pits.
Should only be a few minutes, but yeah, it's cutting into crucial time that drivers might need to maybe make their last charge to pick up a position. Although there isn't anything really that close at the moment, it does take time away from, say, you know. Well, I don't really have any examples for anyone, but it does take time away for someone to maybe make a late charge. But it does also give you a chance, if you happen to be in the right place at the right time, to dive into the pit lane and gain time on someone who still needs to make a stop very late into the race.
It's also helpful in those scenarios because obviously code 80, everyone's going the speed of the pit limiter, so the only time you lose in the pits is at the time that you'll stop. So
Right.
you're talking 10 seconds if you're just having fuel, and if you're maybe just a little bit worried about fuel, maybe just a little bit worried about your tyres, coming into this last half an hour, code 80 comes out, jump into the pits, and then you can just push all the way to the end, and it costs you barely any time at all.
And I think that was the plan for both Vladislav Mochilenko, Mihai Velascu, and Yurika Slovanac. Big news.
Indeed.
I think Yurika Slovanac is ahead of Vladislav.
Really?
What's happened here? Yeah, he came out way ahead of Vladislav. Vladislav is just coming through the Dunlop curves.
So maybe Slovanac has not taken tyres and Mochilenko has.
Interesting. If I know Vlad, he could be trying to go for the fastest lap of the race.
He definitely could. And I mean, he is that kind of driver, isn't he? He's certainly got the ability to get the fastest lap in the LMP2 category. So why not go for it? Get some fresh boots on, fresh load of fuel, 30 minutes, bish bash bosh.
If he were to get the fastest lap, he would need to improve by 3 seconds on his best lap. So slightly unlikely at the moment, but Vlad is very, very, very good at sim racing. So I wouldn't put it past him.
Yep, just keep your eyes on the timing screens and on one Vladislav Mochilenko, because he's about setting them alight, I reckon.
We have the race leader.
That is yeah, we do indeed, taking advantage of the code 80, which has been going for a decent amount of time now.
Gabor Hevesi just left the pit lane for the 22 car. I think that was a driver swap. I'm not sure if he was in before.
No, I think it was a driver swap. I think you're right there.
Yeah, that's the 22 LMP2, the Mutant Sim Racing. Was he in? I think he was in before. It was either him or Daniel Kiss. I don't remember. Also, he just turned his headlights off, which I don't think you're supposed to do.
We have someone in the stream interview channel, David Leltz.
Oh, beautiful.
Looks like he wants to be interviewed.
Let's go ahead and get David in there. David, what's going on?
Hello, I just wanted to talk a bit. I don't know. I heard you talk a bit about flood and everything, and I can give you an update on that.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, we were a bit close at the end. We had to make another stop, so this code 80 is actually quite nice to have.
Oh, nice.
It cost us less time. We hope flood can catch up with someone, but it's gonna be really hard to really gain anything anymore. We didn't have the best of races. We made a few mistakes here and there, so I don't know if you know if many people got drive-throughs, because we got a few, but I don't know if that's normal.
Yeah, so the cuts were reduced to 5 for this race by accident.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of
I
people
heard.
got them.
Yeah, okay. Because we got a few more than, well, we would have wanted, I guess. And we put it once into the wall, so that's also not really optimal. But yeah.
It happens.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the code 80 to end, and then I'm curious what happens. It's all about driving now, I guess, to the end.
Now, did you guys take tires? Because you lost a lot of time to Eureka Slobanec in the pit stop.
Yeah, we did tires and fuel. Yeah, yeah. We always do tires. I don't actually know why. I guess we like to have fresh rubber, and it doesn't really add that much, I guess. I don't know. We haven't done that much of practice when it comes to like strategy or anything. So.
Well, it's going to make it pretty interesting coming into the last few laps because now Vlad has about 10 seconds to make up if he's going to repass Eureka. So it's going to give us a little bit of action anyways.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, to say the least, yeah.
Thanks for talking to us, David. Yeah, we're just waiting for the code 80 to end, too. I think it should be going green soon. Do you happen to know why they put out a code 80?
I think I saw a slow car somewhere on track. I don't know. I can't really remember, to be honest, but I saw it somewhere. So yeah, I think it's because of that.
All right, well, thanks. Thanks a lot for
you.
coming in. Anything else you want to add?
No, not really. I just want to be here for fun. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, David. Good luck to you guys and Vlad for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
David Leltz for Sim Apex Racing Team. He's been with them for quite a while, if I remember correctly. One of the first guys to join up once the team was founded, and he was I think he won a race in ARLF3 last season, but not driving today. I think he has driven endurance in the past, but he passed today. Now I guess he's just rooting on his Sim Apex teammates like Vladislav Mochilyenko, who we're gonna check out on board now, and we were already on board with him.
This code 80's gone on for a really long time. I don't know if there's an issue with TeamSpeak or something, so they can't communicate, but it's almost awkwardly long.
Big news, John Bennett has DNF from P4 in the GT class.
Oh no. I guess that'll be why
the
code 80's so long.
Yep, John Bennett is out of the race. That would explain it. Maybe he blew up his engine by accident.
That's such a shame for John. So close to the end and everything.
Sorry, John.
Just such a shame. Such a shame.
The reason for the code 80 was actually a huge crash for the number 12 car of Schneider at the start of the Mulsanne Straight.
Oh, that's a shame. I know Schneider, he's a good lad. Runs a really nice Discord server where you can post all your leagues. So
yeah.
Shout out for him to that. Same he's crashed, he's a really quick driver. So yeah, again, it's just so close to the end. You know, obviously this is when you're the most tired. It's late at night or early in the morning for some people. You're tired. It's dark out. You know, you've just got to kind of keep quiet so you don't wake up your family or your neighbours, and you just carry on lapping, and it just seems like it never ends. And although this is the time of the race when you need to be the most focused, this is the time of the race when the mistakes happen because you know you're just tired. It just kicks in and it gets you. You know, there is definitely a strong difference between doing, you know, like a 2-hour stint in a 4-hour race, and then, you know, multiple stints in a 12-hour race. It does make a big difference. So.
Yeah, I can tell you're trying to not wake anyone up right now because I've had to turn your Discord volume up to 200%. So you.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
No, don't worry about it at all.
I'll try and be a little bit louder, but.
You're coming through just fine. It's no worries.
Alright. Sounds good. Sounds good. Just remember to turn me down when I leave so I don't kill your ears the next time when I've always chat together.
Yep. Good idea. Yeah, so the code 80 has been going on for quite a while. Looks like the marshals are taking quite a bit of time to fix the track. They say.
I mean, obviously, if you've had a crash at the start of the Mulsanne, that's a long way around to go with a broken car.
Right.
But this has been a very, very long time. We're coming up to at least 5 minutes now. So.
Yeah, they said they said the track is clear a few minutes ago, but I think they're just still waiting for that slow car to get back to the pits, and Ibrahim Khan has just gone into the grass for some reason.
Ibrahim Khan going a bit of sightseeing, seeing what's going on over there.
Yeah, spotted a bit of grass that needed mowing.
Yeah, probably went past the last couple of times, so it was a bit too long. So I needed to sort it out.
Schneider, the 12 card that had the incident earlier, is now into the pit lane. I guess repairing damage.
There you are. I assume so. So I assume we will be going green at any moment now.
And I think I hear people accelerating.
That looks like they're going faster than 80 kilometers an hour.
Yep, we are green for the final, I'd say 20 minutes now. We can't see the timer. For the final 16 minutes. Wow.
That was a long code 80, 10 minutes. Wow.
Yeah. Started, we started 12 hours ago, almost 11 minutes, 45 seconds. 11 hours, 45 minutes ago. At, what was it? Must have been...
12 something.
Yeah, 12. I think quali started at around 11:45. 11:45 European time. And we're coming to the finish now at about 1 a.m. European time with just 15 minutes to go. So thanks for everyone who raced with us and stuck around for the stream.
Yeah, thank you very much for watching. It's 12 hours, it's a big effort, even just to watch. So again, thank you from everyone here at the Ace Racing League from the SimplyMod Endurance Series. It really does mean a lot to us, so thank you very much.
Yeah, we've had about consistently 50 viewers watching throughout the whole stream, so pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool, you know, from the start with my questionable commentary and all my yawning to, you know, kind of sticking with it and going through all the way now with 40 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it's a long time.
It's been a team effort.
It really has. So, yeah, thank you for coming along and sticking with the series and, you know, believing in the people that run it. It really is important to everyone.
Yeah.
And everyone's cooperation enables it to run as smoothly as it does.
And it was a huge race today. We had more than, I think, we had 60 entrants. Unfortunately, only 48 made it to the race. But yeah, it was a huge task to pull this all off, and it's gone pretty well. We had the unfortunate incident at the start with the quali server not working, penalty for Jack Coven, and we had the track cut thing, but otherwise it's gone pretty well.
You know, it has. You know, we've it's been a pretty clean race, so it's enjoyable that we haven't had a single red flag, obviously.
Right. That's a very key point, because the servers on rFactor 2 can just be so unpredictable. But yeah, it's kept it all together for today for hopefully at least the next 15 minutes.
Indeed. Obviously, knock on wood and all that. Let's not have a server crash now, please. If we did, I assume we'd just end the race there. But
yeah,
you know, we've managed to make it this far. I'm sure it can do a couple more minutes.
Looks to me like Vlad is actually closing in on Eurykis Lovinac since the restart period. It was about 10 point something, and now it's down to 9.8. So he's just closing in, just chipping away a little bit every lap. Will 13 minutes be enough to overtake him? It would be tough. It would be a big ask even for Robo Vlad himself.
Indeed. Obviously, if you know, we reckon that Vlad's got a fresh set of tyres on as well, so he's going to have that advantage, but, you know, with the amount of time that's left, that's 4 laps at the most around this track. That's you know, suddenly that puts into perspective. He's got 9.5 seconds to make over 4 laps. Can he do it? I'm not sure. We'll have to find out. Whatever it is, it's going to be close.
Yeah, he needs to be about a second and a bit a lap faster. Maybe more like closer to 2 seconds a lap faster if he wants to take the position away from Eurykis Lovinac. There are penalties being handed out every now and again, so that could play a factor. I mean, with 12 minutes to go, it would really sting to lose a position because of one too many track cuts. But yeah, that is something that could factor into it.
Exactly. So just keep your eye on the steward announcement channel. Here with Vladislav just currently chasing. He's managed to recover half a second into Eureka over the half the lap that I've been watching that timing sheet, and he's really quick through the corners as well, through the 4 chicanes, about 3/10. You can see the fresh tyres really helping him there. So the places he's going to gain a time is in the slow, tight section. So I'm thinking Indianapolis and Arnage, the Mulsanne chicanes, the 4 chicanes. That's where he's going to be gaining all the time.
That would be fun. Last lap battle through the curves and through the chicanes.
Oh, sounds like a dream.
Okay, well, here's something else that's gone on since while we've been looking at this battle. David Tepper is right behind Jack Georgina. I think Jack has received a penalty.
So 3-second gap.
Jack has received a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for unsafe overtaking, so David Tepper's going to gain another position.
Yep, so that's a easy position for David Tepper. I believe Jack was the involved with the Malcolm Schneider incident with where the with the code 80. I believe he sent off a bit of a dive bomb while he was lapping him, and they just made contact. So yes, that's easy as they come for David Tepper in terms of positions. Looks like he's the faster of the two anyway, because he's just gained about half a tenth coming out of Arnage. But yeah, I mean, this late in the race, there's 10 minutes to go. A penalty is not what you need at all.
And crucially, that's going to be an extra 2 points for David Tepper in this race.
Exactly. That's a crucial 2 points in the championship. So you never know, that could be a position change.
And a penalty for Santo Engqvist now.
I assume that will be for the cut tracks again. Surprised if they weren't.
There goes Jordan Maina into the pits, and there goes David Tepper taking the position.
And
10 minutes.
Away he goes.
10 minutes on the clock.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final 10 minutes of the SimplyMod Endurance Series is here.
Another
the cool music.
Yeah, I wish we had cool music. Another interesting point is that Damian Klein just overtook Gergo Vittori. I believe Gergo Vittori also got some kind of a penalty.
Oh, really?
No, apologies, I got it the wrong way. Ross Benjamin overtook Damian Klein because Damian Klein got a penalty.
Okay.
That's for 15th in class.
It's all kicking off here at Le Mans.
Yeah, lots of penalties being given out in the final 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is really, it's not what you want, but the stewards, they've done a monster job. We've got Rob, who's been basically here the entire race, and alongside him we've got Violet, who decided to drop out of commentary early just to help him, which was very nice of her, so big thanks to them. And also to Tom and Santu, who were both stewarding throughout the day as well. So it's a big job to have, and everyone dislikes you for it for some reason, so yeah, it's all thanks to them.
Here's somebody in the stream chat has given us a bit of context for a battle. If Sim Apex 66 car finishes 5th, they get 2nd in Constructors in the LMP2 class by 1 point ahead of us, who is Antoni Nicpon, who is, I believe, the Seawolf 74 car, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure I'm getting that wrong.
I'm not sure. I can't give you an answer on that.
Oh wait, the Seawolf 74 is a GTE. Whoopsie. That is
okay.
That's I'm going crazy, I think. I think that's I'm very, very, very confused.
AFP99.
AFP99.
Said in the chat.
Okay, let's cut on to number 66 now then. Little light flash there from Gergo Balach.
Indeed.
By 1 point ahead of us, 10 seconds between them and the car behind. But if it stays as is, they do get 2nd in the Constructors. If Laszlo Santos somehow catches Gergo Balach, then they lose P2 in the Constructors. done the
that's
math.
not what you really want.
No, it is. No, it is not. With 6 minutes to go.
Yes, you'd arguably just kind of want to hold the position. I mean, Gergo's still lapping pretty quickly and consistently. 6 minutes to go on the clock. As of now, I'm pretty confident that he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, just needs to avoid any incidents, really.
Exactly.
The closest battle right now, I guess, is between Patrick Attila Lukacs and Santi Engqvist, the 95, coming up to the 46. 4.5 between them, but yeah, 6 minutes to go is... With 6 minutes left, it's really not enough time to pick up 4.5 seconds unless you're super quick. You'd have to be about a second and a quarter a lap faster.
At least.
Yeah.
It is close here. I think Santi is going to be managed to hold on to third place. Will it be enough? We don't know.
Yeah, it's a good recovery drive from them, considering they were leading, and then a glitch, I believe, put them 20 laps behind, and then the stewards corrected it, but they still had to go back to the start of the lap that they had been on previously, which put them down into P4, I believe, and then they recovered up to P3 now.
Yeah, so it is a great recovery from that squad. They've done a really good job, and been positive and kept going while they've done it. My commendations to them, as we just all through the Porsche curves here. 4 minutes to go, or 5 minutes to go even. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the finale of the second series of the SimplyMod Endurance series.
Oh, I thought Santi was going to the pits for a second there.
Nah, he's just using all the road.
Yeah, that racing line.
Use the track.
Well, keep in mind, I believe the last lap starts whenever the leader crosses the line for the last lap. So whenever it ticks down to 0 and then the leader crosses the line, that's the final lap.
Indeed. So just keep your eye on that timer. Where the leader is on the track at the moment, I'm not sure. My live timing's not working. But
let's go trackside. He's going through the final corner now. So if I'm not mistaken, with 4 minutes left, there should be 2 more laps.
Yeah, they should. So 2 more laps here at Le Mans. This is it.
This is it. The final 2 laps of the SimplyMod Endurance Season 2. It's been a well-hosted, well-oiled machine, really, through 6 races. Gotta commend everyone that put it together, and we're coming to a finish now. Not really with a bang, unfortunately. There isn't too much to look over right now. The battles are all pretty close. Ladislav Mochenko has gained about 3 seconds in the past few minutes, but it may be too little too late for the Slovakian to catch Jurika Slovanac and make up that time lost in the pits.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who has been your driver of the season?
My driver of the season. That's an interesting question. There's so many candidates, you know, the people in that 46 Seawolf, like Santu, the guys in the 42 Seawolf that have just run away with the DPI championship. They're just so good every race. The boys in the GT for Sim Apex, they've been so good. But if one stands out, it might be my own personal bias, because I think I only commentated over races where Patrick Silvasi won, and I didn't commentate over either of AFP's wins in the DPI class, but I'm going to go with Patrick Silvasi. Whenever I saw him in the car, I had complete faith that he was just going to do whatever he needed to do. I just knew that he wasn't going to spin, he wasn't going to crash, he wasn't going to lose the position. He's really like, when I was commentating over him, he was really like the Hamilton of Ace Racing League. He just took off with the lead, and he was gone.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's a fair answer.
Who's your driver of the season?
I mean, for me, I mean, there's been several drivers that have stood out to me.
Yeah.
That have, been clear, but to me, I think it's got to be Benjamin Gilzinski.
Yeah. Just
for the fact that the first race I commented over at Sebring, what he did in that second stint was absolutely mind-blowing. Like, Darius Andre gets out of the car, has been setting fastest laps, and it's getting cold. And you know, the traffic's getting really bad, and still he just consistently sets fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. It was such a dominant drive, and it was, and I mean, we've seen it again and again. He's just consistently on pole, consistently quick. And you know, personally for me, that Sebring drive was really just a defining moment for me watching this series. So I'd have to say, yeah, it is Benjamin for me.
I think I made a small mistake because clearly I haven't commentated over races where he's won, because AFP is about to win this race with a 1-2-3, and I think they retired earlier with the connection issue and the fuel issue. That was it. They ran out of fuel, and then they left the server and came back, and then they got DNF'd. But apart from that, they were doing really well today.
They were indeed. If we can see here, I believe this is Vladislav Mochilienko's coming for a drive-through by the looks of things.
Yep, he got a penalty.
Not going to cost him a position.
No.
Comes out the pits. 30 seconds left on the clock.
And I think we do have possibly some action. Patrick Attila Lukács is only 2 seconds behind Santu Engqvist now. It will depend if they get an extra lap, whether the overtake will be possible, because Lukács right now has the pace. Santu was two seconds slower almost on the last lap.
We'll have to see. It depends where the leader is on the track. If they're going to get another lap in or not, I am not sure, to be honest, but this is very close. So we'll have to see.
I've got to cut back now because there's zeros on the clock, and it looks like Dionysus Pharos is going to come through to win this race with the number 19 Abstinio Force Polonia car. This will be the final lap of the race, I believe. And it's been a masterclass from the AFP side today, at least in the DPI field. Dionysus Pharos, just a great drive from him and his teammates, Danny Robbins and Blake Checketts. We saw them earlier. Both of them put in very, very good efforts, and it's rewarded them with what looks like is going to be a victory today.
I mean, as long as he doesn't mess up over the course of this lap, which I doubt he will, he's got it in the bag.
Well, thanks for putting the seat down in there, Ross.
Ooh, will he crash or won't he crash? Who knows?
I'm almost certain he won't crash. Although I'm sure he didn't want to be lapping GTEs.
Yeah, he has just had to go straight on there.
Yep, he's going to go through the escape road and come out on the other side. Doesn't want to take any risk to try to go slowly with all the lapped cars coming through that chicane.
Exactly. As I was saying, you know, been a really good drive from the AFP guys. Kind of locked into the lead with the retirement of the Seawolf DPI, but you know, since they've got there, they've looked like they've deserved it. You know, they've been the strongest cars in the field in both the LMP and DPI categories, and yeah, just been a really, really strong performance by the whole team, giving them an overall 1-2-3, which is a fantastic result.
Yeah, they earned it. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck. They got their luck, and then they capitalized on it. They kind of made their own luck today because they got that one break with the car ahead retiring, and they brought it home. There was no funny business, no mistakes or anything that I saw, at least. And now they're being rewarded.
Indeed, they are through Indianapolis and up to Arnage for the final time. So, hope he doesn't make a mistake coming out of here. No, he doesn't.
Stop trying to jinx him, Ross.
I'm not trying to jinx him. I'm not trying to. I promise.
Okay.
He'll make it. Coming down towards the Porsche curves now. At this point, you know you've won the race.
Yeah.
It's just bringing the car home. The entire team is sitting there waiting on the voice chat.
You're getting ready to celebrate, but you gotta wait until you cross that line. Here he comes now, into the Porsche curves. It's been a great race as we've recapped for the AFP team. And now Dionysus Pharos enters the final few corners of the 12 Hours Le Mans. Into the chicanes, past the pit lane exit for one final time. And through the final chicane, Dionysus Pharos and the number 999 Abstinio Force Polonia have won the 12 Hours of Le Mans. Superb drive from all of them, and we've got to cut on now to the battle between Engqvist and Attila. It's getting close between them on the final lap. Attila Lukács is just in behind Santu Engqvist. The battle for the final step on the podium in the LMP2 class. Look at the slipstream and the rocket ship that is that number 95 car, almost catching up to Santu Engqvist. Got to get a better run out of this curve now. He doesn't do it. Engqvist will have the run, but still, I think the lower downforce on that Lukács setup is helping him catch Santu Engqvist down this long straight.
That number 95 car is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. Just look at the gap, look at it closing. Yeah. It's going to be really scary up into Indianapolis. Keep your eyes on that.
Less than 4/10 separate them as we come onto the final few corners of this race, and he breaks way later than Santu into this corner, but he gets a way worse run. Santu's going to run away with it now, and it's up to a second gap, although Patrick Attila Lukács does get a better run onto this straight somehow. I think it's just the low downforce helping him out, and through this long straight. Is this Mulsanne? Help me out here, Russ.
This is Mulsanne, yeah, it is coming into the Mulsanne corner now.
But yeah, at least...
Patrick's going to need a really, really strong run out of here to have any hope coming up to Indianapolis, and he's going to need to be really strong out of Arnage as well on the run down into the Porsche curves. He's going to need to make the move before the Porsche curves, or he's not going to be able to catch Santu Engqvist. 1.2 seconds now between them. I think Santu might just have this one in the bag.
Yep, one mistake and Santu's going to pull away. That's what happened here. Unfortunately, Laszlo Santos catching up to Gergo Belloc. Oh, I think that's at the end of the race. I'm not sure what happened here. Gergo and Santo, yeah, they have crossed the line now. Apologies. I just looked at the timing. It didn't say they'd finished.
And coming out of Arnage now, the gap is closer, but it's not going to be close enough for the 95 car, I think.
No, 9/10 separate them, and it's only the tight final few corners to go. I just got to congratulate Roland Such. He's going to win the LMP2 class today. Absolutely stunning drive from him and the team in that 99 car. Brilliant drive for the LMP2
Great stuff
victory.
To see from them.
Him, Ernest, James Juba, David Roszek. I think he's going to take the escape road through that chicane too. Doesn't want to risk anything, just as Santu Engqvist did a few minutes ago.
And looks like Santu Engqvist is going to hold on for that podium spot.
Yep, it's down to 5/10 now. I don't think he'll be trying anything into the chicane. He breaks very late, trying to try anything. Is he going to go down the inside? No, he had a look.
He definitely has a look, but the gap is not there.
Santu Engqvist is going to hold on for third place in the 12 Hours Le Mans. Final step on the podium for the LMP2 class. Gabor Hevesi took it earlier for the 22 car. Nice drive from that team, the Mugen Sim Racing. Daniel Kiss, Zoltan Boda, and Gabor Hevesi fought through adversity today. Let's check in with our boys in the GTE field. Has Max Janssen? No, I think he's going to come down to the line now, so we get to watch Max Janssen. No, this is Przemysław Majtka finish the race for the 68 Sim Apex, and they're going to take that title into the final chicane now in that white, pretty Sim Apex livery. Onto the final straight. Przemysław Majtka and Max Janssen win the GTE class for the 12 Hours Le Mans and the ARL Endurance Championship in the 68 Sim Apex car. Congratulations to them.
Big congratulations to that Ferrari team. They've been so strong all championships. Finally wrap up that title. Well deserved.
Greg Hall is already back in his pit box. He was a lap down, so he finished about 3 minutes ago, and he's already on his way home now after the race. Good effort from the Speedy Mite though. They kept it competitive all season long, and it was a good race from them today too.
Yeah, the GT field has been really tight the entire season. You know, there's been several very, very good teams who all have the ability to win races. So, you know, my congratulations to all of them. Obviously, the Sim Apex Junior number 68 came out on top, but frankly, could have been the Speedy Mike car, could have been the Seawolf car, could have been the DDoS car even, could have been anyone.
Well, that's it for the 12 Hours Le Mans. We really hope you enjoyed. I think we're going to have some post-race interviews coming up with Antoni Nicpon, who you heard from earlier, he was doing some commentating, and I believe David Plummer will be joining us. Not sure if he has time right now, but if he wants to join us, he's more than welcome to give his thoughts on the race. If Antony's listening, he can join the stream chat and we'll get a short interview with him.
Hopefully we can anyway.
Show the AFPs, they're all side by side. Oh, I hope I haven't missed it.
Oh, there you are.
The formation. The formation in lap from the AFPs. You love to see that.
That's the photo. That is.
That's beautiful. I gotta get a screenshot of that actually.
And there they are, all 3 AFP cars. 1, 2, 3.
Such a pretty
How
sight to
about
see.
that? What a way to finish your season.
The kings of today, no doubt.
Indeed, indeed. Who's that that's just jumped into the voice chat? It is Antoni himself. Antoni, congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Mega effort.
Yeah, yeah, a 1, 2, 3 overall, immense, honestly. We didn't expect it. Yeah, I don't know, I'm kind of speechless. Really, really stellar effort from the boys, and I'm very proud of them. Big shout out to all our drivers, of course, in the winning car, Dio, Blake, Danny, in the valet car, Jeff, Sean, and Geese, in the LMP2, Roland, David, Ernest, and James, and of course other drivers who have helped us out during the season, like Mika. And yeah, unfortunately, I think we missed out on second in LMP2 by 1 point, but I still think P3 after only 2 races is kind of cool.
Yeah, congratulations, you guys really came in and wrecked shop. I mean, you weren't in it for the first half of the season, and then you came in and I think you got third in the LMP2 class, which is really cool. And then I think you're gonna get second in the DPI as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. We only did 3 rounds. We won every round we did in DPI. We only did 2 rounds in LMP2. I think we got P2 last time around. And yeah, immense, honestly, from the boys. Really happy with the results. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It's a pity to see the Seawolf drop out the way they did.
Yeah, that's always a shame. But hey, you guys got your little bit of luck that one break, and you sure made the most of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Can you tell us what made today a winning day for you?
I think it was attitude, honestly. I think we never had a doubt in our minds that we always came in wanting to win, and we always came in just doubting if we could win. We knew we'd be at the front, and if anything went wrong, it didn't really stop us. It didn't demotivate us, and I think it paid off in the end, where we won by, I think, a lap ahead of each car, at least.
Well, that's just how you do it. You come in, you know you're good, you perform well, and that's it. There's nothing anyone else can really do at that point.
Yeah, for sure. I think you saw how it went, and yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it. You saw how it went, and yeah, again, congratulations to the Seawolves on winning the titles, and Sim Apex on the GTE title. They've been immense all season.
Yeah, thanks a lot, mate. Congratulations to you guys as well, of course, once again. Thanks for racing with us. We hope to see you again in some future events, and yeah, good luck with any other exploits in that AFP might have in store.
Thank you, and thank you for coming straight.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Ross, anything you want to ask?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, have a good night. I'm sure you will. Go celebrate with your squad, and we'll catch you later.
Yeah, we'll be off on our private jet.
I'm sure.
See ya.
All right, Antoni Nicpon, after his team just absolutely dominated the DPI class, P1, 2, 3 overall. Now, we're going to hear from 2 special guests, Max Jonsson and Przemysław Majtyka, who have just won the GTE Championship after some superb racing all season long. And looks like we're going to another race session on rFactor 2. But yeah, I'll just turn that volume off. Okay, let's bring in Max Jonsson and Przemysław Majtyka now. Max is in and Premo is in. Guys.
Hello, guys.
Oh my gosh. Max, you are very loud, Max.
Am I still loud?
No, you're good now. Guys,
Okay.
Congratulations. Mega effort. Perfect drive today. Tell us how it went.
How it went, 12 hours. Oh. It went great, man. I don't think we had that much trouble, did we? I don't think we did.
No.
We did really great, and Przemysław just finished it off with an amazing stint. So Yeah, I want to thank everyone. Also Gabor, I think, and Gago, because he also raced with us. So I also want to thank them for the season because they helped also.
Yeah, good job today, guys. I mean, it was just great from start to finish. Now let me ask you what I asked the AFP guys. What made today a winning day for you?
Ooh, you want to talk now, Premisal?
So for me, it's simply fun to drive with Max. So I want to thank you, everyone, especially SimplyMod's team, that they put Max into to me or me to him in one car. I think we understand each other and we have a lot of fun. As you may see, Max is I would say, the driver who is doing the whole advantage, and then my role is simply to bring the car home and do not destroy what he achieved in the first part of the race. Yeah, so thank you very much for everyone for a great season, for winning Lemans and the whole championship. And at least I am doing it for fun, and I have a lot of fun with Max.
No, thanks to you guys
Yeah,
for.
thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
This is so nice. Well, what's next in store for this dynamic duo? Any ideas?
I mean, we'll see in a few weeks what we'll do, and
Yeah, for me, like 4 hours left before my son get up, and he will come to me. So.
Oh no, you better go get in bed.
Yeah, but adrenaline is still in my blood, so, and we had a small incident at the end. I hit the wall a little bit, so they damaged the car, but
yeah,
that
you
was the
give me a
last
heart
of
attack.
Yeah.
You give me a heart attack. But yeah, it was really fun driving with you, man. Really, really, really fun.
Thank you, Max.
Great
So
driver.
Well,
I think we understand each other pretty good. So that was the success.
Yes.
Well, big congrats, guys. Good job on your win today, and you're winning the championship. Great effort all season long, and yeah, go enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Have a good night. See you.
Bye bye. All right. Also in the chat we have Santu Engfist, LMP2 champion with the Seawolf number 46, and organizer of the league. Santu, pretty good night for you.
I mean, it was a good race. Had some fun. Never finished a 12-hour race with a 0.2 second gap, so it was interesting.
What happened in the middle of the race when you guys lost a bunch of laps, then you got demoted to 4th?
Some game issues and just didn't have the pace. The driver in there. We had some issues with FPS.
Mhm.
He was 20 to 40 FPS his whole stint for 3 hours, so the FPS kind of caused problems with the lap times, and then we just had to make it up at the end.
What made this a winning season for you and your teammate? Kato, I believe it is. No, it's not Kato. My mistake. Well, what made it a winning What made it a winning season for you guys?
The only team that has finished all of the races somehow. So
good point.
Just being consistent on the podium. That's what matters.
I think you guys had a new substitute for this race, unless I'm mistaken. Thomas Andrea Miharisoa. Where did
Yeah.
Why'd you guys pick him up?
I mean, he's part of our VEC lineup, so it was obviously quite clear to take him. And we didn't really have anybody else interested in driving LMP2 today, so.
Okay. How do you feel the race overall went?
The Hungarians were so fast.
Yep.
I would have had to do 12 hours of the race to get up to pace with them. So it was a fun one.
All right, Sam.
Also,
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
need to thank you and Violet and Antoni and everyone that was involved today, Ross as well, with the stream and penalties and stuff, because like without you guys, this race and this league would not happen, and you guys are really important, and like what you guys do, it matters a lot to me, so thank you.
Oh, thank you for organizing this this awesome league, Santu. You did a great job today as well. All right, I think that's it from Santu Engfist. let's hear from Violet Pelletier, who we had on earlier as a commentator. Violet, can you give us a recap from your perspective?
Starts off with a sigh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's just say it started off accidentally missing driver's briefing because I overslept.
Oh no.
Yeah, joining in with my team to watch qualifying at, I'll say 9, because I had to shoot off to do qualifying an hour into the race. Qualifying commentary, for which I actually soloed for about 1.5 hours, which was kind of fun. Which then led to me actually doing a driving, where arguably I think we'll have save of the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. And actually catching a car by 50 seconds, passing them, then gaining 12 seconds on them in one stint, and somehow pushing this LMP2 car to do 12 laps on a fuel stint.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I then got out. I actually then asked if they needed help with stewarding, and they said yes. So I did that for what I want to say 5 hours, nearly the rest of the race, with a break for more commentary in between, and then me and Robert Pawn finished the race off doing stewarding. I got to call the final code 80 of the race.
Cool. Nice. Wow, you did a triple shift today. Stewarding, commentating, driving. Nice.
Yeah, I'm not tired.
Well, go hit iRacing, do a few races.
Nah, I just shut down my PC for the night.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us too. Thanks for all the hard work you did today, and congrats on a cool little achievement in your driving, Stu.
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to do it again. Like I said, hire me now.
Well, we'll have to see what the next season holds.
Yeah, that's true. And we've also got the 3 hours of Spa, which has just been announced.
That's right. Yes, 12 hours of Spa, everyone. Good thing you brought that up, because I should probably announce that on the stream. The 3 hours.
3 hours. You just said 12.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm exhausted too.
Not another 12 hours. Oh my god, not another 12.
Yeah, so 3 hours of Spa coming up on December 19th. If you guys are interested, I'm sure signups will be opening soon. Thank you to everyone who partook in today's race. Does anyone in the commentating booth want to say anything more?
I'm not gonna lie, within the last 5 minutes I was just begging someone to have an incident. Not gonna lie, and it happened. Yeah. But just, it was fun commentating over everyone driving and having nice chats with everyone, and ranting about Code 80s. That happened during my last bit of commentating. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, you were great. Seemed like we all had a pretty good time today commentating.
Yeah.
Ross, any last words? Not that sounded a bit creepy. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Holds gun to head.
No, just thanks for having us. Thanks for everyone for getting involved today, and yeah, see you next time.
All right, that's all from us here at Ace Racing League. Thanks to everyone who drove with us today, everyone who watched the stream, all the staff at Ace Racing League, Santu, Robert, Aiden, Luca, Violet, myself, Ellie, Georgina, myself, Ross, Robert, Antoni, Connor, all the guys and girls that did commentating today. Thanks to everyone, and we hope to see you all